Oh, whoa, 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 wow. I woke up late. I feel like I missed a lot of news today. Wait, hold on. No way, right? 1 second.
It'd be a waste.
We agree.
There's only so much
I'm ready
time
to
in
do
the
it.
day.
It's not
they don't
about
need to train the dogs to do it. It's expensive.
It's not about this if the dog is successful. It's dude, whatever. I'm not even gonna.
Hold on, wait. Just doing a quick check. Is Doobie here talking about me again right now?
No,
Sorry,
nobody's
sorry,
even not in
Not-
here
not
talking
right now.
about
Not that
it.
interesting at this moment.
Are
We're
you
talking about rape
Israel?
dogs. Fuck off.
Holy
Okay.
Hold on,
fuck.
Dustin, you
Just
want to talk
checking.
about the rape dogs? That'd be very interesting, actually.
The what dogs?
The rape dogs.
What is the rape
Trained
dogs?
or untrained rape dogs. We're currently
I think
debating
that
on
dogs
whether or not
I
they
hope
need
they're
training.
untrained. That'd be fucking weird.
People.
I don't know what the rape dogs
You don't want
is.
to talk about the rape dogs?
Actually weird, bro.
Did a rapist get doxxed?
No, not doxed. Dogs, like animals.
Like Fido, woof woof.
Like
Oh,
Palestinians
but, like,
are
super
being
friendly.
raped by dogs that are trained by the IDF. That's what we're talking about.
Or untrained.
Wait,
Probably untrained.
if the idea for training dogs to rape people, would it be significantly worse or significantly not as bad depending on the breed of dog? Okay. Give us odds on it being a mass report or Hasan call. I mean, if it's a mass report, that's probably a good thing because I imagine it would get undone. If it's a Hasan call, I guess I don't know how long it'll stick, but I guess it gets it more attention at least. Which is probably good. It shows movements, okay? Or it shows movement, okay? Which is good. Dude, you know you're getting unbanned. So the thing I said before was I think that I'm guessing on a lot of this. Like, I have a couple people that I know, but, like, it's a little guesswork. Well, modern stuff is guesswork. Past stuff is not guesswork. There was a person who was holding my account down. Like, it was flagged to go to this person, but the entire moderator team fucking hated me. 100%. And they're very protective of Hasan. 100%. I know these things to be factually true. You can sue me in court and I will be able to prove the truth of that claim. But I don't know how many of those people in the past are still at Twitch. It might be that a lot of them are cycled out now. So I have a friend at Twitch that was able to cycle my last appeal and reject it that I put in like a year or two ago. And then I put in another one when I said, what, like a month ago? And it's a good appeal. And I'm genuine when I do my appeal. And I think that the new mod team probably saw it. Probably saw that I was banned for 4 years. Probably didn't see a great reason for why I was banned for 4 years. And then hit me up with the, come back, try again or whatever. But then I think when Hasan saw it, my guess is he either ran to Clancy or his account manager on Cribe, is my guess. Because he was putting his, he was pretty distraught for 10 or 15 minutes on his phone. But then he stopped and he looked up and he was fine, and then he, come out again. Why did that work on getting you banned? This is old info, so I don't know if it's still true, but how you get along with people on the platform used to be kind of a big determining factor in you getting unbanned or banned. So if Hasan is able to message Dan and say that, like, this guy leads hate brigades or is you know, aggressive towards a lot of people on platform. Like, you need to control this dude or whatever, which is a talking point started by Casey Tron, or at least I saw it from her first. And then I know Hasan has spread that. Maybe he could convince, you know, Dan Clancy to intervene or something, but do you not go live on purpose to test the water on Twitch? No, I'm not even ready to go live on that platform. I have to reset all my shit. There's just, yeah, that would have been a tomorrow thing if we did. Could it have been that the ban was for a specific number of months? Do we know this wasn't a technicality? What do you mean? My ban was for 4 years. I think I have one of the longest bans on Twitch besides Ice Poseidon, I think. I don't know if anybody else has one as long as mine. Must be a crazy ego boost to have them so scared of you. The aura is crazy. Yeah, let's go with that. Why would Hasan risk DMs coming out about getting bespoken bans against people? DMs always leak these days. With CEOs of companies? I don't think so. Nah. Apparently it was 50 months. People are speculating that was the max ban length. That doesn't make sense at all. What number is 50 in bits or in, like, not like that? That doesn't make sense at all, I don't think. You should probably delete your Twitch account if you want to ban. No, that's fucking retarded. That is the most retarded. Stop. The Boys finale. Oh, I saw a lot of people getting mad about this. Does Twitch owe you money for people who donated bits while you were unbanned? I have no idea. Do it for the discovery at least. It would be awful if someone was aware of a contract between Destiny and Twitch and then took intentional steps to interfere and disrupt that contract. Well, I don't have a contract with Twitch. There's no, like, litigation here would have to be, like, very adventurous. There's no way. If they discriminated against you and it fucked up your income, isn't there a claim? Well, discrimination isn't technically a bad thing. It's depending on what you're discriminating for, right? Hamsterhawk, tier 5 sub, gifted by 10KEOY26. Wow. Didn't some streamer sue Twitch and win for them banning him? I think that was Phantom Lord. I don't remember 100% what the story was there. I know he won, and he got like 24K, but... You could fundraise DGG for a Twitch lawsuit? Bruh. No. Listen, I'm not... The lawsuit arc that I will go on once this suit is over, the first one is going to be on that fucking solo fucker. And then the second one, if I do, it's going to be slightly litigious against all of the weird lies that people say about me, like Hasan. I don't know if like cease and desist or minor lawsuits there would do anything. We'll see. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I'm also uncomfortable in general with like the lawsuit era. Like it seems to be a lot of wasted money. Like if streamers just start like throwing a ton of money at lawyers to sue each other all the time. I don't know if I like that precedent, but
having said that,
what is this? Fuck. I didn't even watch these. I just saw the clips on LSF, and then I opened Hasan's stream and he was like buried in his phone, and I was like, okay.
he could have just told us the truth about this from the beginning, right? He could have just said, look, the guy I hired didn't do a good job. He used AI. It's a bunch of bullshit in there. And so, like, that's why
Sex Pestiny, nice.
we're not going to release it. But the most important point, and this is what everybody should be stressing, is this. Why haven't you since commissioned a real expert to do a real report?
Destiny, which do you think is more likely? Hasan calling up his boys on Twitch to Malcolm X you? Jesus. Or those Snark servers immediately mass reporting you, majority of them unemployment tune all day long. If it's a mass report, it doesn't really matter, because a mass report, you can just appeal and it'll get overturned. So if it's a mass report, that's technically a best case scenario. Yeah. Do you think Hasan texted a higher up? The only two people Hasan would ever communicate with are Dan Clancy directly or with his, if he has an account manager. There wouldn't be anybody else.
Because there's a real report to be made about what happened, right?
You could go for an adventurous tort case. Those drag out for long and would possibly generate content. Yeah, but if I want to get unbanned on Twitch, I don't want it to be like a hostile adversarial relationship where like, I'm going to fucking sue you. Like, that's like the worst way to approach it, right?
There's a real report that, for example, centers Gaza.
I know the mod team is super pro Hasan, but is Clancy personally? Well, I don't know. Is he?
Happy birthday to you.
What the fuck?
Happy birthday to you.
Bro, we're never beating the Hasan runs Twitch allegations after this.
Centers Biden's failure on foreign policy, which led to a depressed base, which led to reduced turnout. Right?
They did? He doesn't know? They did? Twitch did?
It's just so crazy how that one, what is that guy's name? Hummus Alberto? That's not it. The guy who writes the 6-7 versions of fascism or whatever. That one point of like, your enemy is simultaneously, weak and ineffective, but also like is the boogeyman that controls everything at all points in time. It's very funny how much he says over and over again that I'm so irrelevant, he doesn't care, whatever. And then as soon as now it's like the fucking nightmare scenario is like, wait, what? What?
That's insane. But I mean, Twitch is in the fucking pooper anyway, so who gives a fuck? Whatever,
right?
Let's continue.
There's a lot more to say about this. There's a lot to say about inflation. There's a lot to say about Biden's age. There's a lot to say.
Twitch was like, we have to get this sex pest who's written manifestos on being able to say the N-word back on the platform, please.
About doing the switch without actually having a process and, having, an open DNC where you could have actually had something at least relatively more democratic than what we had, where they picked Kamala.
Why is Hasan more nervous sounding when you get unbanned compared to when he learned Charlie Kirk died? Because Hasan will never be targeted by anybody because he's not a threat to anybody besides the center left apps. That's why. Not that anybody should target anybody for assassination or anything like that, of course. Qualify.
There's a lot of stuff to talk about here, right?
Oh, shit. Is he going to go hurt Kaya?
Right. And nobody's talking about those things. So he should have commissioned a new report, and he should have commissioned an actual expert.
Wow, Stoogie. Nice. Tier 5 gift.
To do their job right. And then we could be having a real discussion now about what actually went down. But instead, it's too perfect. It shows the incompetence of the people who work at the DNC. It also shows that they're liars who, covered their tracks every step.
By the way, what did I say? It doesn't technically prove my point, but I did say no matter what happens when this autopsy is released, everybody will complain about it. It's already completely fucked. Just letting you know, but...
the way instead of just telling the truth here. And it shows this hellscape of AI that's taking over where work is going to get more and more dreadful and, we stray further and further from the light of God. So crazy stuff here, man. But DNC Autopsy has been officially released. It's an absolute mess. Somebody was saying it appears like it's 192 pages. It appears like there's factual errors almost on every single page. Factual errors.
He doesn't talk about the unban anymore? What do you mean? He talks about it right now. Don't you see him?
And it's like, come on, man. It's mass incompetent.
Mark Raymond told travel executives over as well. How we watch.
He sent a text. He's waiting for Dan to respond.
On the other
hand,
politics. And so I read his statement and read his Substack and then looked at the report. He really don't. So look, this everyone
ready and Moot 50 exactly sports fans.
When do I get rebound?
That we 3K seeing 100,000 offers of pre-K and 3K to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. This was part of our announcement that we were adding 2,000 new 3K seats. Now, as part of these invitations that we are sending out to children across the city to be a part of this program, to their parents. We were also really proud of the investments we were actually able to make into these systems, which means that this time around, we saw that 85% of families received one of their
I also like how fucking nervous Hasan is, ignoring my stuff here, that like, I know, I soul read this guy, okay? I can just tell you everything that's going on in this guy's brain, okay? He has to stream on top of Mamdani to watch him because he's petrified that Mamdani could stream on Twitch and then outdo him in viewers, or some of his viewers would go to Mamdani because he has to make the argument to that campaign that Hasan is an essential part of them being on Twitch, and dwarfing them in viewers would go to that. Guaranteed. Otherwise, damn, how are you going to just fucking stream and watch and rebroadcast right on top of this dude? Sheesh!
top 3K choices.
Wait, somebody said I was already rebanned at this point. Is that true? I don't know what the timestamps are.
And what we saw is that the average commute for families, we cut that by 6 blocks. Now, 6 blocks may not sound like a lot to you and me, but if you're walking with a toddler,
Not yet.
6 blocks
As soon as he
is
smiles.
quite a bit of time. So we're very, very excited about this because we don't just want universal childcare to be something that's remarkable because of the fact that everyone can access it on a technical level. We also want it to be something that is easy for New Yorkers to be a part of, something that is in their own neighborhoods, something that they can look at and marvel at the quality of the instruction and say, this is a program that I want my 3-year-old, my 4-year-old, and this summer will start for the first time ever for your 2-year-olds as well with 2K. Now, the other thing that I wanted to flag for New Yorkers directly is that there are a number of New Yorkers who are at risk of losing their SNAP benefits. Now, this is going to start on June 1st due to new federal work requirements. In New York City, the group that is facing the highest risk of losing these SNAP benefits are 18 to 24-year-old men. So you are at highest risk if you are between the ages of
You're going to be able to tell
18
immediately.
and 64
What if I
years
miss
of
it?
age. If you do not have or live with a child who is under the age of 14, and if you do not have a medical exemption from work. This is one of the reasons why we want to communicate directly to New Yorkers about the fact that here is a moment where your SNAP benefits may be at risk, and we're looking to make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure that you can keep living in this city, that you can keep considering this city to actually be your home. Now, I've gone through a number of the things that we've been working through this week, and as you know, this is the first time that I've ever streamed or whatever it is that we would describe this as. So I wanted to make sure that we actually brought somebody on who was a little bit more fluent in the language of streaming and Twitch.
Wait, was that it? Wait, holy shit, no shot. I thought this would be some subtle fucking mind reading shit. Wait, was that?
Considering this city to actually be your home. Now, I've gone through a number of the things that we've been working through this week. And as you know, this is the first time that I've ever streamed or whatever it is that we would describe this as. So I wanted to make sure that we actually brought somebody on who was a little bit more fluent in the language of streaming and Twitch and everything else that comes with it. So please join me in welcoming New York City's very own Moose.
The next minute or two is him glowing.
How you doing, my man?
Thank you for having me, man. Thank you for having me. Chat, what's up? So that's chat right there. You know what I mean?
Chat.
So when you're talking to them, you got to refer them as chat, not like ladies and gentlemen.
Damn. I do. This is going to be my... I need cocaine or something, bro. I need to go on my fucking... What is the opposite of humility? My ego arc, okay? Because I want to say, I can't believe he's so fucking pressed about me. What the fuck? How is he so, like... Oh my god, thank god. Thank god he's still banned. But I know why. It's because... It's... Bro, I don't know if fucking... I'm psychotic. I know I'm experiencing psychosis. We're going to go back to that World War II book. This is Poland right now. You understand that, right? That Twitch is Poland? And we've got, like, the fucking Molotov Ribbentrop shit going on, like, right here. Where you've got Hasan on his side and Asmongold on the other side. And America's about to enter the war, like, fucking 5 years early. I don't know when we enter World War II compared to fucking Poland being split up. But, like, that's, like, what Hasan's like, oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Whew.
No, man, all the politics stuff aside.
There's no way it was 5 years. It's got to be shorter than that, right?
You got to have that swag. So it's like chat, you know.
So it's like, what's going on, chat?
What's going on, chat? You know what I mean? So that's step one. Step two, what's actually cool about you being a Twitch live streamer now is you can communicate with
Ish. Okay.
with the people and talk to the people one-on-one, which I love. So it gives them that one-on-one connection with you. And we can answer the people's questions straight off the bat.
Well, I actually got a question for you first.
Okay.
When was the first time that you streamed? Is that how you described it?
Yeah, streamed.
Streamed.
Yeah,
Right.
so streaming started to become popular, I would say about a year ago.
Okay.
So
I'm Polish and it's fucking offensive, brother. What I just said? You want to see some real Polish hate? Damn, this is 2 years old even.
That Russia and China have quietly infiltrated parts of our infrastructure systems. They haven't done anything with that. But
Bro, the only country that unironically takes a fat W in all of this is Poland, because they don't know how to use computers. Like, there's only one computer in the country, and many people don't even know how to use it. So therefore, they are so not susceptible to cyber warfare. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. So who's the real winner in this global cyber war after all? That's right, Kurwa, Poland.
they're probably there. At least that's what a lot of analysts and experts think. And that we have probably done the same to them. And that we're all just sitting there with our little time bombs put in.
Poland has one computer and it's running at all times, and it's actually running to make the CD the next.
I think it was a clip compilation of this, but if you didn't know, for the Marxist-Leninist types, for the ML types, people hate Eastern Europe. Is it a tanky thing to hate Poles? Yes. Remember, ML types, the idea is that World War II was basically solo won by the Soviets, and you know this because they suicided most people, okay? America kind of sort of helped, but not really. But the Soviets did all the work, and a lot of the evil Eastern European people were like working with Nazis because they were trying to fend off the Soviet heroes that were trying to lead Europe into salvation. So obviously, if you were an Eastern European country and you had to live in the Soviet bloc, you fucking hated it. There's a reason why when the Soviet Union collapsed, all of them left and nobody wanted to go back. So these guys fucking hate Eastern Europeans. They fucking hate them. They hate them. But that's where that attitude comes from. Right, here is a compilation video. 42 seconds.
This is a phenomenally rare Polish W, okay? Like, unimaginably rare. I mean, he's Polish, so obviously he doesn't know how to do math, so that's probably why that happened. Speaking of very stupid, Poland. A Polish man figured out how to work a fire extinguisher? You're really gonna fucking act like that's not impressive? Come on. The only country that unironically takes a fat W in all of this is Poland, because they don't know how to use computers. Like, there's only one computer in the country, and many people don't even know how to use it. So therefore, they are so not susceptible to cyber warfare. It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
I want to ask a question without everyone getting mad. Why has Russia been evil for like 200 years? I know that's overly simple, but you get what I mean. So I think the big issue is that there's two things at play here, okay, that triggers everybody. The first is that America is just a better country than maybe every country. We are the best country. We are. We just are, okay? However, that has nothing to do with America as being like a good people or whatever the fuck else. It was just like, imagine everybody's been playing an RPG for, I don't know, 5,000, 10,000 years, and all of a sudden you get the opportunity to take everything you've learned, all of your levels and everything, and you get to re-roll that in a brand new map with nobody else really to contest your dominance of it. You get to take all of the lessons from democracy, from Roman Greece. You get to take all of the lessons in revolution and war from across Europe. You get to take all the lessons from the legal systems and the concept of the Magna Carta and common law throughout all of England. And you get to apply all of that to build a new country. And then you get to conquer an entire continent where you have like no rush, 20 years because people can't sail fucking aircraft carriers across the ocean or whatever. Like, America just had the ability, like, our geography is just such a benefit. So we got to say, fuck the rest of the world, because people aren't constantly here. We don't have the messy history that Europeans have, right? We, for better or for worse, we're all Americans. It's not like we're all looking at each other with thousands of years of animosity towards each other. And then our distance from everybody else, the fact that we're not getting fucked up massively in like these world wars, it just has benefited America so much. So we have this massive advantage over the rest of the world, largely unearned, I think is fair to say. And then we've done decently with it. But when you say that like Russia has been evil for 200 years, like, I don't know if there's a single evil country or a country that's been evil ever, you know? Like, I'm sure, I don't know fuck all that much about Russian history, so hopefully I'm not completely wrong. But my guess is the czars and the, not imperial Russia, the, the monarchy in Russia, what's the word I'm looking for? But before, Lenin and all them fucking overthrew, probably were genuinely shitty people, right? The czarists or whatever, they probably suck shit. That revolution was probably something that I imagine the common man in Russia probably wanted. And then them trying to build whatever fucking thing that came next was probably what they thought was their idea of the next best thing. And then fucking this is like the story of like most countries. It's very rare that a country is like, we're just going to be evil right now. Like, usually people have reasons. Again, I don't know fuck all about Russian history, but that would be my rough guess. The Tsar was much better than his supporters. Isn't there like I don't know if it comes from that, but isn't there like a saying for that? What am I thinking of? Isn't there like a saying is it in Russian or is it something else where it's like, it's not the leader, it's his right-hand man or whatever. What am I thinking of? Oh yeah. No bad Tsar, only bad boyars. Essentially that's what that means, right? Like, the leader's not bad, it's just the people around him or something. This is a Russian phrase referring to a political phenomenon in which positive actions taken by the government are viewed as the result of the leader, while negative actions taken by the government are viewed as being caused by lower-level bureaucrats unbeknownst to the leader. Originating from the Russian Empire, the term has since been used to refer to the leaders of the Soviet Union and post-Soviet Russia Federation, particularly during the rule of Vladimir Putin. That's the excuse a lot of Republican senators give for Trump. They never say Trump made a bad decision or is bad. They always say that he's been given bad advice or something. Sure. Is there a compilation of all the things Asmongold has said on Twitch and not been banned for? You should play that. Well, the problem is that, like, listen, there's movement. Just chill. We'll just wait and see what happens, all right? Movement is good. There's motion. Motion is good. How can anything you say be labeled extremely hateful conduct when Asmon is not banned on their platform? Yeah, but I feel like if you were to push on that lever the most, then the only thing they would do is they would just ban Asmongold, which is probably the worst case scenario. Is it 100% confirmed? It was due to your comment regarding that trans person that got you banned. I mean, there's no like official Twitch confirmation, and they never really linked a clip. But I believe that there was something in the I don't know if it was a Twitch data leak or something that showed there was a mark on my account, and that it was for that. I think there was even a comment there saying that it probably wasn't super serious, but like it was still a bad comment or something. I don't know. I'd have to go and see it. it is kind of crazy if you consider what I was permabanned for, given my history on the platform, and then given what's okay there. But yeah. But yeah, it's probably more just that's the paperwork, the excuse that they give or whatever. Yeah, I think this was supposed to be the clip. Warning, this is pretty crazy. Okay, I do totally and completely disavow what I said here. And if you are a trans person, I am very apologetic, okay? I was super out of pocket with this, okay? Your one-on-one voice trans debates lately have gone well, don't cancel. It's just not worth it. What an ironic comment I made too. Your one-on-one voice trans debates lately have gone well, don't cancel. It's just not worth it. That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's too, the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it. I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Do you actually disavow this? No, because it's pretty obvious if you listen to the stream. What I'm talking about is the crazy, like, the crazy activist trans community on Twitter that was targeting me. I'm still not actually sure what for. It was, I have to go back and check, but there was that guy, he was in Hutch's stream, right? The one that was crying for Hutch not to talk to me. And then he told Keffels that I was shit-talking her, and I'd never even heard of her before. Like, not like trying to lil bro anybody or anything, but like, I'd never had any interaction with this before. And then they started shit-talking me, and then I think I saw it and I made a comment. And this was around the time that, I was arguing a lot of the transport stuff, because I mean, I'm sorry, I still have this vision. Like, the whole idea of, like, trans and cis athletes playing together is just fucking stupid. Past, like, the high school level, this is a stupid just perspective to have. But that was a lot of my debates back then. And then we were just, dude, I had so many crazy debates. I think the worst thing was that, what was the craziest one I had? Somebody was trying to convince me that, like, men and women on average didn't even have that big of a difference in, like, average strength or something, or when you average it all, it was about that. They were just, like, the claims made, it was just a wild time, okay? It was a wild time on Twitch to debate trans stuff. Jesus. Do you think this was used as an excuse around the time / when do you think it became a convenient point to keep you from the platform? So, I mean, the things that I know are that Hasan really doesn't like me to share space with him. I'm super threatening to this guy. And that's come out now multiple times, so that's not a conspiracy for me to say that. I think Ethan admitted as much when Hasan left the show, that you could never mention me by name. I think a few people have said that he's been on their show, or people that have come into his room for stream have said, like, oh, the guy that I can't mention or whatever, right? So, like, he tells people this. And then after the Rittenhouse thing, I think especially Twitch was trying to, like, mark me for deletion. I think that's why they unpartnered me, because once you're unpartnered, my guess is you probably lose all legal claim to, like, litigation, like what Phantom Lord did. That's my guess. I feel like there was another tweet for this, but I don't remember. You guys wanted some evidence on the Destiny thing. Here you go, slightly redacted. Oh my god. Handling any suspension appeals. Oh, there was a certain Twitch employee. Handling any suspension appeals for this enforcement. All of my suspension appeals went right to this person. Although I don't think this person works there anymore. But that's okay. We'll just... chillax. this. Stop. Okay. Is this true? Is there peace? Al Arabia. A final U.S. Iran deal has been reached. Immediate ceasefire, free passage through the Strait of Hormuz, gradual sanctions relief, and negotiations on outstanding issues. Oh my God. How come Hasan can call Jews inbred 24/7 and not get banned? You gotta not look at the. This is not like a TOS or community guidelines related thing. This is a. We've left that world. Okay, we're in the Trump world now. Okay. It's not about what you know. It's about who you know. Wait. Wait. Senior Iranian source, no deal has been reached yet, but gaps have narrowed. Uh-oh. This tweet was why markets dropped, by the way.
You've been outspoken about the coordinated campaigns that you say are driving MAGA accounts and influencers online. You've done these TikTok videos that have...
Are you watching the Pod Save America cover the recent DNC chairman autopsy? Maybe. Well, I think I'd probably want to read it first. Depending on how much of a slog it is, we'll see.
Gone viral, exposing some of the chats with some of your receipts. Just to be clear, what is the accusation here for people who are not following you on TikTok? Is it that MAGA influencers, the people you see on Twitter, the people who are pundits on cable news, they are all in one chat and they are getting specific talking points sent to them by Caroline Leavitt and the White House?
Well, there's not just one chat. There's multiple chats that they operate in. And these chats also have, some are just sequestered to large MAGA influencers in which they send these paid campaigns. Others have members of the administration. Others have, the Trump children. And they coordinate this messaging and react to things in real time. Here's how we respond or don't respond to any given issue at any given time. They also have the paid campaigns in which messaging is pushed out. And it is very much coordinated through both paid messaging and just wanting to be in the club and not be ostracized.
Were you in these chats yourself? You've seen this firsthand?
Yes. Yes, those screenshots are from me. I was in these chats.
And these chats are not just, lower level freaks. These are big names of the conservative media machine.
Members of Congress, members of the administration, people at the White House, people with the last name Trump.
Would someone like a Tucker Carlson have been in there until recently?
Tucker would not have been in something like this. He doesn't really use social media.
But you mentioned, for example, the Trump children. You're talking about Don and Eric are in these chats, getting right into what the talking point should be.
I was in one in which Eric was in one, yes.
And who's in charge of all this? You say coordinated. Like, who is the person pulling all the strings?
So members of the administration, people like James Blair, who run messaging for the admin and the White House and the campaign. And there's also people who run these consulting houses, these right-wing consulting houses that push a lot of this out because they have some plausible deniability and they can hide the money. So once the money goes from the campaign to the consulting house, they can then distribute it to the influencers and it's not on any FEC report.
So what you're basically saying is, when I see a MAGA person online take any position, my starting point should be, is this really his position or did it come from...
Are you in any secret group chats? I wish. Or supposedly I am.
The White House. Is this really his position or was he paid for it?
Correct.
How much do you get paid for these things?
It depends on the influencer. Some people will get more of these paid campaigns because they lower their rates and, they're the lowest rate around. But they can go from anywhere from a couple $100s to thousands of dollars for these tweets.
I can get a MAGA influencer to tweet stuff I want for a couple of $100, like a cameo.
Oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Oh, wow. Now I'm getting all sorts of ideas, which I shouldn't have.
Is Ateo good? Sorry, or is it slopulism? I mean, how do I say this? Mehdi, I think, is a populist slopulist, but he's like sincere at least. So like, for what that's worth, like to me, Mehdi Hasan is like Bernie Sanders. So like, I feel like he's kind of like a populist, but he doesn't use it as like a covert subversive vehicle for like Marxist-Leninist stuff, which I appreciate. Well, at least so far. But Mehdi might also be like Ben Shapiro on the Daily Wire. Like, I used to think that the Daily Wire, I even argue in my chat, I don't think the Daily Wire is like super far right. I think they're probably like center right. But that's because my entire impression of the Daily Wire was just built off of Ben Shapiro. And I didn't realize that Ben Shapiro was undoubtedly the furthest left person on the Daily Wire. I wasn't aware at the time of how fucking insane Matt Walsh was, or how out of her mind Candace Owens was, or how fucking weird and far right Matt or Michael Knowles was. I just assumed that like Ben was the ideological center of the Daily Wire, not the furthest left person on that platform. So maybe Mehdi is like the only sane person on Zotea and the rest of the people are fucking crazy. I'm not sure.
This is the most flagrantly, staggeringly, obscenely corrupt thing that Trump has ever done in office. I have in my hand what purports to be the settlement of Trump's
Jesus Christ.
claims against the IRS for the disclosure of his tax agreements. That is a lie. That is a fraud on the American people. What Trump is doing here is creating an illegal fund of billions of dollars to pay out.
It's not illegal if they do it and nobody says no, I guess? I don't know.
Whomever he chooses, including and especially the traitors who breached the Capitol and tried to overturn the election to turn it over in Trump's favor. My blood is boiling. This is a new low for this administration. And this is an administration that has been rife with corruption and illegality.
So, Mehdi, does DG approve slopulism? No, I don't like populism. Somebody sent me a good email today that about the thing that I talk about, how people are trying to undermine everything all the time. And he said the word I'm looking for is cynicism. And then he said that cynicism is the root of populism, which I actually agree with. It's the core of populism, which I think is probably why I don't like it so much. Yeah.
But this is probably the worst thing that they have done so far. Now, suffice to say, the president cannot take taxpayer money and give it to whomever he wants. But this unbelievably, ironically named anti-weaponization fund is exactly that. He's going to pay out his friends, his family, and domestic terrorists. And that's just who we know about. I'm frankly running out of adjectives. This is theft. This is corruption. This is treason. If he gets away with this, there are simply no more limits, at least with respect to what Trump can do with taxpayer money. If he can pay out billions with a B to his cronies without any real oversight, I don't know, are we done as a country? At best, this is Orban-esque. But this is frankly verging into Putin territory. And of course, the corruption cherry on top of the corruption.
What? Hello?
Oh, you can hear me. Cool. Yeah, I just came on to, well, mainly to plug the pragmatic papers. We had a pretty good edition out this week. So
cool.
All right.
I will click
it.
it.
This is a good time. Yeah, so I put an article out. I had an interview with Dylan Burns about trackukraine.com, which I encourage every listener, every watcher to support and to use. And it basically outlines every representative in the US, especially coming up to the midterms, and their position on Ukraine. So it's a traffic light system. Are you aware of Track Ukraine already?
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, I mean, I learned from him. It was quite interesting to see that there's a lot of questionable Democrat politicians out there. So there's a bit more about that in the article, and also Dylan's passion for Ukraine. There's there's always the statistics and the economics behind these things, right? But then there's the experience that people have, the human side of things, and Dylan's incredibly good at portraying the emotional, the absolute trauma that the Ukrainians are going through right now. And that alone should be a reason to support Ukraine. So I think it's fantastic what he's doing, and yeah, It was a real honor to interview him.
Cool, awesome.
Yeah, so there's a few other articles. I don't know if you have it up.
Yep.
I'll also get it up again. Yeah, there was another one. I was just skim reading it on, and it's not actually got an image, but it's a nice article on yes, Taylor Lorenz is right, and it really overlaps with something you seem to often say is really important, and I completely agree with you in terms of media legislation and platform legislation, because, I mean, you believe that Dems should do something quite, that should be one of their priorities, right, when they get into power.
For what kind of legislation?
Well, for like the responsibilities of platforms in terms of what the content is in their platforms, and in terms of the quality of information that's being shared with the public.
Yeah. There definitely has to be something done. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, there's this. I was just reading about this Section 230. So it's the Communications Act of 1934. And it was updated in the 1990s. And in a nutshell, the platforms are liable for content, but not for design. So that doesn't include the algorithmic aspect of how they basically create these bubbles in our societies. Yeah, so she was arguing that we need to build on this, and we shouldn't allow these companies to hide behind the limitations of Section 230, and we need to strengthen it. I think it's quite a good recommendation in terms of something practical that the Dems could do in power.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, it's also something actually I want to expand on in my own research, because as you know, I've got this statistical physics background, and that's a lot to do with networks and structures, and pattern formation that can occur in these structures. So you can also look at polarization, for example, in a political, like if people's views on a social media site, because it's also a network. So it's something actually I wouldn't mind applying my knowledge to, because I think it's one of completely agree with you. I think it's one of the most critical things, not just for Dems, but also in Europe,
sure.
If we want a democracy still. So that was a pretty nice article. And then I also wrote another article about Keir Starmer's situation. Well, not so much a situation, but just looking at the potential candidates if there's a leadership race. So, I mean, you're quite a fan of Keir Starmer, right? I mean, you read out quite a nice...
For the little bit of like Labour stuff I know in the UK, yeah.
Yeah, and you read out actually quite an interesting perspective of, I guess he was also a Brit. He emailed you, and it's like about a week ago, you read something out on the stream. So, and I think he probably his position was that it's all about comms. And I think it's definitely a big part of Starmer's problem. But the issue is the damage is already done now. And I don't really see how he's going to make much of a comeback. But it isn't just that as well. So I don't know if I mean, this is, you know, there's lots of things happening, so you probably haven't heard about this, but they've just put more sanctions on Russia for Russian oil, which should have been there months ago. So, I mean, they're already dragging their heels a bit, but, you know, a lot of countries are. And then some of that, they made some exceptions before passing the law. So it wasn't that they reversed some of the sanctions, but they simply didn't implement as many sanctions. And it was so badly communicated. I mean, I myself believed that they were reversing sanctions, which is a terrible thing to do right now. And it's still pretty bad what they did, but there was just there was this radio silence about this, and really feeds into that aspect of how bad can their comms be. And in this day and age...
Well, I mean, to be fair, you're trying to balance like a moral issue with an economic one, right? Like, sanctioning Russian energy is a moral issue, but if your people are all hardcore motivated by inflation and economics, like, you're asking people in an economy that's been struggling for the last decade to eat another bullet, basically, for higher energy costs, right? So, I mean, that's probably a challenging balancing act, especially when the opposition party is fucking Russian bought and paid for now, and who are not desiring to probably put any of these sanctions on and don't give a fuck where the energy comes from, would be my guess.
Yeah, but the point being is if they'd already implemented the sanctions and then reversed them, that would be arguably worse than if they weren't implemented in the first place, right?
From an economic perspective, my guess is they're just trying to find whatever pressure relief they can get.
Yeah, sure, but I mean from a moral perspective, I mean it depends if you want to. You can always reverse reversing things is difficult, right? The point being is that it was miscommunicated, or it was so poorly communicated that newspapers were publishing this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was omnipresent that they were simply reversing previously implemented sanctions, and that isn't true. They just stalled and postponed. They've clearly made it out that it's postponed some of the sanctions around aviation fuel, for example, to try and reduce the inflation caused by the oil crisis and the impending oil crisis, because even if the war ends tomorrow, I mean, you're reading this out in the stream before about, some kind of deal, but even a deal now, it's not going to feed through for a while. There's like a delayed effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I understand the economic arguments. I understand why they were doing it, but they didn't communicate what they were actually doing well enough, because, as I say, all these papers were writing, I think even on the BBC it was presented, that they're reversing implemented sanctions that already been implemented. Which is
I can't speak to the British media environment. If it's anything at all, and the way that Farage is treated, it feels similar-ish, but I don't know if it's as bad as the U.S. media environment. But if it's anywhere near the U.S. environment, for the U.S. environment, the right's messaging are the media platforms. The right has never been criticized in the United States of America on the media. The media does the messaging for the right. I'd be curious if in the United Kingdom, if it's similar-ish to where, you say that, the papers are attacking Starmer over their lack of messaging. I wonder if it's a similar type of setup where the whatever your Labour in the UK has no messaging beyond, because all the media is also kind of semi-hostile towards them. And then when the right gets into power, they have all their bullshit.
I mean, the BBC is a bit questionable for sure, because they've had Farage on way too much, especially before he had any power. He was, because he was this controversial figure and got views. But I mean, I'd say The Guardian has been a pretty good paper. There are still kind of left-leaning
sure, but when you say good paper, in your mind, good paper is like a paper that is critically analyzing the facts and giving the readers a good...
Yeah, exactly, good faith analysis.
How much media comes out of, of all the media in the UK, how much media do you guys consume that comes out of that building that I did the Piers Morgan show in? What is it called? Is it the Times building? Am I making that up? That has Sun and all the other tabloids or whatever? How much of the media is consumed by people in Britain that is just right-wing slop? Maybe it's not that much. I'm legitimately asking. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean... I have to be careful about my own bias, right? And also the circles that I know. And I mean, when you look at the numbers, you are right. A lot of this right-wing slop is just eaten up.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also this kind of more subtle, the Times can be a bit like that, where it's a bit more subtle because it's a bit more highbrow, and then it looks a little bit more neutral, and it often is.
Sure.
But that can be sometimes the worst case, because the Sun newspaper, we know roughly where it stands, and even a lot of the readers, even though they're taken a bit by it, they kind of can preempt that, whereas some of the centre right stuff can be the worst. And I mean, the BBC has become this, and it's one of these frustrating things that's been happening, right? In many respects, politics has been moving rightwards, and then people on the right complaining it's moving leftwards, and it's becoming believed.
Yeah.
Right. Musk goes on about this every week, and it's the same thing with the media itself, right? And the BBC it's kind of shocking, really. I mean, it's also in a difficult position. I think a lot of the reasons for it were under the last Tory government. It was scared for its existence. They were literally threatening the existence of the BBC. And so the BBC was just trying to fall in line with the Tory party. And I don't think that's really left, because to do that, you have people in place in that structure who follow that line. So there's no resistance in management. And I think they're still there, frankly. And that leaves a rightward slant. And yeah, and I don't even know if they're aware of it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But so I think it's a fair point. I think it's only you can only do so much with your comms if in a given media landscape, right? And the Dems have the same problem in the US.
Yeah.
But I still don't think it's quite as extreme as the US.
Sure.
With Fox News, I think it's just insane. But the trajectory is not great. But the other thing is, I mean. So there's only so much you can do with the actions as well, right? So if you make mistakes as a government or a party in waiting, this is also an issue. And I do think, I mean, there was the issue with Corbyn, right? I mean, I don't like Corbyn's politics, and he's gone so.
Oh no, Corbyn again.
Oh,
Hello.
Hey, Anna.
Just as I fear, the Russian twat waffle is discussed.
I thought you were the voice in my
guys,
head,
I
then I
just-
realized. Yeah, sorry.
No Corbyn here. Stop. Anyway, guys, I just want to say hello and thank you very much for the fundraiser stuff. I don't know if Steven is like battling battles right now, so I don't expect him to know. But I posted basically a fundraiser for the first time in a very long time. And for the car for the 43rd Brigade. And like I went to work, I got back, and it was done. So one day basically time.
Nice.
Yes, and I tagged you like on Twitter and stuff, and I'm doing that now all the time, like not just like saying GGG, but like actually tagging like also digital game guys and also like your name and shit, because I want to flex on them haters basically. So yeah, just wanted to share the good news and thank everyone, and I will be doing the exact same thing as always, as I used to, I guess. And meet up with Zhenya when he buys the car, and he's my friend who is in 43rd Brigade. And then we will show everyone. And also, a little bit, I am doing a very cool thing.
Oh.
So soon I will, show it, and then I will after Trumpistan. And yeah, that's with 43rd Brigade. It's not a weapon, don't worry. They were like, we want to send him something. I'm like, okay, and it was like, so how about a deactivated mine? I'm like, no.
Wait, hold on.
No.
And
then he was like, how about a shell for?
Okay. We
Yeah.
missed like probably 70% of that, I think.
What?
I think you're getting a present.
I don't know why. Weird.
Try again. It was.
Yeah, you
try
are.
it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. It was just lagging, like your internet was like doing weird things. So, but I think it should be okay.
It's because shit. Sorry, it's because of the drones attacking now. We have like this anti-drone field, and it's fucking up with the internet.
Convenient excuse.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's actually truth. Yeah. But anyway, if anyone, you shouldn't bug me about bugging. You people fucking can't use their mic when they call you. Okay.
Yeah, true. No,
I'm
that's
better
true.
than
That's
like
true. That's
90% of retards over there. Okay, so don't come for me. Anyway, I was talking about cute present for you, that personalized for you and DGG that I'm gonna get from 43rd Brigade.
Okay.
And then send it to you in the U.S. of A. Trumpistan,
Gotcha.
whatever you want to call it.
Cool.
Okay?
Okay, cool. All right.
Yes. And then the boys were like, should we send him a deactivated mine? And I'm like, no. They will not allow it in the U.S. Postal Service, okay? He was like, okay, then a tank shell. I'm like, no. He was like, part of the Molnia drone win? I'm like, no. And then he was like, a Russian corpse? I'm like, no. So it's received. Don't worry about that one. So completely safe. He will not be accused of being an international terrorist supporter or anything like that. Okay.
Cool.
Leave that to Hasan.
They're making key rings and stuff from blown up Russian tanks, right, in Ukraine.
Oh, they make all sorts of shit from like weapons and like orc equipment, like helmets and like all those shit. But I want it to be, clean and nice. So it's gonna be that way. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it, really.
All right.
Anyway.
Well, thanks for.
Congratulations again. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. How's your fight going, by the way, Destiny, with the whole fucking thing? Like,
One
are
battle
they
after
about
another.
to be
Just-
exposed?
Well, we're getting there. Hopefully my court case
You
over.
know I hate that movie, right?
Yeah. Hopefully my case is over in 2 weeks, and then I can do it all then. But that's what we're waiting for. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
I want to see all that. Like you. Yeah. But...
Sorry, I was just going to finish
Yeah,
off. Otherwise, I didn't want to finish off on this Corbyn note. My point was going to be that it kind of created this Green Party that's like a pain in the ass in the UK right now.
Now you lagging out.
And Yeah, and I also don't, relating to Ukraine, I really don't know where they stand on Ukraine. Like before, when Polanski first came to the leadership, he was supportive of arming Ukraine, because of course you have to be careful about them saying, "Oh, I support Ukraine," but they don't actually mean in any meaningful sense. And now it's come out because it turned out he was a Liberal Democrat until 2017, and so he was supporting the Tory Lib coalition. But it reminds me of things Destiny mentioned before in terms of popularism and this cultish behavior. Like none of the Greens will say anything bad about him. He even says bad things, like he even criticizes himself, and yet the supporters just aren't able to do that. So it really is like a developing of a far left cult in the UK right now. And so that's.
I mean, as long as you're not as bad as Ireland, anything can go, to be honest. But also, I heard a little bit of your speaking about the why people, don't want to do that proper sanctions and shit like that. And I mean, it's quite clear why. I mean, people just don't give that much of a fuck. I mean, they care more about the prices, and
I think Starmer
they feel
really
like they're living in the times that are incredibly.
No, I think Starmer genuinely cares about Ukraine.
Starmer, yeah, but sure, but he also has to. Macron caught a lot of shit. He just, needs to understand what is going on in his country. His main opponent was Le Pen, and a Russian stooge, who got insane number of support in France. So you can't really just, be like, rah, yeah, Ukraine, let's go, sanction the fuck out of Russia, Ukraine first energy, basically. Obviously, you can't do that. That would be cool. But we could use that support, but, you have to be realistic.
Yeah, but I think
lose elections to fucking people like Le Pen or Farage or whatever the fuck else.
For
right?
sure. I mean, because then it will be worse for Ukraine as well in the future if Farage gets in position. Yeah.
The reality is that if you want anything to happen with regards to sanctions, what the actual failure, I would argue, is the United States is you need you have to have a leader that tells everybody this is what we're gonna fucking do, and if you don't do it, you're fucked, right? That's the issue. And so if there's not strong leadership from the top, it would be America. Then it doesn't make sense for any individual country. Like if you're the UK and you want to sanction oil, I mean you can, but ultimately you're not really gonna have much of an impact on Russia's economy. Everybody else is gonna be fuck you over even harder, and it's well, what the fuck is the point? So without a top-down leader to tell everybody to do it, you're kind of fucked. Yeah.
I mean, the EU itself could also, from von der Leyen, have a unifying factor, but of course the UK is not part of the EU anymore. So this is also really annoys me that they go after, the Tories are going after Starmer. Boris Johnson was tweeting about this. I'm thinking, you're Mr. Brexit. You gave the biggest possible gift to Russia, and I mean, I know
and they kind of do a little better, right?
I mean, he couldn't have done more for Russia and give them Brexit. So they can't complain about the situation, because that is now, as you're saying, Destiny, that we need a unifying, even without the US, right? As Europe, we need to do things in a unified manner, and it's now harder because Britain isn't part of the EU. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely a factor.
The fuck out. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but your shit is pretty fucked.
Well, I'm gonna go there. I'm not gonna annoy you with my lagging shit.
That's okay. We love you. We're glad you got your donation goal reached, and I'm excited for my deactivated mind on the top of a Russian corpse tied to an active bomb that's going to blow me up, and that's what I'm waiting for. Okay?
I promise. I promise. It's gonna be chill. It's gonna be chill. Yeah, you're gonna
I'm gonna be standing next to the package, and it's gonna fly open like the back of that Russian truck when you guys did the drone attack. I'm just gonna watch it fly off into the fucking Miami sunset.
You have enough of terrorism, okay? You have enough of people swatting your ass and all sorts of things. It's gonna be cute. It's gonna be chill. A little bit of appreciation, much needed. That's gonna be cute, I swear.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, anyway, yeah, bye-bye. Mm-hmm.
Have fun, be careful.
Speaking of doxing and swatting and stuff, I saw some of the debate yesterday, but I just can't understand. If you go on that site, it's really obvious it's a doxing site, right? Or a site to gain people's information. This LOL site. That they were saying they didn't understand what it was.
Yeah, Quayman is just retarded. They're all retarded. It is what it is. But all right, I got a lot of shit I got to cover today. You have any other news or thoughts for us?
Not particularly. Chud check out the pragmatic papers. We got some more interviews coming up as well, and also more on stuff relating to drones and drone warfare. Yeah, it's really developing. It's really, and also the formatting. If anyone hasn't been on recently, like it's clearer to read. It's just more intriguing. So yeah, that's all I had really.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll link it in chat again.
Cool.
Be careful.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay. Where were we? Our Trump slush fund.
This is Orban-esque, but this is frankly verging into Putin territory. And of course, the corruption cherry on top of the corruption sundae is that Trump is personally ending and forbaying all audits and suits into his businesses and his family's finances. Oh, and the government is issuing him an apology as well. Wonderful. Now we're talking about this as if it is a legal settlement to the claims that he had against the government that he has control over. But it is not. This is not a settlement.
Fuck. I'm trying not to... We're doing a lot of drama, okay? I'm trying to have this drama going for days and days. Are you going to recap the Doobie CP stuff from the VC last night / this morning? I think there are recordings floating out there. It's just one of the conspiracies that people spread about me is that like the second I found out this girl that was involved in my lawsuit was underage, the moral and upstanding citizen thing to do would have been I needed to go to the FBI, give them a whole bunch of CSAM and say, here, FBI, like I think you guys need to investigate all of this stuff because I want to be a good Samaritan. Like it's like the most retarded thing in the universe, okay? I tried asking Doobie a couple examples of like, would you ever do this? And like, Doobie was saying that I think the example I said is if you have a friend who gives you like a ton of shit and it ends up being like a bunch of drugs or something, and then you realize that it's a bunch of drugs, like would you take all of these drugs to the cops and go, hey cops, I have like kilos of cocaine or whatever, I just want to like give this to you and let you know that like there's a bad guy out there, but I didn't actually want any of it, but he just gave it to me. Like it was just like the most fucking retarded thing. It's just like they invent like all of these stupid fucking hypotheticals to run down. And then the issue that I have is that Doobie will spend, like I just jumped into the beginning of stream, Doobie was also in that Discord server this morning talking about me, and he was in that Discord server last night talking about me. Doobie spends hours and hours and hours and hours and hours like in all these servers talking about me. I think I'm probably for the first time, I'm close to this. I have to think about it a little bit more tonight, but for the first time, I think I'm probably going to fucking enforce a no contact thing, but I don't know if it's going to mean like cutting out like Whick or Connor or whatever else, but I might just cut people out who still allow Doobie to go to their servers and talk about me being a pedophile or whatever for hours and hours and hours, because it's not just that too. Like I've heard him make this argument multiple times, and he was doing it again this morning to where Doobie argues that like if I'm in favor of doxing or unmasking certain people, Jesus, hold on. Okay, sorry, never mind. If I'm in favor of like doxing or unmasking certain people because I think that this identity is relevant, I don't think this person should be able to do something for 20 fucking months of stalking me and completely be able to walk away from it and like there's no identity, it's just like a faceless person. I think that's fucking crazy, right? His argument is that, well, couldn't one of these people whose names that you uncover, couldn't they have like a family? And if that person has a family, you're basically doxing a family, which means that you're basically creating a world where I think it would actually be permissible to dox my son and his mom. Like he's around here making these arguments.
Permission structure for people to fuck with Nathan, to fuck with his mom, and I don't agree with that, to be clear. Which is why I don't think any of it should be happening. But I just want to be clear, like if that is what the world that he is creating, like I don't think he has any ground to complain about it.
Wait, so first there's like two things here. It's just like whenever like we're talking about some like unhinged person's behavior, you're always pointing out like, well, but Destiny did this, and then it doesn't even seem that equivocal. Where did Destiny tell you it's okay to dox people's families, children, or any of that? Like it's such a loose connection where this guy is like directly saying like, hey, it's okay to like it's okay to like target if you get, or what you're saying is basically by Destiny standards, it's by Destiny standard it is okay for people to attack his son. Because if you're like involved or in their people's peripheries,
anybody connected to him.
That does not. There is a very, very like reasonable like assumption that doesn't mean like they're 14-year-old kid or anything like that.
Wait, why? So the issue is that he's putting these people in danger, right? So I'm sure East West Batman has a family. I'm sure JSOC has a family. Queeman has a family. He stalks both of them. I'm sure Wicked Supreme has a family. And any internet community is going to have crazy fucking people in it. right? And some of these people have reported that that they've been harassed at work.
No, they haven't. That's a fucking lie, and he knows it.
Their employees have been called. Their family members have been called. They've been tracked down on
This has all happened to me, by the way, and is still happening to me, by the way. But okay.
Facebook and fucked with their friends. Like in Destiny, by encouraging his community to target and attack those people in the real world, has made all that happen. I think he's encouraged this to happen, and he's even complained that this community hasn't gone further. So I don't understand why would say he's like somehow drawn some clear line around family members. He just hasn't. He said anybody connected to these people is fair game.
Anybody connected to these people, like the people that are actively involved in these servers that are harassing every single person, not their fucking children.
Well, aren't you like making the same point? It's just like, well, if you're going to be like involved in
there's like 30 seconds left of
these like doxing wars or anything like that, then you're fair game as well. Like that's the same thing.
No, my position is that if this is the world he's creating, like what
the world he's creating.
Also, listen to they're doing the child adult thing again as well, right? Where they have no choice but to react this way. Maybe they're just going to dox my child and his mom, and that's all they can do. But like all of the agency is somehow on my end. Keep in mind also that this whole thing is a one-sided obsession. The microsecond these people stop obsessively talking about me, like it's done. I don't care. Like what? Like I'm not going to spend all my stream digging through these fucking servers and go through all these psychotic people. Like I don't care. I don't need to. I don't want to. I don't want anything to do with this. So like all of this is on them.
Online spaces doxing is off limits. It's like a taboo. You don't do it, and if you do it, you get like ostracized.
Except clearly that wasn't the case. But yeah. The issue is that fuck, what was I saying? Oh, another weird thing on top of this, I tweeted this out earlier. I don't know if there's a way to find out the answer to this, is that Doobie donates thousands of dollars to all of these streamers. And then he goes into these rooms and he's just there constantly for hours and hours every single fucking day talking about me. It's
like their Discord rooms?
Yes, yeah, voice chats for hours. That's why that fucking Dickers dude yesterday, when I asked him about it, because I have, people will send me sometimes, like, here's a 7-hour recording from Justico's room where they're talking about how you're a rapist. Or here's like here's a 5-hour recording from Pisco's voice chat where Justico and some people are talking about how you abused Anna. Or here's a 6-hour recording of Kelly Jean and these other people in Counterpoints voice chat. Like, it's just like, what, like at all hours of the day, they're in these voice chats talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's crazy. But like,
you're like their special interest.
Yeah, seriously. But then it's like that, and then on top of that, the money aspect is just really, really, really fucking weird. Because Doobie is donating.
Basically like paying creators and shit.
Yeah, I wish I asked Doobie yesterday, and he was like, I don't even know if I've done like $1,000 a year, but I'm pretty sure he donated $1,000 just on the night that Pisco was debating me. Yeah. So help me understand. They have an issue with you doing the thing they're doing to you. No, they're just obsessed with me, and now like the political stuff has all come into alignment too. So they've got like that power. It's just fucking so cringe. After donating $3,000 to Whick, I will never watch or donate when you have Destiny on your platform. This is trying to pressure people to blacklist you. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. So I think what I'm thinking about it, but I'm probably going to blacklist any streamer that still has Doobie in the Discord, and then I'm just going to start to cut off that. I figure also post-lawsuit, I'll have other opportunities available to me as well, and I just don't need to have anything to do with, like if you think you need that cancer for your Discord to function, I just don't know if I want anything to do with it. But, I don't know. Okay.
This has about as much to do with legal settlement.
That was like you're good. You were saying that's like the most dramatic thing you're gonna pull, but I honestly don't think it's that dramatic.
It's not. Yeah, it's really not. Like it should be.
You have people in there trying to destroy your life.
Yeah, like, the actual answer but I just don't expect like genuine friendship or reciprocation from any fucking person ever in this space, except for you, Moot, because I love you.
Thanks.
Is you should be proactive about it. That's the real answer. Is people should be proactive about it. Like, oh, there's this guy in my Discord every single night that's calling you a pedophile and arguing that you should be fucking, that your kid and his mom should be doxxed, continuously, and is doing this every single fucking day for hours and hours and hours. I probably would just ban that person. That should be the answer. But yeah, whatever.
This isn't something that like they're hiding. Like they are unintentionally or not, they are just hosting this content and kind of like allowing it to continue to happen. So yeah, I don't think it's bad.
I don't know if there's a way, if anybody knows, I tweeted out this question earlier. Is there a way to track like how much money an account has super chatted over YouTube chats? I'm curious if there's a way to know. I see somebody in YouTube chat just said that Doobie has donated like $1,000 to Counterpoints like a few times, like just individual dono. So I'm curious if there's a way to know that.
Playboard.co. I'm not seeing a way on here.
Isn't it kind of uncomfortable that you're asking people like Whick to take a financial loss to do this? I'm not asking. How am I asking him to take a financial loss? I'm not at all. No? He doesn't have to ban anybody. I'll just never be on the platform again. And then they could do their thing.
I mean, you're not asking them to ban them from the community permanently. You're just asking them to kind of not have them host.
No, I don't think they should be in the Discords. They shouldn't be in the Discords. No,
well,
I don't think
Doobie
should be in
it. Discords, yes, but like, would you care if like Doobie was in his YouTube chat?
Oh no, I don't give a fuck. That's fine. Whatever. I don't even care if Doobie still donates to him. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. But just not. It can't be the 8-hour fucking.
Like, they can't be there for 8 hours talking about you, unmoderated or moderated. Like it's retarded.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then he tried to pull that last night when Doobie was chatting. There's a recording of this somewhere. I don't know. I'm sure people have uploaded it. Wow, 37 dogs. Thanks for getting 50 tier 1 subs, buddy. Where Doobie's like, oh no, like, you know, yeah, I might just like shit talk you a little bit. And I'm like, excuse me, shit talk me a little bit? Aren't you like donating to people, like calling me a fucking pedophile and stuff? That is what he's doing. Wait, what is this? Pisco will look into your soul and unironically say that Destiny is insane and bad faith, even suggest that his H3 analysis is being tainted by anti-fans. The truth is, Kafka only wants you to cover drama when you agree with Destiny, because Destiny is a spiteful man-child and Kafka is a noodle-spined sycophant. Like, how could you talk about me so much? How could you talk about me so much? And say this so many days, weeks, months. It's crazy how much. Like, last night after the debate, he was in there talking about me. Oh, he was also the one feeding lines to Dickers during the debate. Shit. Oh, that was awkward. I didn't mean to click that. Fuck, I was trying to open their chat. Fuck! Now I look like a retard. God, now I'm ending my stream. Fuck! How do you open a chat? I was trying to open a voice chat, and now I joined the voice chat, so now I'm looking like a retard. I'm ending stream.
Oh,
I'm hosting it.
in stream
Bye.
voice.
I have to. It's over. It's over.
No, you're
it's
good.
too late. No. Let's be real. This whole drama is just about Des Diddy losing his orbiters because they were given undeniable proof that he's a piece of shit. You're giving this dude too much charity, Bisco. Doobie, by the way, outed himself last night as being a prolific child porn hunter who tries to ask little girls in his Discord server every day whether or not they've been trading child porn of themselves to other people so that he can turn them in to the FBI. I wish that any part of what I just said was an exaggeration, but it is absolutely true. And it is probably some of the most insanely fucking weird shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Well, like, what the fuck, bro? Why?
Oh, it was funny when you asked everybody, like, how often has everybody seen Doobie in here for 4 hours a time, like, talking about me, up or down? And there was, like, 50 people who, like,
voted out. Yeah. And that's just in that Discord. Jesus.
Yeah.
Play the tape. It's the last couple of minutes. Where is it? I don't even know where it is.
You want the tape?
Yeah, where's the tape? Oh, wait, what is this? Why would you ever consider that? Or why would you consider that Pisco would ever not be giving his honest opinion about Snark-sensitive stuff? I see the donations, but you don't see who donated, right? I think most of this was Doobie, but...
That should be it.
Give me a timestamp to start out, because I'm not listening to this whole fucking thing. This conversation was so painful.
Yes. Yes. We had to pull the images from her fucking DMs with the guy. We had to pull his activity and send it all to the fucking FBI. And then it got
you see how you keep mudding it? Her DMs with the guy. Pictures of herself?
Nothing mudding at all about this. Yes, some of them were pictures of her.
Wait, hold on. As part of sending the DMs of the guy, did that involve like having pictures of child porn?
Yes. Yes.
And you had it saved on your device?
Yes, and this was not saved on my devices. This was turned over to the fucking FBI. Like it's
How did you turn over his images if it wasn't saved to your device?
Yeah, guys, I really need to go. But yeah, it wasn't.
Well, no.
He ran.
Okay, if
Hey,
Doobie
guys-
needs to go, he
Oh
can
my
go.
God. I
Thank
said I
you.
need
Doobie's
to
like,
go
I
in
think
2
there would be
minutes.
child porn here. I need to investigate. Show me your DMs, little girl. Let me see the images.
Hold on. Just
Yeah,
maybe
it's kind of fucked up. This the whole end of this conversation was crazy. I can't believe how crazy the end of this conversation was.
of like what I'm talking. So look up 764 and look up how people.
Bro, no, Doobie, this is wild, dude. I'm sorry.
It's wild because you don't know what you're fucking.
Hey, let me get that log.
Look up 764. Look up
This is
how
like-
people.
It's
turn
like
these
To Catch
people
a
in.
Predator,
Oh my
hosted by
God.
Nick Shirley. Okay, this is the most
That was
retarded thing I've ever
That
heard in
was a
my
good
life,
one. That was a
bro.
good one. That was a good one.
And then look up how people on Discord and other apps turn these people in and what they need to do. to
Yeah,
turn these people
they
in.
ask little girls on
It's
their
very-
servers, send
it's
me your
very
DMs, little
straightforward.
girl.
It's-
Do you have
it's-
child porn?
Send me your
Yeah, I gotta
log
go.
in, please.
No. Wait, Doobie, before you go, can
These
you-
situations aren't
Did
the
he leave?
same.
He left.
Yeah, he did.
Jesus.
Her friend got her to like come. We verified what was happening. We got her to turn over her account to us, and then got to like pull her access away from it, and then turn it all over to the police, and then get involved. And I believe that was. A second.
Just this whole thing is fucking retarded. How fucking hard is this motherfucker project? Yeah, I don't know, bro. This is just crazy. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with these guys, but whatever.
Once.
Okay. We were on this guy.
Over. But it is not. This is not a settlement. This has about as much to do with a legal settlement as a shoehorn has to do with a French horn. I'm reluctant to even talk about the legalities or the legal aspects of this because there's nothing legal about this. There was no process here. There was no judicial review. There was no decision by a fact finder or a jury. This is simply Trump taking power and paying it out to whomever he wants to. That being said, the fig leaf that they are using to cover up their own manifest corruption and illegality is that this was related to a demand that Trump had for $10 billion related to the 2020 disclosure of his tax returns by a contractor at the IRS. Now, we are in the process of writing and filming a video that goes into much more detail about the legal aspects and really more relevant here, the illegal aspects of what's happening. That's going to come out in a few days. But suffice to say, Trump's suit was unbelievably bogus. Again, you can sue anyone for anything and claim that you're entitled to however much money you want. But in that case, in the best of circumstances, a disclosure of those kinds of tax returns would be limited to $1,000 per disclosure. And the statute of limitations is 2 years, which has long since elapsed. Oh, and by the way, the president who was in control of the IRS at the time that those tax returns were disclosed was President Trump himself. Oh, and the irony here is that yes, while leaking tax returns is illegal, the only reason the American people didn't already have Trump's tax returns is that he refused to turn them over like every single other presidential candidate does as a matter of course when they run for president. And of course, which he pledged to eventually release and never did. But he was probably...
That last part's not relevant at all. But the like everything about this case is stupid. But also, who cares about anything for judges and courts? Because apparently literally none of it matters and anything can be whatever you want it to be. So I don't know.
Withholding them because he was looking on the barrel of hundreds of millions of dollars of fines related to his tax crimes, including double dipping. Crimes which he has now given himself immunity. And those crimes and the tax crimes of his family members and businesses were not even part of his suit against the IRS. He's just throwing them in because why not? The New York Times is reporting that the IRS actually issued a 20-page report on how bogus this suit was. This suit was a joke, and frankly, on this channel, we treated it as such because it was so stupid and so brazen. And frankly, we thought the worst that was going to come from it was that it was just going to be tossed out of court and it was going to waste taxpayer resources. My God, how wrong we were. But what became legitimately interesting is that the judge in that case realized that there was a problem. Trump was not only the plaintiff in this case.
Real quick. Whenever you see Destiny debate in the future, remember this. He would go full triangle hands on head, false exasperation, and rage quit if anyone he talked to used 1/100th of the debate tactics he commonly employs. Video linked below. I need to go back to writing down the meme debate tactics. Doobie actually does the same thing that Ryan does, where it's like you over-explain, or it's like if I were to ask you, what did you do this morning? And I'm trying to figure out like if you woke up at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. And it's like, what did I do this morning? Okay, well, I got out of bed at 9 o'clock, and then I went into the bathroom, and then I started brushing my teeth. I was like, oh, wait, okay, so no, let me finish! I brushed my teeth. After I brushed my teeth, I took a shower. I used shampoo and conditioner, and I shaved. And then I cleaned my body, and then I got out of the shower. And then after that, and it's like every single time they want to explain like 2 minutes of totally
They like to filibuster.
erroneous
Yeah.
shit. Yes. And it's like, oh my God, Doobie does this too. Yeah, and Ryan, yeah, they both do this. So fucking annoying. Holy shit.
case, but also the defendant. He controlled the IRS and the Department of Justice. And so the judge appointed what are called amici to discuss whether there was something called a case in controversy. You can't just sue yourself. You can't collude with a friend to sue over something and get a payout when there's no real controversy and there's no adversity. And the judge correctly realized that, and because the Trump Department of Justice couldn't be trusted to actually defend that suit, they appointed an amici to discuss that particular issue. Oh, and by the way, the entire lodestone of right-wing judicial theory right now rests on what's called the unitary executive theory, which purports that there is no distinction between the president and anyone in the executive branch, which even by that particular theory meant that Trump was suing himself and absolutely could not have recovered from the public coffers from his bogus BS case. But the fact that Trump sued himself as the sitting president is a scandal in and of itself. The fact that the interim head of the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche, is Trump's personal lawyer who should have been conflicted out of that position. That is
interim, or is he just going to be the new forever AG and we're not even going to bother getting another one confirmed?
A scandal. The fact that we even got to this point alone shows us how low the bar has gotten. Trump's lawsuit had about as much legal basis as your average sovereign citizen nonsense who claims that they can drive a car without a license or isn't required to pay taxes. As you can tell, I'm angry. And what's worse is that right-wing news sources are simply ignoring this because it is absolutely indefensible. But honestly, I don't think people understand how bad this really is. This settlement creates a slush fund that will be controlled by a 5-member board, which of course is appointed by Trump. He can add or remove members as he sees fit. There will effectively be no oversight whatsoever. And by the terms of the settlement, they can basically choose to hand out money to whomever they want under whatever criteria they want. And you can bet that they will pay out whoever Trump wants. There are no real guardrails here. This is pure patronage for a king. The language allows the board to pay whoever they want. They can pay Trump if he wants to, under any criteria. But make no mistake, President Trump is raping the public treasury for his own gratification.
Whoa!
And this slush...
Wait, did he say...
He's pissed.
Under any criteria. But make no mistake, President Trump is raping the public treasury for his own...
Now, technically, I think rape has another meaning of, like, is it to destroy or desecrate or something? Hold on.
Let me find the definition.
Oh, not that one. It's like a deprecated use, I think. Oh, to plunder. A lot of people think that, like, because everybody knows the Japanese shit, the rape of Nanking, but that doesn't. It's not because they raped people. It was because it was like plundered,
like pillaging him.
Yeah.
Own gratification. And this slush fund agreement, it's a troll. It purports to claim that Trump is not being paid out. But if you give someone an account with billions of dollars in it and they have control as to how it's paid, even if that account isn't in their name, if they have sole control over it, it's their money. And that's exactly what they've done here. Now, we don't know exactly who will be compensated. I mean, it's not even compensation. Bribe?
I think
but
you
we
should
do know
just
for sure
write
that it
in
will
and
include...
just be like, just lie and just be like, the Biden administration, they were trying to take my home, like, and just see how much you get. I think these motherfuckers will just pay out and they won't even look.
Some or all...
yeah, I don't know.
Of the January 6ers, the terrorists who tried to overthrow the government. Of course, they were pardoned, and that is an unfathomable scandal alone. But effectively, what this committee is going to do is they are going to pay out the people who tried to overthrow the government to put Trump in power. These are convicted criminals. The fact that they were later pardoned by Trump doesn't change the fact that these are treasonous pieces of excrement who tried to stab our democracy in its heart. Trump has already paid out millions of dollars to traitors like Michael Flynn, who filed another bogus lawsuit. But this doesn't even require people to file a lawsuit. You can bet that some or all of the people who invaded the Capitol on January 6th are going to get massive paydays. Now, in a press release, Todd Blanche said that the settlement fund was going to include $1776 billion to pay out whomever this committee wants. And of course, everyone in the media breathlessly reported that as the number, approximately $1.8 billion with a B dollars to convicted criminals, among other people that Trump wants to give patronage to. But here's the thing. Nowhere in this settlement does it mention that dollar amount. And the particular fund that they're pulling from, one of the DOJ's settlement funds, is an ongoing appropriation.
They did a lot of raping in the rape of Nanjing, is that other thing for Nanking? Are you sure that was a good example? It is a good example because that's what that means, you fucking retard. Yes.
But there's not necessarily a limit, and certainly there is no limit in the settlement agreement that limits them to $1.8 billion. And like I said, the terms are so ambiguous that they can pay out whoever they want. $1 billion for Don Jr.? Sure, he was targeted by lawfare. $500 million for election tampering Tina Peters? Great, she was pardoned. $10 billion for the Republican National Convention? Of course. $1 billion for rebuilding Trump Tower? Why not? Of course, Obama did something
the Tina Peters shit is...
Yeah, I can't believe it, bro.
It's disgusting. Like,
requires remuneration. $800 million for Russian hackers? Absolutely, step right up and get the money. Just make up a claim.
Rape of Nanking means both literal sexual rape and plunder, not just plunder, to be clear. Texo deal. Can you give me one other example in history where somebody talks about like the rape of a place and it was just referring to sexual assault? Actually, email me with that and there you go.
Oh.
Wait.
You mistype.
That says you were targeted by some past administration. There is absolutely no real criteria that is enforceable, and it's just going to be whatever Trump wants and whomever Trump wants to give money to. He's going to pay some of the people who invaded the Capitol and tried to turn the election in his favor, and he might be prepaying the next people. He could say, hey, as long as you use this money to go buy a bunch of AR-15s and be in Washington next January 6th, great, go out and do it. As if pardoning the people who committed crimes for Trump's benefit weren't bad enough. Now he's going to pay people to do it in the future. I simply do not have words for this. These people are brown shirts. They are Nazis. They are Trump's personal Praetorian Guard, and now they get taxpayer funding. Congratulations. And even if it were limited just to $1.8 billion, that is a staggering amount of money. With that, you could fund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and Voice of America and still have enough left over to fully fund the National Endowment for the Arts. I think it's hard for lay people to grasp just how much money a single $1 billion, let alone 1.8 billion, let alone an unlimited amount of money that is not defined in the settlement agreement. And this was always the plan. They have been discussing a payout for the January 6ers for over a year. They just happen to use this as a vehicle for maximum secrecy and a fig leaf of a legal process. Under the terms of this agreement, all of this will be confidential. There will be no accountability to the American people. We will not know who gets this money if this is allowed to go through. We won't know how much money they get. At most, there will be a report given to Todd Blanche as the acting head of the Department of Justice, but he is not bound, nor do I ever expect that he would release any of those reports in the future. And of course, this whole commission expires right before the next president takes power. I mean, I probably don't need to tell you that all of this is flagrantly illegal. The general counsel for the U.S. Treasury, who was appointed by Trump and confirmed by Republican Senate, resigned as a result of this incredible document of corruption. But yes, I will make the obvious point. This is illegal. This kind of action would require an appropriation from Congress, which it obviously does not have. The Anti-Deficiency Act, which we've talked about a lot, and which Trump has violated uncounted number of times, makes it a felony to dole out money that has not been appropriated by Congress. And no, I don't believe that the appropriation of the Department of Justice covers what they are trying to do with this document. But let me put this on record to anyone who might be working in the government, who might be tempted to follow through with this settlement. Providing any funds as a result of this settlement is a felony, and every single person involved in the distribution of those funds can and should go to jail as a result. And in fact, on behalf of the American people, I think we need to demand of the next Congress that that should be a pledge of every single member of Congress, that they will put anyone in the executive branch who had a hand in this, that they go to jail. This is honestly 10 times worse than Watergate. French aristocrats found their necks in a guillotine for far less than this. This is not hyperbole. It's really this bad. We should all be in the streets on this one. I just don't know what else to say. I hope you're angry, because I certainly am.
It takes 13 days to count to 1 million, and it takes 31 years to count to 1 billion. Maybe for you, I could count to 1 billion in 10 years. Because I count very fast. Stop. Jesus. Fuck, there's so much shit I have open right now. Stacy is in Whitcourt right now. Oh boy.
Who's Stacy?
One of the unhinged fucking gisticlers.
Wait, why are all of these people just allowed to be in the Discord?
Because that's what they do. They go there everywhere to consider them like a rapist, murderer, thief, whatever the fuck. I'll be back.
They're just.
Yep,
Oh yeah, go.
That's what they do.
Just being like a.
Oh my god, is that what you actually sound like? Holy shit.
Effective enough.
What are we doing? Are we doing more reputation rehab for you guys in here? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
We're going over this tweet that Stotzi, or this Discord log looks like that Stotzi had here.
Yeah.
Just asking questions.
Are we streaming right now? Are we streaming?
We sure are.
That's awesome.
Hi, chat. Actually, like Mr. Moon. Yeah, no, we were just talking about how this Snarker Left's Discord's now open, and trying to figure out why would we want to go over there. Apparently, there's a furry porn. So, or wait, no, furry.
Yeah, no.
What was it? Furry.
It looked like
furry thirst traps.
Furry first traps. Based.
A slight step below furry porn on the scale of bad.
Wait, so just curious, Stassi, why did Saba never get banned from Discord's Discord server for harassing the victim in my court case?
I don't know.
Did you ever talk to Jessica about it?
I don't think so. But I don't think it's my business to be like asking Jessica to run a server a specific way.
Oh, so if somebody was in there spamming child porn, you wouldn't say anything? You would just be like, oh, it's his server.
Yeah, I would probably report that. But like, in terms of having cyber there, I don't know what the correlative there is.
Well, the correlative is him posting emails of him harassing a sex crimes victim, and then people like you responding favorably to it.
Well, I responded favorably before I knew what all of the emails were.
Wait.
I think I typed something along the lines of like, good cyber. I don't have all of the logs, to be clear. I can't see that channel at all, because I think it got archived or deleted or whatever.
Why did it get archived and deleted?
Because I think you were threatening to dox and harass anyone who posted in there. And you ended up successfully doing that with U Sports Batman, right?
I don't think I ever did I? Did I find him?
Well, assumedly, you did post his docs, you did put it into DGG chat, you did say, here's Esports Batman's information, Lamau.
Okay, I just don't remember. But if I did, I mean, he's a lawyer, he's credentialing himself. I think it's okay for him to be unmasked, to have a person who is standing by their credentials and then using that to weigh in on a court case. I think that's totally fair. We can disagree on that, that's fine. So, do you think it was acceptable? What emails do you think were acceptable for members of a anti-fan Discord to be shooting off to a victim in my court case? Like, what kind of emails do you think would have been okay that you were supporting before you knew what they actually were?
I didn't have any of the details of the emails. I think it was literally just a descriptive. This person like remove porn. As far as I was aware at the time when I said it, it was like what's the word? Reciprocal. It wasn't like harassment.
Oh wait, so then you
to any degree as I understood at the moment.
So you do know what the emails were about.
What? No. I only had, I think, like descriptive. Oh, I was helping this girl like remove her porn. That was all I understood at the time, I believe.
Okay, so but you had some idea of what he was emailing her about, right?
Yeah, but I didn't know whether it was reciprocal or not. I assumed it was reciprocal.
What do you mean
Because
reciprocal?
that was the way it was. In terms of, she was happy with him doing that. He was.
Why would
happy
you
to
assume
do
that?
for her,
Why would you
and it
assume
was-
that somebody who's like a victim of this would be excited
Because that was
or
the way
happy?
it was described. I believe that was the way it was described initially.
It wasn't by anybody.
I don't know because I don't have access to that channel now.
You're speaking to your best recollection of what you remember. First,
Yeah.
you said you didn't know what they were about. Now you said you knew that it was about removing her stuff, but you didn't know anything more than that. Now you're saying you think that she was happy, that it was a reciprocal email communication. So, but no, that's not true at all. There was no indication of that.
Is there no indication at all whatsoever, even with hindsight, with all the emails out there?
No, he literally said over and over again that he had to harass her, that she stopped responding on certain emails, and he had to get on other emails and then email her friends and family to get her to respond. But you know that,
Okay.
right?
No.
You don't know what I just said? That was a mystery to you? You had no clue what I just said? That's news to you?
If this is just real quick, if this is being streamed, take it to the stream room. I can drag you in there, and you can do it there. Sound good?
Sure.
I probably won't be able to talk much longer.
Wait, why not? Wait, how many hours a week do you spend in these Discords talking about me? And now you have to go?
Talking about you?
Yes.
I don't know, not that long. I talk
10
about all
hours a
sorts
week
of
on
shit.
awe or less?
We hold on, just again, we
8 to 10 a day.
Stream room.
If you need to drag
Andrew,
us around, you can
can't-
drag me
can't
wherever. You
forget
can
this-
drag me wherever you
sorry.
want.
Yeah, not that long.
Okay, we'll move.
It's
we'll
not that
move this
long.
to the stream room when you can do it.
It's around 8 to 10 a day. Huh?
Any other quick questions? Or...
You don't think it's fair that somebody could identify themselves as a lawyer and then weigh in on a court case in a community that has been like publicly and privately engaging with said court case, and it's okay for that person to remain anonymous the entire time despite credentialing themselves?
I don't think that's worthy of a dogs. No. I think you should be able to weigh in on basically anything with some level of anonymity.
You think you should be able to credential
I don't think you
yourself?
should be able to commit. I don't think you should be able to commit crimes, but I think you should be able to like publicly say something about something. Yeah.
And you, after credentialing yourself.
What counts as credentialing? I could be completely anonymous. I could say I'm a lawyer. I could completely fucking.
So let's
make
say
that up.
let's say you're a doctor and you want to comment on a medical thing. You're like, well, I'm a doctor. You know, I'm a practicing physician. Do you think it would be fair for somebody, especially if you're actively commenting on it on a community that's actively engaged with it? You don't think it's fair for people to be like, well, who are you? I think that's kind of like an important thing to know if you're going to credential yourself as a physician. I think it's like publicly worthwhile to have, you know, at least the knowledge this person is who they say they are. No.
So you knew that this person was a lawyer before you had their information?
Not 100%. I mean, he says he is, but
Okay. So then anyone who says that they're a lawyer online and they comment on any particular case whatsoever, you think that that's fair game to like dox them all?
I think that if they are credentialing themselves and they are having like tons and tons of active conversations about a particular thing, I think it's fair to unmask that person. Yes. If somebody shows
So
up
you
in
think-
one
yes,
comment and they're like, hey guys, I'm a lawyer. This seems like kind of weird or whatever. And like, that's it. Yeah, probably not. But if somebody like for hundreds of thousands of lines of text is constantly giving an opinion and feedback on like ongoing motions and everything related to a court case that a community is like literally actively participating in the court case in, I think it's super fair to know like is that person at least the lawyer that they say they are? I think that's fair. Yeah.
So you think what President Sunday did to Not So Erudite, you think that that was fine?
What do you think my issue was with the President Sunday Not So Erudite stuff?
I'm asking you now.
My understanding was the stupid thing about the President Sunday thing was that I think Kyla says she I don't even remember this. That she has like a master's in econometrics, and then President Sunday was trying to expose her as actually only having like a graduate honors post thing in psychometrics. It was like the whatever. This was like the retarded thing about the whole President Sunday shit. But isn't Kyla's name public?
Kyla's name was public. I think what President Sunday was trying to do was verify what she was like doctored in or whatever, and then trying to figure out exactly like what she could consider herself, and that he made the allegation that she was lying about what she was labeling herself, right?
Sure, which I don't really think was true.
I don't know to the tenacity of that. I'm just double checking that the standard is that if you claim to be something and you're commenting on things, because Kyla would often say, "Oh, as a whatever she called herself." I don't remember the two terms that President Sunday was autistically trying to identify. But you're saying like that behavior is fine. Trying to figure out exactly what that is and then trying to speak on that with your credentials is actually fine to go and look that information up.
Sure. If somebody's credentialing themselves in like mental health or whatever, sure. Yeah.
Okay. I don't have much else time. Sorry.
Did you? Well, so I'm curious. Did you talk to anybody or mention anything else about? Do you find it weird that Sabisexual, despite the fact that he was actively searching for child porn on the internet and was harassing like a sex trafficking victim, that was like allowed to exist in that Discord and he stayed there and was never banned or anything for it? Isn't that kind of weird?
I believe so. I'm recalling now. I think that what Justical had said was something along the lines of you doxing Cyber. That was enough punishment for what had occurred that it actually, like, it's not worth banning him from the server because that's where most of his friends were or something. If I recall correctly.
Do you think that makes any sense, what you just said?
I'm not saying... I'm trying to give you what Justical said.
I'm not asking what Justical said. He won't talk to me for good reason. I'm asking how you feel about it.
I do think that Cyber should have gone. I don't think... I was very critical of Cyber after we saw the emails and after we saw that he had tried to, like, work through a block. I was very critical of that, yeah.
Tried to work through a... Oh, where were you critical of that at?
He tried to, like, work around her blocking him, right?
Yep.
I think it was something like a Snapchat and then an email chain. But the problem is, I never saw... I've been told that there was reciprocation. I've never seen any reciprocation. So I actually don't know exactly what the truth of that is. But yeah, anyway, I do have to go. I'm really sorry.
Why you have so much to say about me and all your servers when you're not here. Now you're this meek fucking loser like Queen is. What's going on?
Bro. I'm UK hours. I work. What do you want
How
me
do
to
you work and have all this time to talk about me and talk about everything related to me so many hours of the day and you're working at the same time? There's no fucking way.
I know, it's unreal. Can you believe it? Having a job and having hobbies. I know that that's like unbelievable. But it's not just you, Destiny, okay? I snark Justical too, okay? I snark everyone.
Really?
Snark is gonna rise up, yeah.
If you have a moment, Destiny, I've been getting a lot of DMs. A rumor's been crossing the desk.
Yep.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Have fun. Good luck. Talking about me for hours and hours in VCs more. Bye.
Are you blacklisting me?
I'm thinking about dissociating myself from every community where Doobie is an active chatter, where Doobie's still on the fucking server. I don't think I can handle that anymore.
Like, I understand your point here, and I actually agree with it, that these people going in and kind of creating these rumors constantly and spreading, like, and basically litigating why you are evil 24/7 is a problem. I agree with you 100%, right, on that. I just don't... I mean, I don't think it helps or will fix any issue by just blacklisting anyone that has any of these people in their server, right?
I disagree. I think it's a really effective way of doing things, and I think that's why that's their MO. Like, that's their entire goal, right? Do you agree that Doobie is trying to enforce a form of blacklist against me with the way that he donates to people, right?
I think he's pressuring you. I don't know if I'd say blacklisting, but it's definitely a pressure campaign, a manipulation campaign. I agree with you 100%.
Money, with thousands of dollars of money, right?
Sure, but it hasn't worked in my case, right?
Sure.
Like, this is something that they've been doing, not just for a month, not just for a couple months, but for over a year now, that they've been constantly harassing me, basically, and trying to get me to ban you and to not have you on, either by directly saying that, like a few community members, or as Doobie does, and say, I'm just not going to donate to you when you have Destiny on. That hasn't worked in my case. And so if you're going to blacklist people where communities this happens, I think you should probably make an exception for communities where it does not work. And I think that
but the problem is when you say does not work, the issue is that like these people are so active in these communities, talking and talking and talking, and they will bring their friends in to talk and talk and talk. Like it was happening a few months ago. Some people notice it. I think the only like really well-moderated community that like protects against this stuff is loaner boxes. Some people notice it, but like 4 or 5 will join at the same time. They'll be in these VCs constantly talking about me. And now like at this point in my life where it has had like a severe negative like impact on like these people are direct participants in my court case right now. That's letting a fucking actual sex trafficker just like run free in the UK because they're so obsessed with like trying to talk about me and participate in my case all the time. I just don't know why I would want anything to do with communities where these people are just for 10 hours a day. You can't fight against it. It's too much. It's too much to constantly have somebody here. Like these people are relitigating the Anna Voir drama every single fucking day. 8-hour VCs. I get sent so many recordings. Did you know there's another 7-hour VC last night in this politics? There's another 6-hour VC at Peace Coast. There's another 5-hour VC at Connors. Another 7-hour VC at Wicks. Doobie was in there last night. Oh, you know how Vickers kept bringing up like, didn't you do this? Wasn't this part of the Mr. Report? That was Doobie sending messages to him because it was in that fucking voice chat. And then he was there chatting for hours and hours after the debate. He was there this morning for when I woke up, still talking about me. And then before I went to stream, he was also in there talking about me. Like, yeah, I'm sorry.
Look, I'm going to be very clear with you. I 100% am on your side, and I do not agree with Doobie in what he is doing. But Doobie has been part of my community since it began, since it started. He is often in my VC and has been since it started just to chat. He often talks about you, but not always talks about you. Now, if you'd like, I can consider something like banning, unless you're on my stream, not letting them talk about you, right? Like, so if they do start litigating, oh, did you hear about what Destiny did, X, Y, and Z? Maybe we can put a nix on that. But asking me to ban someone who hasn't broken my rules, I'm just not going to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. But the issue is the way these people operate is like, if somebody says something good about me in one of these VCs, they're all going to be in their side discords, like sniping at the person, talking about the person. In some discords, maybe doxing the person.
You've shown me the evidence that this is the case. I 100% agree with this. Yes.
Yeah, but then why? Like, I just don't know why I would want to be associated. Like, it's just like, it's so much. Like, why? Yeah, I don't know. It's just like a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
I get it.
Like,
But you understand, like, on my end of things, right? And I get that, like, this isn't something like you have to be altruistic for or anything like that. But like, I do have a certain set of rules. I do have a certain set of values. And one of my values is I allow people to have discussions in my server about, even if I 100% disagree with them. Like, again, this is something that's been litigated in my Discord over and over and over again in a pressure campaign against me, which again has not affected. It doesn't have the same ramifications towards me as it does towards you. I understand that. I'm not on trial. I don't have a court case pending, but it is something that they have been pressuring me that has affected me. But like one of the reasons initially I took your side before knowing anything is because they were asking me to ban others and you were not. And I'm always going to side with the people, at least initially, who say, hey, you can do what you want. We're not going to try to pressure you or manipulate you in any way, shape, or form. And
that's fine. Then in that case, my only request then, I guess, would be to not ban the streaming in that room. Because now I'm just going to set an alert up. And if any time these motherfuckers are chatting about me, I don't give a fuck if I'm sleeping. I don't care if I'm at my future wife's fucking having a birth in the hospital. I want to be able to jump in and talk to them. I don't care if I'm streaming or not. Because, like, it can't be that these guys are 24/7 constantly chatting about me always. It's crazy. Dude, it's crazy.
No, I understand that, and I think you've demonstrated enough that rule probably needs to change for that reason. Because if they're going to talk shit in my servers, and that you have to be able to respond, I get that. Yeah, we can make a change for that rule. Yeah, we can do that. I can do that. But like I said, if it's ban this person who hasn't broken any of my rules, I'm just not going to. I'm just letting you know.
So. Okay. All right. I love you. Be careful.
Is there anything else I can help you with today? Anything? You need?
No, not right now.
Okay. I'll talk to you later, Destiny. Bye-bye.
Be careful. I love you. Bye. Okay. We're good. We're done with this. Okay. Back to politics. Hi.
Woohoo!
Wait, what is this? Hold on.
A little short of the real objective here. The president has time on his hands.
Wait, maybe he's got like you know, like if you're fat and you lose a ton of weight, you can have like loose skin. Maybe that's going on.
He controls the narrative, he controls the strike capabilities, and he knows that the policy he set with the blockade has had short-term and long-term effects on the regime.
Oh, I don't know, man.
I don't know. That one looked crazy.
Jesus.
And the people of Iran. So he's been very
Is it not just this effect? Shadows blend. They aren't this distinct on this area of the body at that angle. Also, he's totally lucid and well-spoken, which hasn't been in forever. This is sus. Shadows blend? Oh, I don't know.
And the market is that.
Oh, this is about Biden. This is a totally different thing.
Is that you have to write the market a little bit here. And the market is that if you have all of the
I don't even know if this account is a real. I never trust any account on X anymore. This platform has fucking been destroyed. David Hogg on the autopsy report. He's so fucking evil. Uh-oh. The DNC finally released its autopsy report.
All right, this is it, people. Let's move. Let's go, 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 go.
The Democrats made a huge deal about the fact that they were going to release an autopsy that delved into everything regarding what went wrong with the 2024 election. Let's just...
Actually, I don't care. Wait. Is this like big text? If we were to go through this, Moot, how long would it take us?
I think that we can go through some of it. I don't think that we could go through all of it. I think you just need to know that it seems like this was written kind of by like a retard.
Based. As all Democratic consultants seem to be, yeah.
So I'm starting to I'm very much understanding why they didn't release it. Did I link it to you? I think I linked it to you. If I linked it to you, that's that one. Hold on. I did, yeah. That one has like a bunch of shit in yellow, and then it's just showing like everything that's wrong with it.
Oh boy. The report is littered with corrections, doubting it, so this whole video is so retarded. Okay.
Silly Hazy.
This is Polish. Okay, Jesus. Oh no. Hold on. Let me use the restroom real quick. Did this happen? Hasn't this happened to this guy before? Where he's had like a breakdown or something? Or is this old?
All intentional. It's Hamas's plan. The problem is that their plan is essentially to spread this propaganda throughout the internet by using... Sorry, guys.
All right, let's go to RA's Cam. Get yourself together there, my friend.
The launching of missiles from densely populated urban areas like the Gaza Strip, it essentially... They want people to see what is happening. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Ari. I want to get to this politically cynical move.
I feel like this is old, right? I don't think this is a current clip, right? Or is this another? Did this happen again recently? The second one is older than the first one. I feel like they're both old, I think. Okay, let me use the restroom real quick and then one sec.
Yahoo! Well, well, well. If it isn't DGG chat. How come every time I go to bed, something crazy fucking happens midday, man? So he got unbanned and then he got rebanned? How? Has Twitch said anything? Why do you take midnight naps? Well, I mean, I wake up at 6 a.m. I was tired today. So I took a nap. Is that a problem? You gonna cry? You gonna cry, your mama? Hey! This is my one shill for the stream. If you guys are interested in some merch, it's a great time to buy. If we get 12 more orders in the next 10 days, we've gotten like 50 orders today, by the way. 12 more, my merch guy, they call me Gunk from chat, is going to buy me the $1,000 Lego Death Star for free. So if you want to help out, exclamation point merch, destiny.gg/shop, shrimple.as, and buy a shirt, buy whatever, you know. Thank you. Obama! I bought a shirt today. Thank you. This is what happened. I saw him smile, and I'm thinking about putting that on a shirt. I've never seen such pure joy out of a man in my life. It kind of was, it's kind of beautiful. I mean, what do you want me to, it was kind of beautiful, man. I've never seen someone so happy, and it was over something so fucked up. It's wild, man. It needs to be an emote. Yeah, it fucking does. It's like true evil maxing. It's like 100% just fucking full on evil maxing. I don't know what to tell you. I heard Peach yelling at you about having no place to put the star. You're gonna have to build a Lego shed. Well, she's gonna have to figure it out. The Death Star is gonna go behind me. It's gonna look beautiful. It's all right. Adem's gonna get an office. We're gonna get the trifecta. The courts.
Oh my god, what? We're gonna win the midterms, Mootin. We're gonna win the midterms.
Yeah, we're gonna win the midterms.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Another meme. Oh boy. Watch from this to 221:30.
Is it?
Man himself.
Hello. Oh, what's up? Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. Not bad at all. It's crazy to feel as
Oh,
though
I got a question. Why is J-Stock, he's just sitting there watching like a fucking, like he's in the cuck chair? Why isn't he getting in there and talking about it?
Every single thing I say is just going to be repeating my media funnel for the next 5 years until the country collapses or we change everything.
Oh, yeah.
The whole point is that from the top down, these guys kind of set the narrative, but the narrative is like very loosely based in reality. And if they get like a direct conflict between what they've set the narrative to be,
how don't their fans see it? Like,
I don't know.
It's so easy because they're literally Wick's calling him out like, hey, you feel strongly about this. Come on right now, J-Stock. Come talk about it. But he just continues watching. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, I don't know. His claim is that he's scared of getting doxxed. But
he's already been doxxed, so what's scary?
It also doesn't make sense because it's like if I'm like an evil doxer, like am I ever looking at this and I'm like, God damn it, I can't dox him yet because he hasn't talked to me. Like, oh no, like it's just
yeah. Why wouldn't you just dox him?
Yeah, it's just stupid.
No matter what,
Yeah.
like who cares? I don't know.
Not that I would ever support doxing anybody. That's such a horrible, evil thing to do.
Of course,
people that even Stephen Bonnell doesn't have.
Also, I thought,
this is amazing.
Am I misremembering this, or didn't Dicker say over and over again that he's not friends with Justical, that these people hate him, that he's not part of these communities, that, oh, I guess he walked that back after he revealed 300 messages plus spending 10-hour voice chats and...
Going.
Yeah, not bad, thank you. Not bad at all. It's crazy to feel as though I've got access to people that even Stephen Bonnell doesn't have. This is amazing.
It's actually like totally crazy. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm taking the piss. Yeah, you want to talk about the reporting stuff?
Well, I was just going to explain to you what happened. So it was
what actually happened? Wait. Oh, okay. No, I don't care.
It was, I think, in December that I basically said I think we should report this guy, right? And it was after he had doxed people in my Discord who were just discussing his case.
Why does he always say that? Who are the people that got doxed? And why? Why does he just say it was just people discussing his case? Also, why does he say discussing when they're an active participant in it? These people are basically, I don't even know what the fuck you'd call them. They don't want to appear as witnesses, and they're definitely not parties to the case, but they're feeding information to Joan and somehow hiding from Discovery at the same time.
And then he was on a live stream, and he started like laughing about how, since he was doxing people in the Discord, that so many people were leaving the Discord. And that, to me, I was like, oh, he's like trying to cause like a chilling effect, not just on talking about him, but like on my community in general, right?
Like, imagine the horrors of not being able to constantly intervene in a court case, harass and abuse every single person surrounding me, repost rumors from Kiwi Farms or Lolcow about me or my girlfriend, and he's like, oh, fuck, he's trying to chill us just talking about him. Like, okay.
He's trying to kill my community.
Like, they present this, what is the meme? It's like you're hitting yourself over and over and over again. You're like, I can't, I'm dying. It's just stop snarking me. Just stop obsessively talking about me and everybody around me forever. I don't even care if you want to criticize my politics, if you want to talk shit about, if you think I'm ugly or whatever the fuck, I don't care. Whatever. If you want to talk about that, that's fine. Just stop obsessively snarking about me. It's so easy. As soon as you stop, like, we all just stop. Like, it's all over. Like, it's on you. It's so easy to just not be fucking weird as fuck. That's such an easy thing to do.
And then he also, in that same stream, threatened multiple other creators, or at least one other creator. He threatened Pisco, said his community needed to be totally wiped out.
Threatened Pisco? Did I say his community needed to be totally wiped out? Pisco's community was being fucking invaded. I think like 6 of these fucking losers joined at the same time. And his chat, I'm pretty sure Pisco's chat while I was debating him had chatters that were like, Rose was 17 or whatever. Like, are like spamming crazy shit. I don't remember if Pisco's community was wiped out. Jesus Christ.
Or deserved to be totally wiped out, right? Mm-hmm. And to me, I was like, okay, well, he's been threatening to dox people for a long time. He's putting people at like actual risk. And not only that,
at actual risk. By the way, like, what is one bad thing that's happened to any of these people? Nothing. Literally nothing. Like, nothing has happened to any of these people. He keeps saying at risk. No one cares about you, lil bro. No one is doing anything to you guys. No one cares. Nothing has happened to any of you. Nobody gives a fuck about any of you. Like, that's it.
But he has now doxed someone adjacent to something in a community. By the way, he did more after that as well. And he's like threatening additional people on top of that. It's like, this guy is not playing by the rules. If he was just
not playing by the rule, oh my God. This guy is literally funneling information to Pixie to try to help her win her bullshit court case. Pretty sure that E-Rape defense channel in his Discord, I think, is it still locked where the only person that can view it is Pixie? Like, what? I don't know why he keeps acting like I'm so involved. Bap, thank you for the 20 gifted tier 1 subs, buddy.
You know, if he was just doing content and shit, that's one thing. But obviously, we operate in a space where we all make money from this. And if he's going to, like, straight up dox people in another community intentionally just to try to kill that community, like, openly as a creator, yeah, he deserves to be deplatformed.
Oh, but you guys for cheering on and clapping when people are being harassed from emailing campaigns for your guys' shit, or when you guys are trying to destroy my entire life and the lives of every single person around me, that's fair game. Okay.
And by the way, I didn't even report him on
Illuminator. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
If he's going to like straight up dox people in another community intentionally just to try to kill that community, like openly as a creator, yeah, he deserves to be deplatformed. And by the way, I didn't even report him on Kick. I just reported his YouTube.
Okay, so I...
Oh, how nice. Thank you.
The difficulty is, I can understand your rationalization of that stuff. What I said in the debate was basically true. If you've got videos and stuff where he's doxing these people, I can understand, reporting those videos. That'd be my stance for, like, Bad and Banana. I think by standards that a lot of other people hold, I don't know why Leia Sapienti is acting as though it's a fucking crazy thing. Diorio did the exact same shit with Salvo, and nobody batted a fucking eye. So it does seem like you're getting a bit of a tough shake with that, but I don't know if I'm necessarily endorsing it. I don't know if I...
Well, I don't need you to endorse
I don't
it.
disagree,
I didn't
guess.
tell anybody they had to, like, go and do it. I just posted, like, here's the timestamps. You can go and...
I don't know if I...
Well, I don't need you to endorse
I don't
it.
disagree,
I didn't
guess.
tell anybody they had to, like, go and do it.
Like, what are we talking about? I didn't tell anybody to do it. I just said, here's all the steps to go in for us to mass report this channel. What?
I just posted, like, here's the timestamps. You can go and report them, right? If you want to. I'm not, like, there was no forcing people to do it. And yeah, if you just don't...
What does that mean, forcing people? How would you even force somebody to do it? What is this weird standard now? I didn't force anybody to do it. I was just showing people exactly, navigate to youtube.com, click more at the top of these links, scroll to the bottom, click report user, harassment, cyberbullying, paste external links, TOS policy, in addition to say this person is conducting harassment and doxing campaign, here's a link platform, blah, 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 and include relevant tweets, blah, blah, blah. And then here's like the tweets to link, and here's everything. Oh, okay. But he wasn't forcing anybody. He wasn't forcing anybody to do it.
Stay in his apartment, so maybe.
Oh. But he didn't force anybody. It's not like he was at gunpoint, right? Not at gunpoint, right?
Like it, you don't like that, but I think it's perfectly reasonable for me to say that we should report this, right?
I feel like that's the exact same way how Otley Noah didn't get his artists to be able to DMCA somebody. He just like gave them the opportunity and then kind of like strung them away. Gave them a reason why they want to
hold
do
on,
it.
I'm saying I actually asked other people to help. Like
I'm not saying I actually asked other people to help. What?
Like gave them the opportunity and then kind of like strung them away.
I'm saying, but hold on, I'm saying I actually asked other people to help. Like I said, we should report this guy. Here's the argument for reporting this guy. I think that's totally legitimate.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's this gayness I'm hearing on the back channels?
I don't know. I haven't made a decision yet, but I'm thinking of just excising every part of my life that includes Doobie being in voice chats for 12 hours a day, talking about how I'm a pedophile, rapist, or whatever. I don't know if I want anything to do with any of those Discord servers.
Okay, is that Doobie's principal sin so far?
I mean, it's one of many, but I think I can have that boundary. I think that's okay for me.
Okay. Well, then I'm calling you from a phone because I'm busy doing shit, but I don't know. I'll text you about it later.
Okay, have fun. Be careful.
All right, bye.
Anyone got a clip of that? Yep. It's a substance clip right here. Hold on, simply substance. Let me throw up the clip for you guys. One.
I think did they wipe that Discord last year for Justicles? MDC or MD charged. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That Maywand person has 36,112 messages in that server. Is that just in the last year, or was it not wiped last year? Bruh. Really?
We gotta get rid of Discord.
What does Doobie have on these people? He donates thousands of dollars to all of them, which is like...
money.
That's what he's doing, right? Is buying friends, buying support, buying access. Glame Leon, thank you for gifting 10 subs in Kick Chat, buddy. Fuck. Quick, what?
I just want to say that I think you're making the right decision when it comes to the
I don't need you.
thing.
Okay, go.
Well,
Next
wait.
thing.
I'm not trying to glaze. But I just want to say that in the melting pot, like I feel like you can be a good, or like you can be a neutral Discord like moderator or whatever, but still, I guess, foster a community that can like be, I guess, anti-doxing or just like anti like lies about Destiny and whatever. Because in the melting pot, we've got every insane person, like probably in the world in there. And everybody in there seems to all agree that Destiny is not a sex pest pedophile. Like
stop. Okay, I don't know how to express this in better words. I don't care if somebody calls me a pedophile or if somebody says that I raped somebody or whatever. I don't care about that necessarily.
I know
what I don't know how to. What I don't know how to convey to people.
Harassment.
No, kind of, but not even that. It's the doing it for days and weeks and months and years. That's like I don't know how to convey that. It's the relentless, constant, coordinated. Every day. That's the issue. Okay, that's what
I know. I don't think Doobie would be doing that if the people there didn't welcome him. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Like I feel like there's something that Doobie and Pisco and whatever, like maybe even Connor included. I don't know about Connor's server that they could do that wouldn't foster an environment that would encourage people like Doobie.
Sure.
Because Doobie doesn't come into the melting pot Discord to like argue about this for 12 hours a day. Sure. Because I'm pretty sure because everybody in there hates him. But
okay.
But yeah. Anyways,
be careful.
TGL. I love you too.
Where is it? Dude, where's this substance clip?
He's got so many of them.
Trying to find it here real quick. Oh, now I can't find it. Really? I can find it in 2 seconds. Someone send me the substance clip, the December one. Substance, if you're here, send me the clip.
They might cancel my show tomorrow.
Oh, whoops, we're still talking. Anyway, it's him saying like he's being asked why he doxed people. And that's the context of the conversation. And at the end, he goes, yeah, all these weird communities need to just get wiped out. Pisco's included. And that to me is he's in the mind of this is what I'm doing. I'm destroying these communities. He's accusing them of doxing, but he really knows they're just talking shit. He doesn't really think I doxed him. He understands that I was friends with him when almost all of the doxing that happened to his friends occurred, right? He knows that. He knows that he has no timeline to even claim I could be responsible. He's totally raped on that.
I don't even know. So like, I'm sorry. I'm just like, the idea that, I just don't like these people because they talk shit about me. Like, that's it? Like if that's the perspective, I mean, I guess it makes it easy on my end, right? If you're going to lie about that obviously, then I mean, it makes it pretty obvious that you're, that you can't actually defend the arguments as they exist in reality. But
he's just basically been spiraling for the past while.
Thank you, Caselo, for the 5 gifted subs. I'm definitely spiraling right now. When for the first time in like a year and a half, there's finally a spotlight on these people, and they are scrambling and scurrying to get all of their shit figured out.
He's looking for some contradiction when he goes to fight me, and that's all he can do is he can just keep fighting for contradictions. So I don't need you to say that it's like what you support or anything like that. I don't need you to say that. But I'm totally fine with saying, yeah, I advocated for this and the exact reason I did. Trying to dox people in my community until it dies. That would be enough. But then he was also threatening adjacent content creators, which I thought was fucked.
True.
Yeah, I don't necessarily, I mean, it doesn't, obviously my takes are my takes. What you kind of like do or don't need me to say, that's not gonna really be involved in all of that.
When he brings up the trying to dox adjacent content creators, this is more of like the trying to create, I assume, what's the word, like turbulence within like the communities. So he's probably hoping that someone like clips this, sends it to Pisco, and then Pisco's like, oh, he was trying to do this.
Yeah, they try. What they do is they try. It's like super apparent if you're not fucking retarded. But basically, they try to have people that they're allies with, and then they'll constantly praise that person and donate money to that person, and then
like
talk that person up. And then if they see somebody and they feel like that person's not being loyal enough, then they will attack that person, say that person's a fucking loser. Do shit like that basically to try to so like they're like, so this is happening literally right now in Jessica's Discord server when Doobie hopped in or not Doobie, when what's his face hopped in earlier, who was just here, Whick, like
Connor, Whick,
Whick. Wait, fuck, I'm the wrong one. Hold on. You have to open these.
Too many screenshots.
Yeah, seriously. Destiny about to blacklist Whick for Doobie being in a server. Limfeo after Whick just pledged undying fealty. Poor Whick getting blacklisted after all that. Whick is like pleading. Oh my dear God. He's gonna hang
Whick
himself.
wasn't even pleading. He was being like normal. He was just like, all right, well, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna, that's a boundary for me.
Doesn't matter.
But here's what I can do. It was a normal convo.
True. But when Connor came in, Connor didn't commit to anything. So, bro, Connor is so based. Honestly, hope he covers this shit tomorrow. Like it's like so like so
it's very
transparent.
apparent, yeah.
Like I don't know. I would feel humiliated if people like glazed me this fucking obviously for trying to get something out of me. I just think it's crazy, but
because I'm thinking about in terms of contacting YouTube to be able to get them off the platform. I'm legitimate if they're doing shit like that. If what you're saying is like totally fucking correct, they are. I think I've seen clips of that. In fact, Destiny talking about doxing random chatters and random community members in your community, and then trying to basically destroy it and like ruin you monetarily. I can understand why you would want to do that. I don't know about the incitement for like several people.
I don't know if that exists. If I said that, honestly, it could have been at some point that I started saying anybody in his community. I don't know. There might be a clip out there. If I said it, if I did say it, then it would have been around the time when Kiwi Farms was literally doxing every single person in my community. So if I did say this, it was probably at that point. I don't know if you guys remember this, but like if you tweeted out something defending me, Kiwi Farms was doxing like just Twitter users, like saying like, oh, this guy is whatever. We found his job, blah, blah, blah. Like it was completely fucking random. I had a ton of my. Or not a ton. I had 4 or 5 members of my mod team quit around when that happened. They were people that stuck through the court case being announced, but then they had to quit afterwards because it was like way too much heat on every random person around me being doxxed.
But yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. I don't. Okay. Was this incitement in the Snark server?
I posted this stuff in the Snark server. Yeah. Well, I say I'm just saying I don't know if it was me or somebody like I would have supported doing it.
It was him. But why post it in the Snark server? Why not just post it in your own server if you have so much justification for it?
Do you know what I mean?
Just a reminder, snarking is a loser activity. And if you incessantly spend all of your time doing this on random online content creators, you're a fucking giga loser.
Yeah, true.
I'm just saying because it might as well be I.
Yeah, fair enough.
Do you get what I mean? Like technically it could have been one of my mods, or it could have been like Ryle or something who posted it. I don't remember exactly who posted it, but I'm just saying for the sake of the argument. I don't need to run from those people or say that like in that case that was something I supported and something I was talking to them about. So if they posted about it, it would just be me. It would be on me.
But why wasn't it in his public Justical server? Why was it on the secret one?
Yeah, that's fair enough. Like I say, it's just difficult to give like a fucking a strict thing because usually that would be fucking verboten, and I don't know if I've thought about instances where that would be justified. But yeah, I'm saying I'm undecided. So I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I'm not saying that I support it. And I haven't made those reports as well. But no, I think I understand the motivations there, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, if you're going to basically make people like fear real world harm, if you're going to do that to
make people feel like there might be real world harm, like what is happening to me constantly, but whatever. I mean, these guys are based, I guess, yeah.
Just chill criticism against you, chill conversation.
I love that. Like, I can't handle people criticizing me. True, bro. I just want to chill all criticism, bro.
About your lawsuit and to try to chill people.
Also, not conversations. You are an active participant. You understand how, like, improper that is? How weird that is? That you're feeding information, feeding lines, feeding potential victims, feeding whatever to Pixie. Like, you're in the court docs, bro. Like, you're literally in the court docs asking Pixie what you're allowed to speak about. So I don't know why he's acted like they're just like random people chatting about this.
Genuinely, if you wanted, could you have deposed him?
Maybe. International stuff is a lot harder.
It's really hard.
Yeah, and I don't want to drag this out anymore.
It's not even worth the money or whatever. Yeah. But
also, they can all lie.
Yeah, they can.
And they all do lie, right? Pixie's lied about almost everything in her fucking deposition. So yeah.
People like fear real world harm. If you're gonna do that to just chill criticism against you, chill conversations about your lawsuit, and to try to chill people from participating in my community, yeah, fuck you. Incredibly harmful.
Is it your community that esports Batman was having that conversation in?
Yep. And to try to chill people from participating in my community, yeah, fuck you. Incredibly harmful.
Is it your community that esports Batman was having that conversation in?
Yep.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to see some of that. All right. Yeah, I'm still undecided. I don't know if I'm going to come to like a. I don't know if I'm going to come to like a firm decision on that. Because again, I can understand taking down videos and reporting those, but going after the channel, yeah, it's rough. It's rough. But then again, I don't.
Isn't it a little suspicious that the Snark community attacks anyone against Hasan really, but hasn't touched Asmongold? Like, are they afraid of him, or is he working with them? No, Asmongold and Hasan do not touch each other. The anti-establishment forces will always align to attack the establishment forces. Okay? It happened in fucking Nazi Germany with the commies and the Nazis and the other far-right parties. It happened with the Soviets and Nazi Germany in Poland with the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And it's happening now with Asmongold and Hasan. The anti-establishment forces will always exist in a horseshoe-esque thing while they attack the consensus middle. That's what they do. The reason why they went after Tectone is because I'm pretty sure Tectone was making videos and attacking Hasan and calling him crazy and whacking and doing stuff. That's why they were also anti-Tectone.
The logic is basically he's operating outside of like...
happening to me, right?
Yeah, well, imagine that I could, you know, as somebody, we're both bakers, and I could like poison your flour so that it ruined like 80% of your bread. You have to go to like a third party to stop that. That's not how the competition works. You can't just say, well, why aren't you poisoning my bread back? Right? You get what I'm saying, right? In terms of trying to prevent participation in the community. It's literally got a name. I believe it's tortious interference.
Is this the DDoS kid argument? Sorry. This is a crazy retarded analogy though, but okay.
Yeah, I was going to use that term, but I try not to use the fucking legal shit. But no, I get the motivations and stuff. It's just, it is legitimately difficult for me to consider whether that is cool or not.
Well, you just don't want to take...
Wow, Corbett Coven, welcome. Or thank you for gifting 5 tier 2 subs in my DGG chat.
A position I don't know if these people... which is totally fine. Take your time. I don't need to press you for a position. Take your time and come to whatever decision you want. I'm just saying that to me, like I have thought about it. Obviously, I didn't even report this guy when he tried to dox me. Like when he tried to dox multiple other people. I didn't even report him back then. I was like, no, I'm really against it. I've like never wanted to do this before. And again, it was just YouTube. It was not even a kick. I said in a clip, because when it first happened, I was pretty upset. I was like, I think this would give me the justification to go after everything. Like literally everything. I think I'm totally justified in doing that. But I didn't end up calling for it or going after a kick.
Just as a heads up, he has gone after everything by helping Pixie with their frivolous lawsuit. That was the goal of that lawsuit, was to destroy my career, my reputation, and then drain me of all my money that I've earned in my entire life, by the way. That was the goal. And that is what he's actively participating in. While lying about it, by the way, but...
It's just the YouTube stuff.
I mean, by their standards, yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. I guess it depends what your standards are, but I can't think of an example where something like this has like ever fucking happened. It's it's fucking insane. Where a huge content creator has been locked on like a former associate this fucking hard. The closest thing I can think of.
Is he talking about me locking on Logistical or Logistical locking onto me? Because if he's talking about me locking on Logistical, he's so close to getting it, but not quite there. Wow, Fear Darkness 118. Thank you for gifting 10 subs in Kid Chat.
Do you remember Dog Viper AU when he used to do this shit with is it like Cyberboy or something? It's an orbiter of him who disagreed with him, and then he like goes and streams his content, A-logs him, and says to everybody, unsubscribe right now if you're a subscriber of Cyberboy. But that was like one stream. That was like 2 streams. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
Aren't these people sitting there talking about you for fucking 8 hours a day?
Yes, or anybody near me. Like, I don't like to dig this stuff up because it's fucking disgusting and gross, and it's hard that there are like other people involved that I don't really want like to be involved or have anything to do anymore. But like, Kelly was just dumping the most disgusting fucking shit about like my girlfriend at the time. And the only reason why, I think 90% of chat doesn't even know that I was even dating anybody. The only reason why was because she hadn't come out and publicly disavowed me on her small Twitter account. And that was a green light for Logistical's entire Discord server to just copy paste like the most disgusting fucking comments, rumors, whatever the fuck else from a site called Lolcow. And he still defended that even after all of that happened. He still defended it.
You know, content, but
this video is.
I stood by Kelly Jean as he like talked about the hemorrhoids of Destiny's girlfriend. You gotta stand by your guests, bro. You can't just throw them under the bus like this. This is f***ed up. This is actually f***ed up.
Well, okay, so basically you don't care then. You just like.
I mean, sorry, I told her it was bad, but like I didn't ban her or anything. I didn't go like, Kelly, you've ruined the stream and kick her out.
He's gone.
That's not even in Discord, but on stream. Like, these guys were all constantly just posting it, like, doing, like, the most disgusting fucking shit ever. And it's just like, for somebody who's no involvement whatsoever, she's never made any public statements on any of this stuff. She's never said anything about this.
She's just a random
She's
girl,
literally a
pretty
random
much.
person. Yeah. But like, yeah, it's all these people are just ugh. And it's like he just wants to silence all criticism, and it's like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, where were we? I got videos up.
I actually can't believe the Hasan thing. I just want to say that. I
That's
can't believe that you got unbanned. 10 minutes later, he looks up from a fucking text message, smiling like a evil villain. That's crazy.
I mean, at least it shows there's motion. At least there's like, who knows, something is at least like I guess the last employee that had my account thumbs down is gone.
They're gone.
That person's gone. And at least I
Moved
know
on
that
to the
like
next one.
as per all of the Twitch like guidelines, I should be unbanned. So the only thing right now that keeps me banned is Hasan, and then either his account manager, partner manager, or Dan Clancy, I guess. But at least I know that
it's
like
probably Dan would be my guess.
Maybe, yeah. But it's definitely like one of those three things, right? Because
Yes.
left to their own devices, like they wouldn't ban my account. Like at least I've seen.
Oh,
that.
it seems like legal said that you could be
Yeah,
unbanned.
anybody, yeah.
I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia. Right after a data center was constructed, the metadata center was constructed. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center.
I just don't believe this. Is this actually true? Is this, if you go to wherever this data center is in Georgia, is it even finished being constructed yet?
I wanted to ask you, while I have you here, if you've been receiving complaints or if you are aware of folks reaching out about data center construction impact on drinking water quality.
I am aware.
You're aware. And what are some of the things that you're seeing and hearing?
So
Maybe it's from the construction, not the actual data center. So one issue that a lot of Americans don't know about is a decent, I shouldn't make the number up. I know there are people that still live off of well water. And every, I don't know if you would say municipality or community or whatever, have their own kind of ways that they manage their well water shit, but they have to be careful. I wish I could remember this because my kid's mom's mom, they live in like a rural area where they all drink well water, but there's like some way that they filter it. But like if there's certain storms or if something happens, like a certain thing happens, they have to be careful because they know that it's not safe. But I don't like it when they represent like, this is like the normal drinking water. Because it's like, are you saying that the filtered water from the city, like the public municipality water, is this fucked? Maybe it is actually. Maybe this does come from there. I don't believe it. I need way more evidence just a jar, but I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
You're aware. And what are some of the things that you're seeing and hearing?
So one of, I think, the biggest concerns is related to water availability, which is why we recently relaunched the Water Reuse Action Plan 2.0 to focus on ensuring that whether it's data centers or
anything about water quality, though?
If the municipality doesn't do water, then what then? Well, then people use well water.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Are there any complaints? I mean, are you observing any negative impacts on data center construction on water quality for Americans?
I don't think anything like that's been raised to my attention.
Okay. I would like to do so. A few weeks ago, while Congress was in recess,
Thank you for the night, for your tier 5 subber. I love you and your mom and your wife.
I visited Morgan County, Georgia, where Meta is building a massive data center campus. They are clear-cutting forests and began heavy construction, including explosive blasting. And families in the area are starting to see not only their water pressure decrease, to your point about water availability, but their appliances are have all stopped working because it is decimating their water quality. They now rely on bottled water to drink and prepare meals. And
again, I don't know. But then I guess sometimes compared to some of these people, I feel like I know a lot more because, I mean, I am from Nebraska. Everybody that I've known that's lived in like these rural places, they all have like stockpiles of bottled water. That's just like a normal thing.
I mean, yeah, because you just can't really 100% rely on the fucking well.
Yeah, because again, like any big storm or whatever can fuck shit up. I don't know if it's like that everywhere. Maybe it's just selection biasing or whatever. But like I know a lot of people sometimes will use like they're used to boiling water before they cook anything, or they have like they'll get those things delivered. What do you call it? Like the big jugs that go on the thing
big
for
jugs
water,
of water. Yeah,
and they just use the well water for like showers and stuff. They don't actually drink it.
Nearby residents' water bills are expected to increase by 33%. In fact,
Why the fuck are we being so uncharitable when it's corporations that don't care about the environment, LMAO? Because every time the conversation is like hijacked by retarded shit, then we don't talk about like important shit. I don't know. Maybe, who knows? I don't know. Maybe I'm the retard. Who knows?
This just feels like people who have never, I guess, kind of lived in a very rural area.
Maybe, or I mean, maybe it is. I mean, I'm saying this without looking it up here. Like I don't know. But then I also get like people who email me stuff that I've like never even heard before. That seems kind of serious when I look it up. I'll read it. I'll read an email about this after this. We'll see.
I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia.
Like when she says drinking water, you mean the public municipality is outputting this water? Is that what's happening, or?
Right after a data center was constructed, the Meta data center was constructed. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. So this wasn't just one well. These wasn't just.
Okay, so this is all well water. Not that that's a good thing. You could still be doing things as a construction company that's fucking with people's water tables or fucking with their well water. That's not good. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but
one family's situation. This is what the drinking water now looks like next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable. These families now have to ship.
I don't know what's true or not. Again, I'm from fucking Nebraska. I at the fucking ranch we used to go when I was a kid, where we did our fucking horseback riding shit. I don't know if this is true, and don't believe me if I say this. Like, I don't know, but I was always told if it's got a little bit of mud in it, it's fine, because they had well water shit, and they would go out and they would drink stuff sometimes. They'd be like, oh, it's okay, it's not gonna hurt you or whatever. Now maybe, but they also were fucking. They could have been crazy. I don't know, but like for a person who is living in the city, like water, I've only ever seen it as clear and transparent. I don't know, in this place, they seem to not give a fuck. I don't know if that is or not, but whatever.
In a rural area, have to ship water to their house in order to cook and bathe themselves. Now, I'm curious if the EPA plans any investigations on how data centers are affecting water quality and availability. I understand what you said about the rule, but are there going to be any open investigations on this issue?
If someone's well water was clear before, and after it looks like this, the company should absolutely have to come in and at least fucking check it out. Like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, potentially, yeah, for sure. I think one of the issues, too, though, is that, like, I think these well water things are not, I don't think these things are, like, municipality regulated. I'm not sure if it is. So, like...
You think it's just, like, regulated per, like, house? Like, they own their own well?
Like, there might be, like, a community that has some agreement or whatever, but I don't know if there's, like, an official, like, municipality regulation, like, I think that comes in and, like, tests it or whatever. I don't think that's always the case.
As I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met. And so we'll be looking into that certainly.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate that because I think this is of utmost importance, and we're seeing this happening across the country. I'd also like to ask about the administration's push to build more data centers by fast-tracking construction. Because the administration's been issuing executive orders to fast-track data center construction when we know that water quality is encountering major...
Like when there's like sediment and shit in here, I just don't know. Is this just like is it, I just don't know. Is this like a pipe that hasn't been run in a long time? Because when you turn those on, those will look gross for a minute, and then afterwards it'll clear out.
They probably fucked the water table up.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. I just need more than just like a jar of spooky water. I don't know.
Issues. Are there any mandates for data centers to do water quality testing prior to construction?
Of like coming from a public water supply, drinking water supply sampling?
Wells, yeah.
I'm not aware of anything like that. However, it doesn't mean I'm just not aware of it. Might exist, but I'm not.
Of course. You know, I think it's important that, you know, you as an agency official, we have to make sure we're doing these investigations. And then us, on a congressional level, I'd like to note that I think it's of utmost importance that we also launch congressional investigations into this matter as well, so that we can partner with the EPA and ensure that the drinking water for this country continues to be safe and accessible for the American people. So thank you, Administrator.
Like, and again, I know nothing about it. Like, drinking water for this country, like, I think municipality water and everything is a big deal, and we should definitely have a talk about that. That's a separate conversation from well water. Not to say that well water or whatever doesn't matter, but this is a separate, I think it's a separate thing, I think.
I don't mind our Congress people looking into it. I feel like this is a very,
well,
this
yeah, but
feels
it's just,
like a very much House of Representatives job, but yeah.
Maybe. Well, the first question is, what are the regulations? If there are no regulations, then, I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, it's the Wild West. If there are no regulations and we don't like that, and this is a real thing that these data companies are happening, well, then we should probably write some regulations or rules for it so that they have to, you know, do testing before and after or something like that. But then you also have the issues of, like, the big issues with these rural areas, the reasons why these people rely on well water and everything is because you can't run the infrastructure to all of these far out places. It would be way too expensive.
100%, yeah.
Somebody said the same areas had this problem for years.
Installed Rivian electric truck.
Is this even the same place? Because I don't want to play your slop.
She said it was like some county in Georgia.
Yeah, well, this is also in Georgia. But I don't. Does she say the county?
She does. She says where the well water is from.
Fuck you.
I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia.
Okay, this is Morgan County. Oh, residents experience water problems near Rivian site in Morgan County. Well, is that the data center? The stalled Rivian electric truck plant.
Truck plant promised east of Atlanta has produced headaches for local residents out there, including, they say, muddy water that's poured from their faucets in the week since the project went on hold.
They also say construction workers hit well water sources when they were clearing the land. 11 Alive's Doug Richards has more on their concerns tonight.
Welcome to Academy Mill Farm. Alan Jenkins' running water comes from a well. He used to change the water filter yearly. Now it only takes 30 days for the white filter to turn a gunky brown from mud that's fouled his well water. He has documented it too often, he says, with photos from his sink.
Every time it rains with a decent amount of rainfall, we get mud that's coming through in the groundwater and coming up here through the pipe.
Next door, Eddie Clay has the same issue. His water filter was the color of mud when he changed it at midday.
We started seeing it 3 weeks after they started moving dirt.
The dirt moving started 2 years ago at the Rivian Auto Assembly Plant within eyeshot of Clay and Jenkins' homes. Both residents pull water from a spring, they say, is located underground at the site, still owned by the state of Georgia. The state has used taxpayer money to clear the land as part of a $1 billion incentive package with Rivian. Come on, everybody else, follow me. The automaker that dazzled state officials with its electric truck.
So, like, this might be something worth talking about. It seems like it is. But,
100%.
like, this is a way different framing of this, right? Like, I have a filter for this water. I used to change it every year. I change it every month now. Shit is getting, like, way more muddied up and everything, right? This is like, look at the fucking AI meta particles. Look at the LLM data particles that are infecting your water and making you die. And it's like, okay. And it doesn't even sound like a data center problem so much as it's like a construction in rural area problem, which is still a real problem.
Which is a problem, yeah.
Every time it rains with a decent amount of rainfall, we get...
Changed it at midday.
We started seeing it 3 weeks after they started moving dirt.
The dirt moving started 2 years ago at the Rivian Auto Assembly Plant within eyeshot of Clay and Jenkins' homes. Both residents pull water from a spring, they say, is located underground at the site, still owned by the state of Georgia. The state has used taxpayer money to clear the land as part of a $1 billion incentive package with Rivian. Come on, everybody else, follow me. The automaker that dazzled state officials with its electric trucks. Last month, Rivian abruptly announced its assembly plant was on hold indefinitely. Rivian has until 2030 to decide whether to come back. Yet the state still has equipment moving dirt here.
They are continuing to disturb the site, but regardless, they have already damaged the site very significantly by digging into the groundwater.
A publicist representing the megasite did not return a request for comment. Jenkins and Clay were among the residents who tried unsuccessfully to stop the project. The pause represents only an empty victory for residents adjacent to the land scraped clean for industry.
Couldn't the companies just cover replacement filters until they're done building or something? Well, it might be that maybe as part of this construction, maybe they're permanently damaging the whatever water tables these people draw their well water from, or it'll always be fucked now, and the well water, there won't be enough or it won't be viable, so it's not like they could... like, there's no way the construction companies could actually, help these people recover their losses or make them whole again, right?
It's not really a victory. It's more of a we told you so.
Eddie Clay.
Sorry, is the argument that residents should do nothing about the negative externalities that private corps are forcing onto them? Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. Thank you. Mundangerous thoughts. Thank you for understanding what I was trying to say. Thank you. Finally, somebody gets it. Yes, thank you.
predicts the state will probably successfully find another industrial project for this site if Rivian decides to stay gone. Either way, Clay says the damage to his water source is probably permanent. In Morgan County, Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Well, to learn more about why Rivian paused construction on its assembly plant in Morgan County, head over to our website, 11alive.com, and look for the story.
Morris a year ago. They live 400 yards from Meta's 2.5 million square foot data center campus in Morgan County, Georgia, where Trump got over 70% of the vote. Now I'm back this time with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to find out if one of the most progressive Democrats in the country can connect with the people being left behind by the data center boom.
Our water situation.
It seems like people, like these people, just don't want anything in their town. It doesn't matter what it is. They want to stay rural. Well, I mean, maybe, but it could also be that, like, you're okay with having some things in your city, but you don't want things to be damaged. And I'm guessing the companies that were going to build there promised them that these things wouldn't be damaged. So if things like your water sources are getting damaged, then I think it's probably okay to be upset about that.
Is worse. The water that we're getting into the house is worse. And we're all on wells, so when that's affected...
You'll see it on the map
Yeah.
inside. There's just this large area that is the recharge, sort of where the water's under the ground. The Morrises and their neighbors haven't had clean water from their wells since Meta construction began.
Wait. Does... Kind of looks like AOC, right?
From their wells
it is.
since
That's what
Meta
they said in the video.
construction began.
We've seen this playbook before from
retarded.
big companies. This is pretty night and day. You know, the only thing that changed is this is pretty from big companies. This is pretty night and day. You know, the only thing that changed was that spot opening up across the street, right? Nothing else.
Oh, yeah.
When you try
Wait, well, like, hold on. Did they hear that a construction project was going to be announced, filled a water jug thing 2 years earlier, and then, guys, really?
I will be honest. These
Yeah,
retards will do that.
Yeah. You know what? Rural people, you know what? That does sound like
They're
something my grandma would do.
retarded. Yeah,
that does
it
sound like
does.
something my grandma would do, you know?
Look at how they fuck the
We've
water,
seen this
Stevie.
playbook before from big companies. This is pretty night and day. You know, the only thing that changed was that
to these, when you try to talk to these big tech companies behind these things, the Zuckerbergs and the Jeff Bezos, Amazon, do you think that they have any empathy for?
Don't people keep samples from time to time? I feel like in rural areas, you generally pay people, like private people will come by and test your well water to check for levels like every month or something. Or if you have like a community that shares a water thing or whatever, then people will come by and test it and check.
What's happening?
Well, one of the reasons why I certainly wanted to come out here is because when you're stuck in Washington and these issues come up, you get a bunch of lobbyists that come down and they tell you that it's all fake. You know, they tell you that the water issues are actually not that serious, and they say...
Okay, but why is their representative not doing this? Genuinely. Why is AOC, New York City, by the way, having to come to Georgia to do this? Is it just because she wants to run for Senate? Because she wants to run for president?
Well, there's like... construction stuff is just always like really, really, really complicated because you've got a conflict of interest. Here's your big issue. The United States of America is powered by its cities, but we keep the countries around because they make us happy and to make those people happy. But they're a drain in every size. Okay, in Canada, you know how you have your indigenous people?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we have those. They're just our rural people. That's it. So we keep them around because it makes us feel good. But all of your economic power is coming from your is coming from your cities. Okay. So the issue you get is like when states want more job growth, more job opportunity, whatever. When cities want to generate more, maybe say might want more tax revenue or whatever else, or when cities want to have more people that are working, the cities will always greenlight and give a ton of tax incentives to these types of projects. But if they're not being built in the city, well, they're going to go out to these rural areas. Now, the rural areas might not have as strong a say or as strong a vote, so those people will probably be negatively, disproportionately impacted by these types of projects. So they're definitely going to complain. But like the governors, the mayors are kind of like, I guess it sucks, and that maybe you pay lip service to it, but they don't want to kick these projects out of their states. So that's like kind of where the tension is. There's a whole bunch of retards in chat saying farming and food, because a lot of people, I guess even in my chat, still think that the average farm is like 3 acres of grandpa going out in his fucking tractor or whatever bullshit, and it's absolutely not. I guarantee you farms give a fuck about this type of shit because they get all of their water from huge fucking city contracts or from huge fucking aquifers that are bringing water in from really fucking far away, or they're polluting the well water just as much as any of these other countries are. So for anybody saying farmers, you're fucking retarded. I doubt that it's these people, the massive commercial farms are the ones crying about whatever the fuck is going on with this. I think it's just generally rural people.
You know, all this
I
stuff
just feel like that this is like a Georgia representative for this area's issue. That's kind of what they're hired for. So I don't understand why their representative isn't the bare minimum here with AOC talking about this.
I don't even know how much representatives matter anymore. I'm not sure. It feels like...
Well, I mean, this is literally their job, right?
Well, yeah,
this
but I know, but I'm
saying
that, you're talking about in a perfect world, but it feels more like representatives just, once they get to Congress, it's just on party lines, basically. Like, I think maybe you might sometimes get people that can advocate for their area, but I think it's generally like Republican versus Dem in the Congress. And
I guess, but that's the whole fucking... That's the whole thing,
that's
man.
why
That's
we
what
have
it should
districts.
be.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it should be that representatives are representing literally the districts they're from, but I don't know...
This is literally a campaign ad for the next person in this district being like, hey, so-and-so is not coming to check out your wells. I'm going to be there. And like, this is free votes. It feels like.
It could be. But then the issue is like, you have the rural voters there, but then you've got to balance that out against all the people that stand to gain from having this place constructed, right? And then it's just a matter of weighing those two things. But I don't
think we're against this being constructed. We're just against it like fucking up the water and then nobody looking into it. Like, I don't think anybody here is like saying that this is bad.
I mean, that's an issue, but like if I had to guess, and I'm vibing this hardcore, even if you 100% could ensure that like all the water problems and everything are fixed, the people that are complaining about this, probably like 80% of them still would say they wouldn't want the construction there. They would say the noise is too much, all the new traffic is bad, it's destroying the character of where it's at. They don't want like more housing and everything being built and other people that are not part of their community coming in. Like they would still kind of have that feeling, I think.
Yeah, they probably would. I agree. But I think that that's retarded.
It's kind of like an urban legend, and it's really not that bad. Obviously, you
think this is good politics for AOC, potentially scooping up some sweet, sweet rural votes? I mean, it's good in that it's on the message that she normally does. It could also be an issue that she feels strongly about too, right? I think AOC is like a pretty progressive person. If she feels like there are mega wealthy corporations with people that are making billions of fucking dollars in profits, not just revenues, but in profits, and they all stand to gain even more and more and more and more and more, and they're doing it at the cost of rural communities that don't have as much of a voice because they're rural communities, so their votes just don't matter that much. Then maybe she feels like it's an important thing for her to spotlight. I mean, I think that explains all of her behavior pretty succinctly.
guys don't have a lobbyist.
Oh, somebody said also AOC's current committee position is energy and commerce. So that would make sense as well why she's like spotlighting this issue.
Yeah, if I was in this fucking district and this was my district and I knew AOC was going to visit, you bet your ass I'd be there with her because it makes sense.
Maybe. I don't know if it's a Republican. I don't know.
Lobbyist in Washington. No.
Seeing what you saw this weekend, does it rise to the level of a congressional inquiry?
Absolutely. You're looking at a water recharge area connected to an aquifer that can affect and is connected to the water supply of an entire state, times every state that a data center is in. That absolutely merits and rises to the level of national congressional investigation.
This is the first time I've heard anyone come forward and say, we need to stop this.
I mean, rural folk getting fucked over so data centers can get built quick seems kind of bad. It makes sense if she's so involved. I mean, is it though? I don't know. As soon as I heard they were building all these data centers in the South, I started fucking querying all my LLMs 50 million times more. But I know that every time I ask a fucking question, some motherfucker in Georgia or Tennessee's getting fucked. Woohoo! I got so many questions
Becky,
for you.
the water's fucked up again.
Claude, how many questions do I need to ask for 1 pound of dirt to be deposited in Tennessee's water tables?
What was it like hearing from AOC and meeting her?
It's not what I expected, really. It was a good surprise.
Somebody said, to give you an idea of who the representative of this area is, it's Mike Collins, and he was the conservative who introduced the Lake and Riley Act. Nope. There you go.
Surprise. I mean, I think it went real well. I feel like she cares about our situation.
There's just a lot of controversy around everything political, you know. If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she is going to be the one to do it. But working together across party lines, we need her.
You know what the sad thing is?
What?
AOC's doing all this, and these retards are still gonna go vote fucking Republican.
Yeah, that's always it. Nadamic, thanks for the tier 5 subber. Was it Lauren Boebert? Is that her name? That Biden, like, personally, did he have a phone call or did he fly down and walk with her and chat with her about stuff going on in Florida about the FEMA funds or something? And he like had a.
Wouldn't have been Boebert. It would have been. It would have had to be someone
it was
else.
Anna Pauline Luna.
Oh yeah, she's a demon.
Oh my God, is that?
That's a vampire.
I think I've seen. Yeah, okay, this person's a vampire. Yeah, I think he actually flew down and had a personal conversation with her to talk about the to talk about like the FEMA funds and all the rumors and stuff going around, because everybody was thinking like FEMA's going to steal my house if I apply for emergency funds. And I think she was actually super warm to what Biden said for like 2 days, and then that was it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, I'm not like big on these things, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. I haven't done a lot of research on this, but here's another. I get apparently all of you guys work in computer related shit. So here's a thing about the data center stuff and water. Wait. Fuck. Where's the big one being built? Is it Utah? Oh.
It's in Utah.
It's in Utah. Sorry, I don't know why.
I did a whole data center search on.
Oh, well, let's see if you've heard of this thing, Mootin. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
About how data centers are amazing for the environment. Ready?
Okay.
Hello, Steven. Longtime listener and lurker of the channel. Recently, I heard you talk to Mooton, about Utah's proposed data center and how you don't know enough about it. I thought I would send a quick email because I know a bit about the water usage in Utah, having lived here and followed it even before the data center was proposed. This is by no means all-encompassing, but hopefully a good start in your research journey. Background. There's 2 major points I'd like to address before even getting into the main data center argument. 1, how water rights work, or how Utah water rights work, and 2, how our ecological water system works. Water rights in Utah and many parts of the U.S. 2 items to note about water rights in Utah is the share system and the use it or lose it policy. Back in the late 1800s, you could buy shares of water from the river, canal, etc. Basically, if you've never heard of this, it works like this, super simplified version. If there's 10,000 gallons per second, 10,000 gallons of water per second running through a river 1 year, and you have 1 share or stock, that could entitle you to 1% of the water or 100 gallons a second. Then, if there's 5,000 gallons per second running through the river in another year, you only get 50 gallons per second. However, due to shaky measuring in the 1800s and even now, since rivers ebb and flow, depending on rain/snowfall, this meant that during dry seasons, it would leave people further down the water system scrambling. There are notable examples of towns near lakes becoming inhospitable due to the lake drying downstream because water shares are being over-allocated or underused. What's going on? We'll do this after, okay? Though these shares, which can be passed down to children in a decedent's estate, are use it or lose it, meaning people are incentivized heavily to use every single drop of water in their share or risk not getting enough water next year. This leads to one of Utah's most famous global exports, alfalfa. Alfalfa needs an incredible amount of water to grow. I'll remind you that Utah is a desert, but it's an intermediate crop that can soak up all of that extra water for those farmers' shares. It's either that or a farmer could run their watering system onto nothing, which I've also seen. Alfalfa uses about 50% of the state's water, but only accounts for about 10% of the state's GDP, most of which gets exported to neighboring countries, and especially China. The tariff recent policies may have shifted the stat a bit. Again, I'll remind you, Utah is a desert. And then the next is the Great Salt Lake's ecological system. The Great Salt Lake is salty because it has no outflow. The only way water levels go down is due to evaporation. Wait, my fucking internet's being weird. Hold on.
Holding.
Oh. Hold on. We're coming back, YouTube. We good? Okay. The Great Salt Lake is salty because it has no outflow. The only way water levels go down is due to evaporation. The mountains to the east, the Wasatch Front, is the main source of inflow. Basically, snow falls high in the mountains, then slowly melts through the spring to refill the Great Salt Lake, where it evaporates and leaves all of those minerals it picked up on its way down. This is massively oversimplified. There's also the Utah Lake to the south that feeds into it, plus a bunch of other stuff, but whatever. What this means is that if we get a shitty/warm winter with low snow pack, the lake has a net loss of water due to evaporation. The other thing to note is that because there's no outlet to the lake, it means that heavy metals, arsenic, and other harmful chemicals can become exposed, as those chemicals were dumped into the river during industrialization and were carried into the lake with nowhere to go but settle at the bottom. As an outsider, it doesn't sound too bad initially, but if the Salt Lake were to completely dry out, the surrounding areas would be completely inhospitable due to the resulting air quality from the toxic dust cloud. This means the Ogden, Salt Lake, and Provo metropolitan areas would all become inhospitable immediately. 660,000, 1.3 million, 893,000 people living there, respectively, 2.85 million total. After that, the science gets a bit speculative, but it wouldn't surprise me if cities and towns much further away could also be affected by the toxic dust. On top of that, the lake bed decomposing would generate a huge spike in greenhouse gases in the same way that an iceberg melting would be releasing gases into the atmosphere. And then the data center argument. With Utahns already fighting for water with alfalfa farming, even the mention of a data center is a non-starter for me, let alone one of this size. On top of that, this year was especially bad for snowpack in the mountains, meaning that unless we get some rain, we are looking at yet another year of net negative lake gain. Lastly, there are the usual data center arguments about creating a heat island, power bills going up for the average person in the surrounding area, and little annoyances here and there. Data centers use a tremendous amount of water, and that water needs to be fresh, as the added salt, minerals, and chemicals in the Salt Lake would gunk everything up, so they can't use the lake itself, meaning that we'd be diverting an inlet from the Great Salt Lake. I understand that the water would then be spat out after use, but the evaporative cooling would take so much water away from the lake, and that bitch has been receding for the past 40 years due to other agricultural diversions and a warming climate. Basically, at the end of the day, this data center risks millions of people going homeless in the surrounding valleys due to the ecological impact of a drying lake and exposing a lake bed for what I would consider very little gain. Now, if we were to stop alfalfa farming and instead divert that water to a data center, I'd be able to at least have a conversation, but as of right now, the two working in tandem to take water from the lake is not sustainable. Hell, it wasn't sustainable before a data center was proposed. Last thing I want to say is that I realize I'm pointing the finger at alfalfa farmers a lot here. Of course, things are multifaceted and there are other items on the agenda, including climate change and additional diversions further up the chain, but alfalfa farming is the easiest thing to point to that would have had the biggest impact on the lake without that much meaningful change for anyone. That plus a restructuring to the use it or lose it policy would help a ton. And that was supposed to be all-encompassing. There's a lot I missed. This is a quick write-up, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I've never heard of any of these.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So.
It seems like there is a water issue. But again, when these data centers are closed loop, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal. It seems like they put in like 1 million gallons of water one time, and then it's pretty much A-okay for the future. The problem is the old data centers that aren't closed loop. The one stat I have is like the Colorado River's average flow has declined 20% since 2000. So it does seem like sometimes there are water issues. California, Arizona, Nevada in 2021 signed agreements to temporarily take less water in hopes of stabilizing water levels in Lake Mead. Doesn't seem like that's super happening. So,
well, when you say closed loop cooling, how common is that? Like compared to the open,
seems like every new fucking data center that I've read about is doing the closed loop shit. It doesn't seem like anybody's doing the non-closed loop shit because it just doesn't make any sense. It seems it would be retarded to not do it.
What is the how much water do you need to sustain that closed loop cooling thing?
In the one video I watched, it was a Bloomberg video. They said that they would put in like a few million gallons of water and then it would be like A-okay. Like they wouldn't need to add a ton more or anything like that. They made it even sound like that's all. They would just need to do it one time.
And then if I were to look up how many data centers are closed loop versus open loop cooling.
Yeah, I can tell you this if you want.
Why not just link it though?
Because there isn't you have to pay for that sort of stuff.
Oh.
But I can tell you basically literally every single AI data center, which is what these people are saying about, because it's not the normal CPU-based data centers that just data storage and stuff like that, are going to be using they're using closed loop systems in the white space and gray space of the part of the data center. So for example, the Colossus 2 data center, which is the one Elon made, which is around 200,000 GPUs, uses the same amount of water as 2 in and outs on the annual basis. An in and out burger joint.
Yeah, it seems like they were big issues before the
Wait, about which? Hold on. Which data center are we talking about?
So this Colossus 2 uses 346 million gallons
is it Glossus?
annually. Colossus.
Oh.
Colossus 2.
Colossus 2 data center is xAI's massive gigawatt scale AI data center located on the border of Memphis, Tennessee, and South Haven, Mississippi. And this was operational 4 months ago. Okay, I'm watching. When we say use water, are we talking about like evaporating the water away, or do we mean just like...
it's not evaporative cooling. So the way they do it is they have it's closed system. We may the future may be, but for now, every single data center is going to be closed loop. You have chillers, lots of them. Like I can show you a picture if you want. It's basically you've got a square, and then you've got a bunch of generators on the side, and then a bunch of chillers on the side, and then you've got the grid kind of square, some on the top left, and then sometimes you might have backup generators and backup power. But it's not, and then the water is obviously used, and then they have to keep it clean, and it has to be the only thing that happens is it warms up, and then they chill it, and then they recycle it. Like a closed system.
Okay, I'm just looking at this like, so this Wikipedia thing is wrong then, or at full capacity, the system was expected to require 150 megawatts of electricity, which sounds lower than it's using, and millions of gallons of water per day. Is that retarded?
I told you, Colossus 2 uses or consumes 346 million gallons annually.
Wait, how much does an in and out use?
The average in and out uses 147 million gallons per year.
Are we including like every?
So
are we talking about like including the energy from the Big Bang to the atoms creating cows, or
no? It's the water. It's the water of like process of like the products and the water used for the like the farming and stuff like that. So the full supply chain, and that's the same for the. So like if you compare them on the one-to-one like basis.
Wait, if we're comparing one-to-one, are you talking about the full supply chain of like the silicon harvesting and everything to manufacture the GPUs?
No, because the water used for those things is, they're in Taiwan. So I mean, it doesn't matter. Do you think that's a like basis? The water used for these the food.
Well, no, but the first thing you said was incredibly misleading then, because when you're saying like two in and outs use more water. Oh no, it feels misleading to me. I'm allowed to feel misled. When you say that two in and outs use more water per year than data centers, I'm like, oh, that's crazy. But if you're saying, well, I'm just talking about the water that the data center uses, compared to the every drop of water required from the start of like a baby calf's life cycle to the creation. Is this also including the crops needed to feed the cow, plus the harvesting, plus the transportation, everything else?
No. So there's a whole freaking thing. One sec. So about 95% of the water comes from the beef. So that would be from the alfalfa, corn, and the crops.
Sure.
To actually feed the animal. That's about 95% of it. Like that goes into an in and out. So the beef that is like, and that's all made in the US. US doesn't import beef like that in terms of like 90% of it's going to be produced domestically.
Sure, but like when you talk about that, like the in and outs themselves don't suck that water from their local system.
No, they don't. But the data centers like. I mean, they're going to be contracting a water provider the same way that the In-N-Out is contracting a burger provider. Like,
yeah, but the water for the data centers all has to come from local
the end of the
areas,
day, you're
right?
providing a product, okay? The data center is providing a product, that's the LLM. The In-N-Out is providing a product, that's the food, okay?
But the water necessities for the In-N-Out beef can be dispersed across the globe. But for the data center, my guess is...
No, they can't. Because you have to, like,
the answer you just said earlier was that you don't have to consider the water used to make a GPU because that comes from Taiwan.
Well, no, you are asking if it does include it, and I said no, it doesn't.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You don't have to include it. But for the but the water demands for a local data center are going to be like locally concentrated, whereas the water demands
locally, right?
Yeah, but the water demands locally for the in and out are not millions or whatever per year.
Well, no, but the on like a, I would imagine, especially for Midwest states, which is where primarily most of these places are, except for like Virginia. There's a lot in there, but like they've stopped building mostly there. So Midwest states, they're going to be where primarily the cattle is brought up. And then there's all the alfalfa as well. So like the crops that are being grown are being given to the cows to then eat them, so then they can, you know, harvest them. So like at the end of the day, it's domestically coming. Like I get what you mean. Like the system isn't like, it's not a grid. Like you can't take water from Utah and then bring it to Los Angeles. But at the same time, the local networks, these things aren't going to be that too far apart. And I mean, honestly, I just think that the idea that like if you take an in and out, right, and then you put it down in the middle of Utah, that thing has to find beef products, and then demand has to come from somewhere, right? And then if you take a data center, it then uses the local water, and it's going to be using that water, true, but it's not going to be evaporating that water. It's going to go back into the system or somewhere within the local area, because they're not just going to fucking evaporate it. That would cost a lot of money, because if you're not getting any energy out of it, then yeah, you're never going to evaporate it. So I don't see, like, I get where you're coming from, but I don't see it doesn't beat the argument that like at the end of the day.
Well, there's going to have to be, where does all the extra energy for that water, if it's a closed loop cooling thing, how do they cool what's the technology to cool the water?
What, the chillers?
Yeah. Is that just electricity basically?
I mean, I'm not a thermo scientist, what the fuck, thermodynamics fucking experts, but it's like a fridge, right? You take electricity and then you change the position, like the electrons from one place to another, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're not evaporating water.
Does this have any like measurable impact on like super local temperatures or no?
No. I mean, okay, one of the big things as well, I spam to you this in chat, is like these things have like not just popped up, like everyone's talking about them in the last like year, but like the massive data centers, like they're literally huge ones, like the ones like the Oracle one in Abilene and stuff like that, they've been around since like 2023, 2024. Like they already had massive like the closest one, the 200K, that finished a year ago. Like these things have not just been operating for like, you know, the last like 6 months. Like if these were actually massively like notable, and also they're all built pretty much the same. Okay, they all buy from the same like suppliers of like chillers and like not energy infrastructure, but like the cooling loop systems are very similar. Like you either get it from like Vertiv or like there's another supplier for like gray space, but they're not having massively different systems. So you're not gonna have like one data center in Utah and then one data center in Abilene that's like working very differently. You can even look at them on like in real life. Like they all look pretty much the exact same. It's just like a square, and then they are like chillers and then generators.
Okay. Fucking got him, dude.
You got his ass.
We got him. How much energy is there? It should be easy to measure, right? Because a gigawatt, don't we measure? No. Is like a watts to joules conversion, is that a directly convertible thing? How many gigawatts of energy do you need to like raise like 1 square kilometers temperature, like 1 degree Celsius or something? A watt is joules per second. What is the
So the place in Abilene, I'm not answering your question, but the place in Abilene, it is going to use 1.2 gigawatts of energy. If you want to watch the video, it's a very good video. It is here.
How long is it?
Let me see. It is 42 minutes, but it is a very good one.
Sheesh.
And I think it's kind of politically important because everybody is very data center build right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's going to be a big thing coming up.
Yeah.
So you're still going to use a lot of water due to evaporation. Well, closed loop systems shouldn't evaporate almost any water, no?
That's the point of the closed loop.
I can't remember the exact one, but there's one data center that's within a valley with almost no ability to radiate emitted heat. And even that is only like 3 degrees increase in temps within that valley. The nearby town will see an increase. Well, 3 degrees sounds pretty significant. If you're talking about 3 degrees
3
Celsius.
degrees is a lot.
Yeah. A data center is not going to have any impact on local temps more than a gigawatt gas plant or a gigawatt nuclear plant. I don't... Fuck. We'll take... Is it physics or engineering? I don't know. I'm trying to think if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true. If gigawatts are being measured in power consumption, I think every amount of that will necessarily be ultimately dumped into heat. But if the gigawatt is generated as like power in another place and then transferred, I don't know if it's dumped as heat at that place. I'm trying to think. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Does it? It's dumped as heat wherever it's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's dumped as heat where it's consumed. It won't be dumped as heat in the power plant itself. I mean, it shouldn't be. Every single person in chat talking about efficiency is a fucking retard. It has nothing to do with this conversation. And I'm going to eat my soap. Okay, I don't care. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I want to eat... Yo mama.
You're going to eat your soap?
Good.
The fuck does that mean?
Just what I said. Problem? Troll face?
Okay. Yeah. Eat it, I guess. I don't know. My takeaway from the data center shit, it's like, yeah, if it's done poorly and pushed through, it seems pretty bad. But it doesn't seem like the end of the world that a lot of people are making. And it seems like people are very much like doomed over it. I don't know.
Yeah, but we're so cynical about literally fucking everything that we just can't have any real conversations about anything. And it's just everybody, it's just like super doomer. And so there's no... Yeah. So I think
things are so black and white now. It's data center, it's the worst thing, or it's the best thing. This is the fix for everything.
But then it's annoying because like if everybody is feeling that way, and there are like really bad aspects or external things about these data centers, you can't ever really even mount an effective offense against it because nobody can really even talk about it. So I don't know. It is what it is.
It's all retarded.
Don't care. What is this? Hold on, jeepers. Oh, okay. Should we see what our friend Dan is up to?
Yeah, I've been seeing.
Efficiency is important, i.e. if you convert nuclear energy into heat and water... Okay, the reason why efficiency doesn't matter for the specific question we're answering here is because efficiency is you're measuring how much work is being done with the energy that you're using versus how much is just directly, dumped into heat. But at the end of the day, all power eventually ends up as heat. So if you have like 1 gigawatt of energy that's being consumed in some area, if it's at 50% efficiency, then 50% of it is immediately wasted as heat. The other 50% will eventually be heat. If you have 1 gigawatt at 90% efficiency, eventually, like at the end of the day, it will all disperse to heat. It's entropy, it's thermodynamics. It's like, it has to be. There is no like hyper ultra perfectly unless you're creating something with the energy and then that's being shipped to some other place or whatever like that. That's why I'm saying the efficiency doesn't matter. If you're talking about consumption of power, it doesn't matter how efficient it is. At the end of the day, it's going to be dumped as heat somewhere. Yes, the point is that the only heat coming off the plant would be measured of efficiency. No, I don't think that's true. Even if it was like 99% efficient for 1 gigawatt, after if the graphics cards are running their things and doing whatever they're doing, at some point all of that energy has to be emitted as heat. It's not like it's infinitely absorbing the energy and it just holds fucking gigawatts and gigawatts and gigawatts and gigawatts unless you're creating some new physical thing or I guess elevating something to have potential energy or whatever else. Like eventually it all has to be transmitted or dumped as heat at the end of the day, right? Plant meaning power plant, not AI plant. Oh, well, that's why I said no, that is true. For the power plant, the I don't even know how you measure efficiency of power plants, but that would be true. The more efficient a power plant, the less heat. Ideally, a power plant would emit 0 heat, and it would all just be converted to energy that can be transferred, but there's going to be some loss that's right there, whatever. Destiny, incorrect. You're still going to lose water due to the hot water being warmed up. Also, you need to cool it. There is no closed loop. It's a marketing term. The reason why there's a closed loop for like PCs is it's one PC versus millions and lots more distance. Well, where does the water go if you evaporate it? I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know for huge data centers, but I would just imagine that like closed loop is Destiny, they are retarded. Okay. Not all electric loads need to convert power to heat, but most loads in a data center will convert to heat, so it's accurate to just get an estimate for what's equal BTUs of heat. It has to. Unless you're creating new matter, or unless you're finding a way to store the energy. I feel like we had this debate like 10 years ago on stream. I'm 99% sure that at the end of the day, all the energy, unless you're finding a way to store it, all of it is ultimately converted at the end of the day to heat. That's what it ultimately comes out as, no? Unless you're creating a new product or you're finding another way to store the energy. Look up astrophage. Why is that funny? Why is that funny? Huh?
Because that's from a movie. It's from Project Run or Project Hail Mary.
Shut up. You're not funny.
That chatter was funny. Good one.
How is it even funny?
I'm not gonna explain it. You're gonna have to watch the movie.
Some of your gas is used to move your car. Some of it converts to heat and sound. Yeah, but the gas is like the energy that's used to move your car, like the way that the car moves and then stops, there's friction and everything else that at the end of the day, all of this ultimately converts to heat. All energy is some form of inefficiency rate that produces waste heat. Well, but that's because the rest of it is used for work. But at the end of the day, that work will ultimately be reduced to heat as well. It has to. Everything has to convert at the end of the day to. I'm 99% sure. 99.
None of these people know, man.
Work reduce. Okay. You know what? Let's ask. Does all work reduce to heat in electricity terms?
Oh, which one are you using?
I don't know. I just asked Google. Yes, in practical terms, according to laws of thermodynamics, almost all electrical energy used in a household or device eventually degrades into waste heat. While electricity can produce light, motion, or sound, those forms of energy are eventually absorbed by surrounding materials and converted into heat. That's what the AI said. Fuck you.
There you go.
The AI agrees with me, and he would know because he literally is pure
AI
raw energy. Wait, do you think there's a real human being or is it AI? Ooh, nope, AI, 100%. I can see it. I can tell the way the heads move. The face, it's AI, 100%.
That's real.
Find the well, don't. Just kidding. That's not kidding. Oh my God, I've never seen more obvious AI in my life. Hold on. We're looking. Okay, we got to figure this out. There's got to be a way to know for sure.
Oh my God, we're gonna be in the nursing homes, screaming about AI, huh?
Shut up. Like, what is on her plate here? Rice and potatoes? Who has that?
2 starches?
Yeah, really? In one meal? No shot. And she didn't even eat the food. Nah.
That's a bot.
No shot. It's not real. Or maybe it's a robot. Maybe the person's not real. Look at this cup. Who drinks out of it? Look at the way the handle is.
Real.
Look at this. This is not a real cup. Can you even see it over here? Huh, convenient. Look at that. Look at that weird ass handle. Yeah, what is this? A gravy jug? Why doesn't she have any gravy on her food? Easy.
depressed base, which led to reduced.
Easy AI.
I appreciate.
Holy shit. Clancy addresses the Destiny ban. Locked post. Too many off-topic comments. How do I... Can I see like the stream it came from? Or do I just have to look at this? Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get my tears ready.
Please see some. There have been a number of questions on the Destiny.
That's me.
Thing. A human made an error in terms of the unbanning. It was.
Uh-oh. Somebody getting fired? Uh-oh. Oh, this is... Oh, my God. Do you know what we're watching right now?
What?
Pokemon. Do you remember when they released that statement about how, like, they're not going to show the Hasan? Yeah, and they're like...
The Hasan
yeah.
thing. It is like, it's Hasan too!
Yeah, true! True! Somebody wasn't supposed to release that.
Holy! It's Big Hasan!
Hold on. Does anybody have the timestamp in this VOD where he starts talking about it? Oh my God, look at the linkers.
Holy.
There have been a number of questions on the Destiny thing. A human made an error in terms of the unbanning. It was quickly detected and corrected.
Detected? By what?
It's a highlight that many people don't realize they're humans doing things. Humans sometimes make mistakes. Luckily, we were able to quickly detect this. So this was not something that was intentional. We detected it quickly and fixed it.
Yeah, I like how they're talking about me like I'm a fucking virus, like I'm Agent Smith. It's like we were able to detect the anomaly and we quashed it immediately.
Very sorry about any of the confusion that was driven by that. Let me just see.
Jesus, I'm like the fucking most persecuted man on the planet. What the fuck? Do you have a special Destiny sensor?
Yeah, it's called Hasan fucking
Yeah,
DMing.
so I see this. I always check in someone I follow if their viewership is higher than normal. So I feel like bots would impact it heavily if someone's viewership is over the norm. Again, viewers tend to watch the creators that they like. We've looked at.
Try again. Thank you for 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you. I am obsessed.
That's my chat husband.
What was this?
But I'm not going to answer questions about individual streamers and their status, okay? In general, we do not talk about any specific streamers, any specific decisions, whether it's a ban or not a ban. Or
Is that true? Am I making this up? Or I thought when Dan Clancy came back, I thought one of the things that he did that was so new was he talked specifically about like Sneeko and specifically about Aiden Ross and specifically about... Am I making that up? I thought he was like explicitly and specifically talking about... Dude, I can't believe even Hasan told him you can't mention Destiny. Don't bring up the name. Don't mention him. Don't mention him. Just don't bring his name up. I'm literally fucking Voldemort to these people. Holy shit.
We've got Arab One, we've got Brew and the crew. That sounds like a whole team there hanging out. We got Not So Bad of a Scab. Now there's a name. Well, and we have...
I'm not going to go through all the business. I feel like I remember him bringing up like... because they had a huge thing where they were literally unbanning everybody because they wanted to bring back some of the larger creators that they had banned and they realized they'd fucked up, especially with Speed.
Relationship with Aiden?
Literally never talked about it.
I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but
I won't give you an answer, my favorite streamer.
That was this secret.
Yeah, a long time ago. Speed was kind of
What did he do?
He was an edgy, racist kind of dude. He was like, but he was like a young, like, was he 16 or 17 when he started streaming?
He's still young. Like, he's still like 22.
21, yeah. He just did shitty shit, but like a young man, shitty shit. But yeah, they fucked up hard when they banned him. Wait 1 second.
that, you know, Val and Ludwig and Lily, actually Speed, it wasn't with Speed. Speed was different. He had gotten, Speed's a different story, but with Lily Pichu, Tim the Tapman, so that approach isn't the first time that approach is. Mixer used that with us with which we got Ninja, and Shroud. And so this approach of go ahead and try to sign Twitch streamers and get them, and you're gonna pay them where you lose money on them streaming on your platform with the idea that it'll grow your platform. Okay. What we've seen, and again, this is the fourth entity to use this approach.
This isn't really him talking about bans. I swear to God, he talked about unbanning people and talked about giving second chance. I feel like I saw Sneego tweeting out like clips of this on Twitter, but maybe I hallucinate this. I can't find it right now. What is this? Him answering my question. Cipher.
Hi, Dan. Can you talk about how ban length is determined for creators? It seems to be extremely arbitrary. Some content creators are banned indefinitely or for years, while others who engage in the same or worse behavior get a weekend vacation. The way, in terms of how the general ban length works, there are two factors. One is the severity of the offense, and the other factor is having repeat offenses. So in fact, sometimes if you have an offense, you eventually can lead to an indefinite suspension. We've adjusted a lot of the policies around that. Strikes expire after a period of time. So it takes pretty consistent egregious action to lead to an indefinite suspension, either by a singular action or by consistently violating the community guidelines. And so often the reason someone might be suspended for something longer is because of repeated violations. We also increase the length of a suspension based upon repeat offense of the same violation. So that's why when you look at it, you might see different lengths of suspensions.
Wow. Thank you. True.
Yeah, any update on the stream together abuse when channels are not collaborating and just joining together? Yeah, we are doing some work there because that also is an abuse where they're not meaningfully collaborating. And we have enforcement in place when we detect that, where we basically prevent them from being able to leverage the shared view count.
Well, at least I know. That's good to know.
It was a human error. Being chilling.
Yeah. The error was that it went through. So dude, I was so right. I told you like the path for all this, right? That I did that unban request, I think like I don't know how long ago. I think it was like a year and a half or 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing like sat idle for like a year and a half, I think. Like nobody like responded to it, even though they generally shoot them down within a few days or whatever. And I think it was because the person who normally denies my ban appeal, I don't think that person works at Twitch anymore.
Ooh.
And when I did my event in London, I had a person who was there who spoke to me, and they said that they worked at Twitch for like 10 years, and they have a ton of contacts at Twitch, and they said that if I forwarded my ticket and everything to them, that they could have their friend just look into like what happened with the appeal. And then I went through that chain, and then they denied that appeal, so they flushed it out, which was nice. And then I did another appeal. And my guess is that this time, since that one employee isn't there, they probably, when that person reset my ban appeal, they got rid of that special note on my account that it always has to go to the fuck Destiny guy. And so probably the normal Twitch moderation like looked at the ban and they were like, wow, this guy got banned 4 years ago. This is kind of crazy. And so they unbanned me. But then once Hasan saw, he started to lose his shit. He texted Dan. Dan probably texted head of trust and safety, and then they rebanned the account. We banned my guess. That's what happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then, okay. But so that I know if Dan Clancy is gone, basically, assuming nobody else there develops hating, then because the ordinary ban process, I would survive. I just don't right now because of Hasan or Dan. I guess more Hasan than Dan, but. Why is Hasan so afraid of you, Destiny? I think two reasons why I would be really bad for Hasan on that platform. One is because obviously I would be trashing Hasan now on his native platform where he's pretty safe right now. There's nobody that really challenges his kind of like lefty weirdo shit there. Asmongold stays in his corner, he stays in, and then Hasan stays in his corner, it's fine. So one is I would be more confrontational there. Not that he has to pay attention to me, but I think the second thing is I would be fighting a lot more with Asmongold. And there were times in the past, over the past year, where when I start fighting a lot with conservatives, Hasan starts to feel pretty weird about it. Like he wants to center the conversation on him again. Remember, Hasan always wants to make it appear like he's under threat and the conservatives are after him. But that's hard. That's the thing he has to fabricate because no conservative cares about Hasan. Nobody's going after him. The only time they use him is when it's a vector to attack the Democrats. Right, that's the only time his name is ever brought up. So when I'm like directly fighting with conservatives, Hasan starts to feel a little bit weird. And so if I was on Twitch, I think fighting with Asmongold a lot, I think a lot of Hasan's fan base would be like, wait, why aren't you ever talking about this dude? It would be kind of weird. That'd be my guess.
Do you appreciate Hasan, or no, sorry, not Hasan, at least Asmongold kind of like adding about your stupid ban?
I mean, I guess, yeah. Sure.
I think sometimes credit where credit's due.
I guess, yeah. Jesus Christ. Man.
It says, is it true that certain streamers...
And then it's so funny that, like, and I don't give a fuck. I don't know where Stale is. Any fucking LSF moderator. These people project so much. Any LSF moderator, anybody who's ever worked at LSF, I don't give a fuck. Leak every DM, every convo we've ever had. I have never, ever, 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 ever asked for impartial favor or anything. Like I said, I think the only request I've ever made for a thread to be removed on LSF, I think was when my, the massive fucking revenge porn stash leaked of me from that one guy that everybody's protecting solo. When that happened, I think I DM'd the mods and I think I said, could you like censor names of people that might be involved here? Don't let people like, I think that's the only time I've ever directly reached out to the LSF mods. But meanwhile, it was constant. Remember, Hasan piloted this argument as well. Remember, Hasan would say all the time, the head mod of LSF is a Destiny fan. The head mod of LSF is a massive Destiny stan. The head mod of LSF is a super pro Destiny, the Stale guy, because he won like, was it DGG of the year like 4 years ago or something?
I don't even know if he ever won DGG of the year.
Oh, fuck. Maybe I got my fucking, maybe he didn't even. But yeah, that was the rumor. And now that they've like gotten rid of that guy, now they can finally, like, we're not going to be biased for Hasan or anything, of course, but like they're, you know, cutting threads and shit. Hasan smiling moments after texting someone in Destiny being banned again. While this post doesn't violate our rules directly, we also recognize how it can be seen to be riding a very thin line to frame this clip in a particular way. We are allowing it to stay with a flare change as title misleading. Okay. Dan Clancy must hate you too, right? Like, is Hasan really that big of a cash cow that he could dictate Twitch policy moderation? I'm sure he probably doesn't like me personally. Probably, maybe tied to the other Dan stuff would be my guess. I don't really know how much of that gets in front of Dan Clancy's face, but I know Hasan tells him a lot of shit. And it could also just be that, like, if you believe even half the stuff that Hasan says about me, that I have, like, coordinated hate campaigns. And it's not just Hasan too, remember. It's all the other political streamers on that platform that are like active in the Twitch community also say the same things.
Denims, Mike.
Yep. I remember, I think Melina told me about this, like, was this 3 years ago? She said she felt really awkward because they were at a, I don't know if they did, if it was an invitation for IRL streamers or if it was an invitation for politics streamers. But she said that she went to one of these like Twitch hosted for creators thing to talk to like Twitch staff. And that every single person there that did politics was like a crazy lefty anti-fan. It was like Casey Tron Denims, Frogan. I don't know if that Mike from PA guy was there, but it was all people who fucking hated me. So, yeah. So, like, if you believe these people, imagine you run a website like Twitch, and imagine everybody that does politics on your platform is telling you, this guy is Islamophobic, this guy harasses us, this guy engages in, like, crazy on and off platform, you know, destruction of our communities, and it's going to hurt and damage all of us severely. That, you know, from your perspective, it's like, oh, fuck, I don't know, this guy's, like, a major threat, maybe. Look at this removed thread. Oh, yeah. Well... what are you gonna do?
What do you want me to say?
What do you want me to say? It's bad. Oh yeah, and the anti-fans are trying to ramp up the... Destiny jokes his way out of explaining what he means by fair game. Snooze 79191. Willie Mac and Destiny DMs. Only one of these people retain child porn on their computer. Gotta love DGG desperately trying to disprove this fact. Statement from the mod team. Now remove the DGG mod. Tectone pivoted to anti-Hasan content right after his ex filed a police report against him. Oh, I bet this guy is in that Snark server. Guaranteed 100%. See? The anti-Tectone shit? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Streamer explains why Asmongold likes Crimson Desert so much. Streamer.
No. Right now.
Who? What streamer is this?
Fair-skinned dudes. And
Oh,
fair-skinned
report that.
women who
What?
Oh, it's 2 months old. Well, the
Well,
streamer
like
name's
sex
on the
stuff.
title.
Oh. Well, Asmongold's in the title, right?
Yeah, but he's not the streamer. Triple S.
So if they just pretend that everyone's really mad
What is this? I've said it many times, and I'll say it again here. If you're not willing to talk about the facts of the case, then your opinion of the judge is worthless. Oh, maybe he's talking to somebody else who doesn't want to talk to? I don't know. Damn, this guy's Tecton's #1 hater. Do you have proof of that? Oh, he posted this thread. Nice. Destiny missed having doxed people before trying to reel it back in. The same community doxing and A-logging his kid and his mother. We were supposed to care about him. Esports Bound has a long history in DG. Do you have any proof of that? Awkward. Hold on, I'm trying. Of the people I've doxed. Oh,
You would never dox.
One.
True. Oh my god. Gisticle points out Destiny's confusion with a source given to him by one of his chatters during his debate with Taylor Lorenz. r/political stream failed. The fuck is that subreddit?
So this is originally an 18+ server.
Internet Zen Master, thank you. The fact that anal violence is...
Sheesh.
Casey John, friend of the show, and my favorite...
Lawyer and YouTuber Pisco Liddy comments on Ethan Klein's recent threats to Caseytron. Quote, "This is scumfuck behavior," end quote.
It's the first
Do you
of
think this
the
guy's in the
month,
server?
okay?
100% this guy's on that server. Guaranteed, yeah. It's all, these are all the, yeah, supporting the Splinter communities, attacking me in any way possible, you know, rehosting all of my accusations, supporting all of the weirdos.
You should write his name
Caseytron.
down for the manifesto.
It's
This
just,
is
there's
actually a good
so many
fucking
of
thing.
these. Well, there's so many of these fucking people. Caseytron addresses the recent threats made by Ethan Klein against her.
Nux is a
Tectone defends Nux. Why does he? Destiny comments on Hasan's decision to go back to exclusively streaming on Twitch.
It reminds me of whenever Amarath started wearing a cowboy.
Caseytron calls Ember a pick me for incel free.
You caused a V2.
Okay. How much? How long? Oh my god. Oh, he's a Pisco poster too. Nice. Appreciation for Pisco fighting against audience capture as I try to audience capture you.
So you think this was like the big audience capture time?
Yeah,
They
this
were
is,
trying
yeah,
to, like,
100%.
frame
You can
Pisco?
tell
Yeah,
by the
yeah.
way. 1,000,000%. Yeah, of course. Yeah. They all have the same talking points and they'll do this shit. Yeah. Destiny explains why the Pixie and Destiny both did bad things argument is bad. Read bottom to top. Nicholas Diorio. I love Destiny, but you're completely delusional if you think someone would vouch for him. He's a PR nightmare, my dude. Aw. Pisco.
Let's go. Yes or no?
Oh, shit. I feel like this guy got... I wonder if this guy got legitimately converted.
Into what?
Like, this guy looks like he used to be a fan of mine. Like, I don't think that... I thought that comment was like a gay ops, like a sarcastic comment. I don't think it was, though. Because I saw... Fuck, what did I see?
These people's minds get absolutely fucking pillaged by being in these discords
When you
for
stay
10
there, yeah.
hours and hearing every single bad thing. So even if it's not true, they're eventually going to believe it. It's the same thing. It's why advertisements work. I mean,
He's making comments here about Aaron. So somebody has a thread titled, "Fucking hell, please stop with the meta conversations with Aaron." And then I see this guy's comment here is, "What sets Aaron apart from leftists like Prime who think the Dems are genocidal maniacs? Yesterday's conversation gave me the impression that she agrees with Prime on every issue and that the only thing they don't have in common is his stubbornness in regards to voting for the lesser of two evils. I think it's not an unfair assessment to say that these people want to co-opt the Democratic Party." Damn. Why is
they're
no
crying
one
and begging Whick? Oh, sorry.
Why is no one obsessed with the war in Ukraine and Russian war crimes? There's literally a genocide going on right now, and you're more concerned about the morality of wearing women's clothing in a war zone. That's the real goofy shit. Oh, this guy was like defending me in this thread.
We lost a good warrior.
Damn, how the fuck? I wonder what happened. Holy shit.
Reach out to him. Let's see if we can get him on.
Because AB accused his community of hacking his account. Is that about AB accusing my community of... Yeah, this is about me too. Jesus. Well. Find the inflection point where he flipped. It's It's ridiculous. This is 6 months ago. It's ridiculous that, that Hasan wants to play this political game when it undermines his political positions and boosts his opposition. Perhaps I'm wrong, but if he's not pushing back, then why did he oppose to what his charter said? I don't think this is stupid white supremacy. Okay, I don't know what he's saying. How do you know? Were you there? What is this? He seemed like he was interested in the debate here. So maybe 7 months ago, he was still a loyal DGGer, maybe? Defending Darius? Oh, Empath Chan 7 months ago. Ooh, what? Maybe that was... Could that have been the inflection point? Mizkif Defender? What if he was a sleeper cell? The flip was probably when Pisco ditched you. No, that happened like a year and a half ago, didn't it?
Yes or no?
Yes, sir. No. Hmm. Five months ago. It's blown out of proportion, and they didn't deserve the level of vitriol that these cunts gave them for it. And when CBS was called to their home, Denims had a good laugh about it, downplayed it, called it sympathy farming, and slandered Ela. I don't care if Ethan bullies these cunts because they're cry bullies, just like the majority of the public. It's pretty simple. Difference is, I don't think Destiny is exaggerating. He calls Trump a fascist, so I'm not going to have sympathy for him as such comments make him unsafe. Do you think Bad Empanada is exaggerating when he said their house is covered in dog shit? Blah, blah, blah. Do you think? What happened? What was the point? What was the inflection point? Oh, 4 months ago. Stop spamming Destiny clips. Oh,
just got tired of
5 months ago. The minor at that time testified that she was underage.
Ooh.
This is the public record. You called Marty Supreme mid? Five months ago. December 31st, 2025. Damn. I wonder. Who knows? Well. Doobie donated $1,000 to him. Based. Scroll up more. To what? Oh. Oh. Wait, who is Justical? Never heard of him. Former DGGer of the Year who jumped ship when it was discovered that Destiny is a sex based. No, wait, that's an anti-me comment, right? First funny Destiny clip in months. Stop spamming this. What the fuck? Shut up.
Sorry.
What is my trolling? I'm putting this in this channel. Here, you see this. Okay. Does she look like she's 9? Yeah. Good one. That was a good meme. Shh, stop. Okay. We're good. I don't know. Don't care. I mean, I do care, but we may never know.
Can we please see some? There have been a number of questions.
Oh, we saw this. I never trust these videos about like what a thing looks like or what a thing sounds like because I can never tell like what has like amplification or not or what's. I think this has been linked to me before.
Someone sent me a schizo post that is like 100 page, not 100. It's like 10, 20 pages long that says that this is fake.
Jesus. Okay. Well, as a data center stan.
I told him I got no idea. I'm not reading all that, but I believe him.
What do you mean by that?
If you're gonna write out or send me a link of fucking 100 pages, yeah, you got all right. You changed my mind.
True. Because why would you lie? Why would you go through all that effort and fucking lie, right?
True. True. Does anyone have the link to that political quiz?
Which one?
There's a new one. Good YouTube content for you. There it is. Find my politics.
I have like 20 million things. I don't know what I'm. We have to do that DNC autopsy tomorrow at 1 p.m. sharp.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we're doing
1 p.m. sharp tomorrow.
Sharp. Fuck. What is? Oh God.
I don't know if I can tomorrow. Peach's family's coming over.
No one cares. How horrible is this conversation? Stephen A. Smith with Dave Rubin. Holy shit.
Please, no. God.
Thank you to the both of you. Appreciate a conversation like this. Ben Jordan did a good video on the sounds of data centers. I know, but there's also a guy who made like a 4 million page like academic response to him. So I don't know who to. I feel like it's the thing I need to look into to look at it. Jesus. How bad is that Aiden call? I never listened to it because I don't know. But is it like actually fucked or?
Who's killing who?
Thomas and his wife are gonna amicably decide to leave this earth. So Thomas is gonna agree to roll over and take his wife. God, dude, I want to fucking burst this fat tubby sack of shit open like a fucking pinata.
Where the fuck is Dickers?
What's Louis doing?
Dickers is asking Beckett if this is okay to talk about right now.
Do these guys all sound like they're stoners? Do you think these guys all smoke?
They probably do. These are fucking losers.
Give him a second.
Oh, he is.
I'm chill, I'm fine. Just as long as he isn't fucking, like, advocating for actual fuck shit.
Jesus! I didn't know Dickers was in this too. Fuck! I wish I had time to listen to this before the debate now. What?
No, I'm putting out a call to Doc's Department's wife and his family.
Wait, what?
No, I'm putting out a call to Doc's Department's wife and his family.
Dickers, are you drunk right now, dude? We're slurring your words.
He's already been
What's going on, bro?
He says his name, bro.
Dickers fucked up right now.
Wife has a different surname? Nope. Well, she does.
She adopted his name.
So you're giving away her maiden name? Okay, good. So she doesn't have the exact same surname as him?
Yeah, does that make sense?
And she deserves it, by the way. She's complicit.
Okay, looking forward to when go category to kick it off. Somebody wants to wounded hard. Any day now? Any day now? I'm sure that like Convoy has that, by the way. Anyone wants to go out with?
Yeah, I'm gonna gut his wife like a fish.
Yeah, and then he starts floating go, and then it'll be all laps and games.
I don't have a fucking wife.
Yeah, but Go Cat needs to break up with you, otherwise she's complicit in what you're doing.
I'm not dating Go Cat.
What?
I'm not dating Go.
I don't even know what the
yeah.
They do. They know I'm not dating Go.
No, but literally.
You drilling this, Aiden?
Are you guys still in the same room?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still in the same room.
Are you guys making a fort right now?
Killing. Wait, 7K, can we write a song about Lia's wife?
Oh, God.
Dude, I'll get Dumpy to make a fucking beat.
You need to go off Discord and get the bed.
Killing Lia's wife. Strangling Lia's wife. I don't even need a knife.
Oh, man.
Because I'm fucking killing Lia's wife. with my
How much money you
bare
want to bet this
hands.
guy wakes up next morning and he
Kill
wants
his
to
wife with a
like,
soda
why is he
can.
not funny? Why is he
Cause that
not
bitch drank a lot of soda.
Dude, this guy needs to go to fucking bed.
not?
Aiden, you gotta go to bed,
No,
dude.
you guys are fucking cowards. Shut the fuck up. Aiden gets it now. He's full power.
You know how
You guys are cowards.
the people next to him in the hotel can hear this shit?
Yeah, and what are they gonna do? Stop him from killing Lia's wife?
These Discord servers are what happens when teachers actually crack down on bullying. Yeah, I feel like in real life you're forced to like actually be around other people, so it kind of forces you to be normal, or else you kind of get ostracized for behavior like this. One of the biggest issues with the internet, I said this before, it's my toaster fucking analogy, is that you can always like congregate with other super weird antisocial people and like get in a Discord and be very weird and antisocial. And I think to some extent in the past, isolating people like this probably isn't good, but I also don't think it's good to have a lot of these people, you know, like synergizing with each other. Like imagine you have a very antisocial kid, but you put him in a group with other people who are ultra antisocial. I feel like it's really bad. Is this the same guy that was on last night?
You can find your group for anything.
For anything, yeah.
If you're a fucking flat earther, there's a group out there for you. If you're a neo-Nazi, they're all out there.
Yeah, it's called
they're
MAGA.
Just a click away.
What are we listening to? Well, this is a leak call from Aiden. I think Dickers is in this call as well. And it's just, could you remember when I asked yesterday? Remember, because people have all these crazy fucking theories about me. Remember when I asked yesterday, and you have these people, they talk to me forever. What is the worst thing that my community has ever done? What is the worst thing? Because I'm like the boogeyman of these people. What was the answer that the guy gave? Was it just me?
I think he said Anna.
The Anna Voir
no,
stuff.
your community.
It might have been. Oh yeah,
the Anna Voir stuff.
We spent
doing the.
We spent 45 minutes arguing. If you tell your community stop talking about this person, go talk about them here, and then you post a link to their Kiwi Farms thread. This is like malicious, horrible harassment. Could you imagine? Like, I'm not trying to say that I'm perfect, but like, it feels weird to say. But I will say this. My moral character is so much higher than 99% of the fucking people in this space, especially the people that are operating as critics of me. Of all the shit that's ever leaked to me, could you imagine some fucking video of me talking about like gutting and murdering somebody, or like fucking me shocking my fucking animal in the fucking background, or any of the crazy fucking things that is of leaked messages between me and Melina, where I'm like, I love you, I love you, I love you, please come back, I'll be your Dr. K, Melina, after committing her to a psych. Like if any of these things had like, it would just be over, like one of these things. And the double standard is fucking crazy, bro.
For the car,
Give this man a gun.
Oh my god, he's still going.
He's still going.
Drive the car off a cliff.
Were they making it sound like Dickers and Aiden are in the same room together? I didn't realize how close friends these two were. I don't know if they're in the same room. Or you mean Discord room? These guys are all close friends. They all act like it. Remember yesterday they were like, we're not, I don't even know these people. I get banned from all these spaces. I'm not friends with any of these people and blah, blah, blah. But like we saw that like immediately after the debate,
Man himself.
you know, Dickers hops, you know, right onto fucking Justical Stream to talk about it. All these people are friends. All of these people are close to each other. No, like are in the same physical room? Oh, I don't know if they're in the same physical room or not. But
Lyle's wife's a bitch.
Aiden, do you have any water? You gotten any water?
You guys are losers. Chill out.
They go play.
Lumpy, we're doxing Lyle Convoy's wife or something.
Punching Lyle's wife in her fucking throat. Gonna take her body and throw it off a boat.
oh shit, they're rap battling,
My
Moot.
shark.
Oh no.
Wait, Aiden, do you actually want Lyle's? Do you actually want Lyle's wife's job? I found her LinkedIn. Do you actually
Lumpy,
want
he already told us and he posted like her picture 3 times.
Just as a joke though, guys.
And told us her position at the job. Wait. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna DM you something. I think
Lumpy, this is the Aiden we've been working towards this whole time. We finally unlocked, like, true Aiden.
Oh wait, apparently they are in the same room. They all met up in real life for this call. They met up with Queeman and Perry as well. Wait a second. Was this years ago? Do I know about this? If this is what I think it is, I feel like years ago, a bunch of commentary people met up, and they were all like such weirdo antisocial fucks that one meeting was enough to make it so some people like never, ever, ever wanted to see these people ever again. Oh, this was 6 months ago? Okay, never mind. I'll think of a different thing then. Never mind. Forget it.
Dismembering Lyle's wife.
Okay, so these guys are all in the same room.
Anyways, yeah, Aiden's like drunk and like on a Lyle killing spree right now.
Instead of Lyle convoy, it was Benjamin and Yahoo that we were slicing open like a pig. That'd be kind of cool.
No, that'd be fucked up. What? Do you have a problem with Israel?
I don't have a problem with Israel.
I don't have a problem with Israel. Yeah, nice try, buddy. We're talking about Leo Convoy's wife right now. Okay.
Do you mean Discord room or actual room? Actual room, like in real life.
Is she hot? Where's would you
No,
find her?
she needs to
Dude,
fucking
she's bad as
die.
hell. She's so bad.
We're killing her. IRL.
Kidnapping Lyo's wife.
What, you want to see?
What is she hot enough to like rape before you kill her, or is
Look
she
at
more like a
7K's profile. Look at 7K's profile.
I want you to keep this all in mind while you dox her and fuck with their life. Thanks.
Wait, that's what his wife looks like?
Yes.
Ew, that's fucking grody, dude.
He deserves it. You see it, right? It's like it's deserved. Come on, dude.
This is the guy who is saying, we all need to come together as the commentary community and defend the Snark server against Destiny and his attacks. Jesus. Sheesh. 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 How bad is this interview? Oh, God.
Hunter Biden.
The female voice in that call is Hellbent. Okay. I don't know who that is, but okay. What the fuck is this? This and then...
Absolutely. There's actually some terrible, terrible allegations. Absolutely horrific stuff, I gotta say, that's been brought up about Whick in the last day. So Bug Squander has been pressing for information. At Ginger Remoth, did Whick ask for consent prior to groping yourself and Madam Genevieve in that photo that was posted? As you can see here, if we get some zoom and enhance analysis going on, you can see here Whick is touching, it appears to be Madam Genevieve's outer thigh and knee. And yeah, this is the outer thigh here as well. The outer thigh and knee on Ginger Remoth. Now, obviously, we've got the response here. He did not ask. He did not say, "Man, would you mind if I touched your leg?" before he touched your leg. Now, it's the sexual harassment HR meme. It is. It's like, tell me you wouldn't be traumatized if Whick touched your leg. Come on.
Just to be clear, everything people claim is a lie. These are malicious lies that are the exact opposite of the truth. Here's Ginger in her own words today. She reached out to me to be clear about this. Oh, this is today. Sheesh. Okay, what is Hamster Hawk spamming me about? Hold on. Watch this so I can stop spamming, please.
It says, is it true that certain streamers can contact you directly to request streamers that are and have been banned to stay banned despite the platform's current mindset on bans? Absolutely not, Senchi Manny. Nobody can contact me to express their views on whether or not someone should remain banned or not.
There
have been a number of questions on the
Twitch
Destiny,
been bugged lately. You're not banned.
Thing. A human made an error in terms of the unbanning. It was quickly detected and corrected. It's a highlight that many people don't realize they're humans doing things. Humans sometimes make mistakes. Luckily, we were able to quickly.
That's about Destiny.
It. So this was not something that was.
Wait, I was completely right.
Detected it quickly and fixed it.
Someone
Very
left
sorry
Twitch, and their last thing they did is unban Destiny and let him go. For
oh, no shot.
For a minute, he was freed. Like that's crazy.
So,
he addressed it.
I always check in someone I follow.
I applaud Dan for addressing it.
Normal, so I feel like
hasn't had nothing to do with the ban, of course.
Over the norm. Again, viewers tend to watch the creators that they like. We've looked at how the variation in the chat.
How do you possibly mistake unbanning Destiny? There's no way someone mistakenly unbanned Destiny today. No way. That makes no sense. There's no way. Someone didn't mistakenly do that. It was deliberate, and they probably were losing their job anyway. They did it as a last-minute thing. What do you think, Pirate? Do you think that's someone that they deliberately, or they accidentally unbanned him and then they rebanned him?
Absolutely looking at a feature that would allow a creator to decide to do that. I think
yeah, that's bullshit. I agree. There's no way.
Okay, and whether or not a creator wants to hide their view count. So.
What do you think they would do if you deleted your account and that appeared you're unbanned? I don't know. What do you mean? I don't understand what the point of this question is. Nothing. I would just be going from Twitch forever then. I don't understand.
Oh, absolutely. That's a feature that I think some creators would want to do it for
various reasons. Dan has to say that, right? Obviously, I blame Dan for having to say that or cover it up because he can't say, yeah, dude, some guy did it and we fucking got rid of him. He's going to say it was a mistake.
Okay. What is this? Does it mean that was linked a while ago?
The different ones.
I think it means you can talk to Twitch streamers again. That would never work that way. That's like thinking that like, oh, I found a sick loophole. No, they would just say you're not allowed to talk to people who've been banned and deleted accounts or something. That would be it.
Okay, a bit of a different one today, and don't worry, it's just going to be a one-off. But I am going to have a go at trying to be sincere and make.
making a good point, so wish me luck. Taylor Lorenz is a very controversial figure to many, and I believe for a good reason. It seems strangely memory hold in some parts of the internet nowadays that she actively supported Keffals and the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign. That's how I found out about her anyway, this weird person always wearing her mask, seemingly trying to make the internet worse for people for social justice brownie points. For a couple years now it seems, she's been posting regularly on YouTube, and I recently have had the
Do you genuinely care at all about being unbanned from Twitch? I mean, yeah, it's a big platform that's like super insulated, so it's hard to reach viewers on there if you're outside of the platform. Plus, I don't like the fact that it's just like it's serving right now as a massive radicalization pipeline for people to be either shuffled very far to the right into the Trump camp with Asmongold, or to be shuffled very far into the left into the weird authoritarian Marxist-Leninist camp with Hasan. And I feel like not having like a good counterbalance to that kind of drives me crazy. But
Twitch is unironically pretty much a whole different audience, like genuinely.
Yeah.
pleasure of finding out how difficult it is to watch her content. There is one thing that she's been talking about a lot though recently, and it's very funny that it's been coming from her. This is upholding Section 230, and she has a unique slant of talking about it for lefties. At least I guess. I think that's who's watching this. And this may be a hard pill to swallow. I'm not saying anything about the content.
I am not understanding JST clap back at you. Okay, thank you. Good clarity.
Of her character, but that doesn't change the fact that I think her messaging around Section 230 is correct. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act is an American law that protects social media websites from legal liability for hosting.
You do not have to amplify a person's messaging because it's correct if every other thing they say is fucking retarded or wrong. Not only do you not have to amplify their messaging, you don't have to, it damages the thing that you're trying to message about. Like, imagine if I thought that government direction to private companies can be really important when our nation is in crisis. And I say over and over and over again, this is a thing that Hitler got right. We have to be able to control our corporations for the betterment of the country. Hitler was right on this, guys. Hitler was absolutely right when he was talking about, like, it's so fucking retarded. It's such an obviously fucking retarded point. Taylor Lorenz is a deeply unserious, brain-broken, foreign paid, by her own admission, and by stuff that we don't know, right? Slop journalist that engages in fucking hit piece and the most crank fucking arguments ever. And she doesn't know fuck all about technology or the law. If you think that Section 230 protections are important, which they are, arguably the entire internet is built on the concept of Section 230 protections. They're very important. Then you absolutely should not be saying things like, well, we should listen to Taylor Lorenz here. Under no circumstances should you ever listen to Taylor Lorenz. She's a fucking retard, especially if you care about this topic. Jesus.
Around Section 230 is correct. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act is an American law that protects social media websites from legal liability for hosting user-generated content. Simply, when a user of a social media website posts on there, it is the user, not the website, that is legally responsible for that content. This is a vital law for maintaining a free and open internet. Currently, a bill called the Sunset Section 230 Act is being pushed. If it passes, Section 230 will be revoked after 2 years. It's uncertain what this would look like, but it's a near enough certainty that this would lead to a more moderated and regulated internet. Think no anonymity online and all content needing to be manually reviewed. It sounds crazy and impossible to me, but there are genuinely very powerful people trying to push for this stuff. And I should add on that the corn ban in the UK sounded crazy and impossible to us, and then that went through, and it affected a lot more than just that. So this should not be a partisan issue. When it comes to people in government, both sides want this. So there should be no team sports being played when it comes to people opposing it. And I have to say, Taylor Lorenz has found a niche in talking about this topic to lefties.
I'm pretty sure Taylor Lorenz opposes like all forms of anything having to do with tech censorship. Is there anything she supports relating to tech moderation or censorship? Does anybody know? She must support some of it, and I just haven't seen it. But like she came out against like banning cell phone usage for kids in school. Like she didn't like the fact that they were withholding cell phones for kids in school. She got ass pain earlier saying that I didn't even participate in this.
Wait, she thinks kids should have cell phones in school?
Yes.
She
was like super mad on Twitter, like about the phones being withheld from kids. That it was like a fucking civil rights issue or some shit. Yeah, I feel like she's against literally all forms of anything having to do with any kind of tech censorship or anything at all ever. Mr. Mooten, no, that's bad faith shit. Taylor Lorenz, kids, cell phones, school. I agree with Taylor Lorenz. This is August 21st, 2025. This is a year ago. It's not the one I just saw most recently, but that the phone/teens debate is far more nuanced and complicated than just phones bad. There's a full-on moral panic, proposed legislation that compromises everyone's privacy, and many different actors with their own agendas. If social media companies are supporting COSA, you might guess some intentions. There are a lot of people with profit motives going, way, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yes, and there are plenty of ways to restrict kids' phones use at school without laws that have significant civil liberties consequences, harmful effects, etc. That's their prerogative. Nuance is lost because the convo is being dominated by moral panic people. So, maybe this is okay, but does she ever suggest any alternative ever? And also, somebody link me her recent tweets on this. Because I know that she made stronger tweets about this recently. Agree, and there are plenty of ways to have kids put their phones away during class without sloppy universal laws. A big factor here is also the parents who want 24/7 text access to their kids at school, usually citing fear of school shootings. I'm writing a longer piece on this. I'm sorry. This is fucking retarded. Plenty of kids survived way before you had 24/7 access to them with a fucking cell phone. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, this is a retarded.
But this is also
point.
this is a year ago. I know she made more extreme statements on this recently. Find me something more.
Damon said, like, I don't know if this is true, so I'm asking you, kind of. Apparently, Taylor Lorenz got paid by some smartphone company that makes phones for kids. Is this true?
Yes. Well, I don't know if it was for kids, but it was a sponsor for some. She does take tech sponsors, which I feel like is kind of weird if you're like a tech investigative journalist.
Yeah. A guy who apparently worked at one of the big data centers wants to know if you want to ask him any questions, etc. He's in stream disagreements. He apparently doesn't work in
he can email me and maybe tomorrow because I don't have much time
email you?
left.
Okay. Yep.
She's also weirdly pro AI. I think she's always been super pro AI. I don't think she's ever been anti AI anywhere. I don't know if she's ever been in favor of any tech restriction or any tech regulation ever.
She welcomes our tech overlords, unironically.
But if somebody has something to link me out, I'm welcome to be incorrect on that.
Would you say, like, is she like a technocrat or whatever?
I don't know what. She's very weird. I don't know what. I don't know what's going on with her. But I mean, like, she's paid by that Omidyar place for journalistic stuff, and I don't know who else pays her money for stuff. So who knows? Also, who is she to talk about moral? Money, yeah. Who is she to talk about moral panic over her like trying to destroy fucking chorus and everything else over dark money shit. Oh, and she also pulls out this thing a lot too. Like, gay people were basically executed everywhere on the planet before cell phones came out. So this is 9 months ago.
What does cell phones have to do with that?
Oh, let me tell you. The bans also harm the most marginalized kids. Rich kids still have laptops and computers in schools. For many underprivileged kids, their phones are their only word processor, etc. I'm going to be writing more on all of this, but TLDR, this is not to help kids. Fuck, I know there was something within like the last couple weeks, I think. Or maybe it was even within the last few days. I feel like there's a big meme. Oh yeah, I find myself having to use Grok more and more because of the ridiculous content restrictions and other AI models like Gemini. They have all these needless guardrails that won't let you do basic tasks like sharpening an image of Ben Shapiro for a YouTube thumbnail. She's like she's like on AI tech everything. I don't think I've
Yeah.
Grok, how do I make a nuclear bomb? He'll tell you too.
This reactionary narrative that social media / the phones are rotting our brains is being pushed by an extremely well-funded lobbying effort with the ultimate goal of passing some of the most draconian online speech and censorship laws of our lifetime. And the mainstream media is happy to feed it. The purpose of school is to prepare children for the real world. Oh, wait, hold on. What is this? Oh, this is the discourse. Is it April 27th? Oh no, this is a month ago, maybe. Banning cell phones in schools might turn out to be the best thing we've done for kids, our generation. For the first day of school to March 31st, 2026, the district reported an increase of more than 200,000 additional books checked out compared to the previous year. Look at the library checkouts, blah, 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 blah. Whoa, you mean teacher, blah, blah, blah. Oh, well, uh-oh. Every time you tweet about Taylor, she finds it too, even if it's got like 20 likes. Try it yourself. Whoa, you mean the teachers know more than Taylor Lorenz? Whoa, whoa. Yes, girl, you're so right. Mass AI surveillance systems and stop and frisking underprivileged teenagers because they might have a cell phone for shift work is great. Stop and frisk. Fuck those kids and their right to privacy. Wow, 12-year-olds have a right to privacy now? First of all, the poster quote tweeting is totally circumstantial speculation. My issue with smartphone bans is related to civil liberties. These bans are being packaged with AI surveillance systems and enforced by cops, leading to black students getting suspended at higher rates. What? If you ban phones, then black students get suspended? Just out of curiosity, do you oppose cell phone bans that aren't enforced in draconian ways, like, I don't know, those pocket things that some schools use. Those yonder pouches are costing school districts millions, money that underfunded schools desperately need for other purposes, especially when these bans have such serious downsides and have not been proven to improve any of the metrics proponents claim. The purpose of school is to prepare children for the real world, where cell phones exist. I'm all for teachers having kids put their phones in a bucket during class, or instituting classroom or even school-wide rules. I don't know, okay. But I am against bans that cops enforce or that cost millions for no benefit and simply feed a moral panic. I don't know what this thing over here is. I don't think I've ever seen her ever be in favor of any tech restriction at all. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe somewhere she is, and I just haven't seen it yet.
Because no one else is going to do it. And even if you see these people as an enemy, or just you don't like them, it is good to get people impassioned about this topic. And that's where my problem comes in, which is the enemies of Taylor Lorenz. Now, these aren't Kiwi Farms users, or people that might follow libs of TikTok, people that would have genuine reasons to truly hate Taylor Lorenz. They are the liberal cocksuckers, the pro-liberal establishment scum of this platform. We've got Hutch. Here's the...
How... Is this... Okay, never mind. Sorry. Can't see enemies everywhere. Don't know why I would, but...
Defining characteristic is his hardcore appealing to and cheerleading of the authority of the American Democratic Party. He is hugely under the thumb of the H3 and DGG communities. Hutch has nothing of value to offer, so he spends his time spinning plates to try and keep both of these communities happy, and one way to do that is epically dunk on Taylor Lorenz. Now, don't get your hopes up, but we are going to have to lock in, because when Hutch gets going, it's hard to keep up. Here he is defending ContraPoints and attempting to debunk...
DGG chat?
Doesn't matter. He hasn't disavowed me enough, and I think he talked to me once or twice in the past couple months. This guy is 1 trillion% part of these communities. Guaranteed. 1 trillion%.
It's just so stupid.
Taylor.
What about repealing Section 230 for platforms that have algorithmic recommendation?
Every single platform since the dawn of the internet has algorithmic recommendation. Prodigy and CompuServe had algorithmic recommendation. There is no distinction between algorithmic content. Literally in Section 230, if you read the text of the law, it just talks about any interactive computer service. So what are you talking about with platforms with algorithmic content? The law was written about platforms with algorithmic content. You guys are acting, do you guys think that algorithms were invented in 2022? That's like literally how they talk about this stuff.
I assume that the algorithms have become a lot more sophisticated. How are we describing it? Algorithmic?
So this is pretty high level stuff. It took me a while to get my head around. Hutch is asking Grok if search algorithms have changed since the 1990s.
Search engines changed from...
That's a fair question.
Was QQ the mod? I think was a mod in that Snark server that was like okay with doxing Whick, remember? I don't know how much of this you fucking follow.
I don't remember. I was watching, but I...
Do you recognize this guy's name? Is one of my
No, I haven't seen any of this. I have no idea.
But this is
oh, it's that person?
Yep, and then
oh. Yeah, I know that name.
So this is it is he is part of that group of people, whatever.
Earlier, I guess, browsers like CompuServe. Is that what she said? Like CompuServe. Facebook.
Wait, so the question: who linked me this video to watch? It only has 7,200 views. I don't know why the fuck I was linked this.
Invented algorithm.
Jewstalker kept talking about how he had a new video last night. Oh, this is just them trying to promote this video. Why the fuck am I even looking at this?
I don't know if you saw this. Apparently, there's a new fucking
new meme.
Is that true? That can't be true. She's doing the thing where you misunderstood what's being said. What exactly did he say again? Hang on.
Oh, well, Hutch is trying his best, and this high-level analysis gets brought up due to the doomscroll discussion around the Algorithm Accountability Act. This is in the early stages of the legislative process, and if this is passed, online platforms that use automated systems to rank and organize content...
Okay. So then this guy is not somebody who dislikes Taylor Lorenz. He's part of the community that super fucking stands and simps like crazy for her, and then is... Yeah, okay. All right. And it's a bonger. Even worse. Wait, what? Glenn Greenwald versus 20 MAGA Republicans? That actually sounds interesting.
We're in a major war, aren't we?
Wait, did you say something or was that this video?
It's a video.
We're in a major war, aren't we?
In Iran?
I mean, sure, we're in a conflict.
A
We got
war?
Iran
Is it
for
a
the last
war?
guy.
We need Israel strategically.
So you're criticizing Trump for being a better businessman than Joe Biden?
Trump is not corrupted at all. We're not in a war as well.
Talking about the Biden regime, the Biden administration, we could maybe use regime.
What is your goal?
Well,
Is it a
okay, why can't
pro-American
you get
dictator?
this?
Get what?
We need you to get surrounded by 20 MAGA Republicans.
Didn't I already do that? And they spent the whole time calling me gay or something? I feel like I did this a long time ago.
Shit, like we installed previously?
My first surrounded claim is President Trump is more of a war-making president than a peacemaking president.
My next surrounded claim is President Trump is subservient to the Israel lobby. My next surrounded claim is the Trump administration has been considerably more corrupt than the Biden administration. My final surrounded...
Wait, holy shit. Wait, these are based claims. He just for them?
is bombing Iran is not in the American people's interests.
I'm Glenn Greenwald, and I'm surrounded by 20 Trump supporters. Check it out this Sunday on Jubilee.
Is it just the Trump coalition splitting apart, or...
But it's not even splitting. Like, we saw with the Thomas Massey shit, it seems like he still very much has a grip on MAGA.
He
Or,
does,
not
but
even
like
MAGA,
the
just Republican
actual...
Party.
Yeah, but like the disapproval is raising. It's not going to be like a huge thing, but like as it starts to fracture the edges, like MTG leaving was a big deal.
Disapproval among independents and Democrats, yes. His approval among, I think, Republicans was like 90% in the polls I've seen.
I think his approval is high, but I think... I'm vibing this hard. I think his approval is high, but I think that it will be... I think that his approval is high, but I think that... my mind just got fucked by a thing on my other monitor. But the like the enthusiasm, I think, will be down. So it'll be like they still, support him and approve of him, but the likelihood of them showing up the polls, like being excited to be a Trump voter, that would be like my.
All right,
yeah,
yeah,
I'm so
I hear
vibing
that.
That's my vibe feel.
I would normally agree, but I don't know. We'll see. The Thomas Massey shit seemed pretty crazy, but they did put the most money into it than any other election, I guess, before.
Sure.
And he wasn't even on the ballot. They showed the fuck out.
Okay, we're watching this. It's old. Okay, fill your hearts. This powerful black man.
Earlier today, one thing we talked about was civic engagement, and a line you used in the State of the Union address of "Don't give in to the cynicism of the day." Right. Poll released by Reuters yesterday showed that nearly half of Americans feel that the elections are rigged in some way. Is there any goal or plan for the administration to help revitalize the faith in democracy that is seeming to be lacking?
Well, you know what? This is something that I've tried to do ever since I got into public office. As you know, I came into this work as a community organizer and strongly believe that our democracy only works when people participate. There are a lot of forces that feed cynicism. And there's no dispute that our democracy is not working as well as it should. I can tell you some of the reasons for that. One of it is that we have set up a system for electing state legislatures and members of Congress that involve the drawing of district lines that are gerrymandered. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the phrase, it basically means that those who are already in power draw the maps in such a way where they can be assured that these are either going to be Democratic seats or Republican seats. And what that's done is it's made very few seats competitive. So, for example, in the last election in 2012, Democrats actually cast substantially more votes in congressional elections, but ended up with substantially fewer seats. And the reason for that is in 2010, when the census was done and redistricting of congressional and House legislative seats were drawn, Republican governors and Republican majorities were responsible for drawing most of the seats. Now, I want to be clear, Democrats aren't blameless on this either. But California, for example, has gone to a process of nonpartisan districting. The advantage there is not only do you make more seats competitive, but it also means that politicians have to compete for everybody's votes because they're not in safe seats. They're not in a safely Republican district or a Democratic district. And what that does is it means they've got to not just appeal to the extremes of their party. Part of the reason we've seen polarization and gridlock here in Washington is because there's been this great sorting, and Democrats have moved much further, have moved left. Republicans have just gone way to the right. And it's harder then to compromise because members of Congress, and this same thing is true in state legislatures, are always looking over their shoulder, seeing if somebody in their own party might challenge them. And then the system doesn't work. So that's a big chunk of why people are cynical, because they feel like their votes don't count. And if you draw districts that are ironclad one party or another, then they're not entirely wrong. Another reason that people are cynical is money in politics. The Supreme Court issued a ruling, Citizens United, that allowed super PACs and very wealthy individuals to just finance all these ads that you guys see on TV all the time. Half the time, nobody knows who's funding them. And that makes you cynical, partly because most of this money is spent on negative ads. And so you're just hearing constantly how horrible everybody is. That'll make you feel pretty bad about the political process. And I'm a strong believer in finding ways in which we can make the financing of campaigns more democratic. Now, we've seen some interesting work being done. You've got to give Bernie Sanders, for example, credit. Building off some of the work that I did, I in turn built off the work that Howard Dean did for smaller donations, grassroots donors, to be able, in small contributions, to allow candidates to be competitive. But I think that we don't want to leave that to chance. And that's much harder to do for members of Congress who are lower profile, so they don't get the sort of viral presence that allows them to raise that kind of money to compete. So we're going to have to solve money in politics. You as journalists are going to have a role to play in reducing cynicism. It is very hard to get good stories placed. People will assign you stories about what's not working. It's very hard for you to write a story about, wow, this thing really works good. And just to take the federal government as an example, every day I've got 2 million people who work for the federal government, whether in our military, our law enforcement, our environmental protection, helping veterans, et cetera, and they are doing great work. And you rely on it in all kinds of ways, including when you check the weather, because you can thank the National Weather Service for putting satellites up so your smartphones tell you whether to bring an umbrella or not. But we just take that for granted. And if out of those 2 million employees, one person screws up somewhere, which every day you can count on somebody out of 2 million people probably doing something they shouldn't be doing, that's what's going to get reported on. Now, that helps keep government on its toes and accountable. But one of the things we have to think about is how do we tell a story about the things we do together that actually work, so that people don't feel so cynical overall. But look, here's the bottom line, is that let's take the political process. As cynical as everybody is, and everybody's always trying to come up with these radical new plans to try to fix our democracy, and we need to do this and we need to do that. The truth is that part of the reason why our government doesn't work as well is because in a good presidential year, slightly more than half the people vote who are eligible, and the other half don't. And during an off-year election, when the president's not at the top of the ticket and people aren't getting as much attention, 40% of the people vote. Now, this system doesn't work if people opt out. And the easiest cure, the simplest cure for what ails our democracy is everybody voting. Now, it's true that there's some states that purposely make it hard for people to vote. We're the only major democracy in the world that actively makes it hard for people to vote. And so you should be, particularly as in your student newspapers, as you go back to your home states, you should be asking, why is it that we have laws that are purposely making it harder for people to vote, purposely making it harder for young people to vote? And there's a political agenda there. The people in power don't want things to change. They want cynicism. Because obviously the existing system, as frustrating as it is for everybody else, works for them. Well, if you want to upend that, we got to vote. But even in those states that purposely make it harder to vote, the truth of the matter is on your college campuses, half the folks, maybe 2/3 of the folks who don't vote because they're just not paying attention. They don't consider it important. And they're not willing to take the 15 minutes or half hour that it takes to make sure that you're registered and make sure you actually vote. Well, if you care about climate change, you care about college costs, you care about career opportunities, you care about war and peace and refugees, you can't just complain. You got to vote. And what's interesting is young people, as a voting bloc, are the least likely to vote, but
the most likely
when you do vote,
just kidding,
have the biggest impact on elections. During a presidential year, young people account for like 19% of the total vote. During an off-year election, when folks aren't paying as much attention, they account for 12%. And that means that the kinds of candidates that get elected and the priorities that they reflect are entirely different, just based on whether or not you guys are going to the polls. So don't let people tell you that what you do doesn't matter. It does. Don't give away your power. That should be the main message that you deliver all the time. And it doesn't matter whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, whether you're conservative on some issues, liberal on others. If you participate and you take the time to be informed about the issues and you actually turn out and your peers turn out, you change the country. You do. It may not always happen as fast as you'd like, but you'll change it. So I'll keep on talking about this even after I leave the presidency. This is, you got me started. I went on a rant, didn't I? All right. So I'm counting on you guys. Don't let me down. All right? Don't let the country down. You guys are going to be delivering the message to your peer group that this is the greatest country on earth, but only because we have great citizens who are willing to invest their time and energy and effort to become informed on the issues, to argue about it in a respectful way, and to try to collectively solve the many challenges that we face. The good news is that there are no challenges, as JFK said, that man creates that man can't solve. I would add women to that. All right? Good luck, guys. Bye-bye.
What about what?
What about the tan suit?
True. And the Dijon. Well.
I don't know. It's crazy that the presidential seat has been brought so far down, and I just have no respect for our current president. I don't know. The office used to mean something.
Yeah. Used to. I don't know which of these are worth watching for tomorrow. We have to go through that autopsy. Modern day Rosa Parks clash after guest defends racist Chud the Builder. Legal mindset versus that guy. This seems like it's just slop. I don't think I can't. Politically provoked. Full interview. Brittany interviews Lauren De Laguna. I don't know. That's probably an off-stream.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
That's what, I don't know. Decoding the Gurus did another Hasan Girth episode. Uh-oh. Oh boy.
You know, Hasan's pretty powerful. He can make the call. He can get Dan Clancy to
True.
fucking jump.
Stop. That shit will be cinema. Nice. Okay. Well, I love you. It's been fun. Stay safe. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. sharp, like I am every day, okay?
All right.
Be careful.
I won't be here tomorrow for you. I'm sorry.
Wow. See you later. Have fun. Bye.
Ciao.